Chapter 26. And what was your mission? Taban, Atral. New Republic Armed Forces. Captain. Yes, I know. The Imperial Intelligence Operative wore a lieutenant's uniform, but no awards or other potentially identifying items. He leaned back in the chair, his expression carefully blank. Atral was tired. Since Eshin Strike had been captured, she'd been separated from the rest of her crew. The fact that so many of them were non-human put a deep, gnawing terror in her gut that she couldn't force down, even as hungry and exhausted as she now was. The Empire's opinion of non-humans was well known. She'd been lucky so far. The Empire was still softening her up and hadn't yet turned to anything as crude as an interrogation droid. That would be tomorrow, maybe? I don't suppose you will be more forthcoming. If you hadn't destroyed Eshin Strike's main computer, we wouldn't have to be so forceful. But you really left us nothing to go on. Taban, Atral. New Republic Armed Forces. Captain. You realize we have your officers in interrogation. The Bothan, Hayek and Creefy, New Republic Armed Forces, Lieutenant Eshin Strike, became quite chatty once subjected to interrogation. I understand the Togorian will be next. His voice was conversational, but Atral could hear the underlying steel. She could also feel her blood go colder than ice, but there was nothing else to do. Taban, Atral. New Republic Armed Forces. Captain, Eshin Strike. The Imperial side. As you wish, Captain Taban. But you should remember, unlike the rest of your crew, you're officially considered a defector. His eyes hardened, his voice a chill warning. There are certain obligations that the Empire accepts, even when it comes to aliens, that do not extend to defectors. Taban, Atral. New Republic Armed Forces. Captain. Asterisk. She's stubborn, Lieutenant Dreef informed Captain Pellaeon and Admiral Rogers, watching the recording of the interrogation from earlier that day. Chimera had returned to Yukio and resumed its position as the garrison flagship, and everyone in the Imperial force knew that it was only a matter of time before the Republic assault began. Bel Iblis would have something up his sleeve, Rogers was sure. If the wily old Corellian were going to just batter his way in, he would have done it already. No, Bel Iblis would surely have some trick, or ploy, or clever stratagem. The only question was what that would be. She's pretty junior, Pellaeon said skeptically. And from the results of their interrogations, her officers don't know anything about Bel Iblis' intentions. She may not either. I don't think so, sir, Dreef said respectfully. Rebel command is less formal and more encouraging of individual initiative. Her officers may yet know something if I'd be permitted to intensify their interrogation. His eyes flicked momentarily to Rogers, then back to Pellaeon. Captain Taban and Eshin Strike served as hosts for General Bel Iblis' senior subordinate, General Antilles, and all our intelligence suggests that General Antilles and Rogue Squadron would be intimately involved in the planning of their Yukio invasion. Therefore, I believe there is a good chance she does know something, and, if I may speak freely. Pellaeon nodded. Go ahead. Sirs, there is a good chance the rebels are already in the final stages of their invasion plan. It's clear from the intelligence Moff Disra sent us that they outnumber and outgun our forces. We don't have time to coddle. We won't risk the lives of our prisoners for the sake of intelligence they likely do not have, Rogers interrupted firmly. If we had captured Captain Irel, or General Antilles, or Sina Madanil, it might be worth the dangers. But we captured the captain and crew of a single Corellian corvette. With all due respect, our intelligence suggests that Captain Taban and General Antilles are good friends. There's even speculation that she and General Antilles were lovers briefly. Their isolated ulation about relationships between female officers and their male superiors, replied Rogers, his tone growing frosty as he thought of all the speculation that Asori had suffered during her time at the Fleet Academy on Annexus. That does not make the speculation true. Yes, sir, Dreef said, sounding appropriately chastised. Rogers suspected he still disagreed, but that was all right. Dreef was a loyal officer. and one of the smarter men left in the Empire if his meteoric career trajectory was anything to go by, and more importantly, he was content to work quietly in intelligence rather than push himself into more visible positions of authority. A little over-exuberant, but that was characteristic of many young Imperial officers. The ones who had stayed, at least. I will speak with her, Rogers decided. Let her get some sleep and give her something to eat, then send her up to my quarters. Perhaps a different approach may yield more. Pellaeon and Dreef shared an uncertain glance, but neither objected. As you wish, Admiral Pellaeon agreed. Asterisk. Dreef followed Pellaeon into the lift. The captain could feel the lieutenant fighting back the urge to speak. He had a slight twitch that was a sure giveaway of the impulse. What is it, Lieutenant? Dreef flinched. It's nothing, sir. I can assure you, Lieutenant, so long as whatever it is you have to say isn't treasonous, I won't hold it against you. The lieutenant went through an obvious mental debate as the lift progressed towards the bridge. Finally, the young man sighed. I don't understand Admiral Rogers' decision, sir. If there's even a chance Captain Taban or her officers have information we might use to protect Yukio, it seems that we're obliged to try to acquire it. Tell me, Lieutenant Pellaeon asked, folding his arms behind his back. What would you say our chances of successfully holding Yukio are, even if you were to elicit additional information from our prisoners? Dreef's flinch this time was significantly more pronounced. Not good, sir. I would agree with that assessment, Pellaeon said with a nod. We're outnumbered and outgunned, and most importantly, we're unlikely to receive further support from the Empire, while the rebellion has a large pool of resources Bel Iblis may yet draw upon. He glanced sideways at Dreef. Why is that? Sir, it's not my place to speculate about the decision-making of the Council of Moffs. This is off the record, Lieutenant, and you would not be a very good intelligence officer, and an even worse Imperial commander, if you did not examine the decisions of your superiors. What they decide restricts what you may do, so it behooves that you understand them as best you can. He waved his hand. So, go ahead and speculate. Sir? Dreef was quiet for a moment. Sir, Yukio was only valuable to the Empire while our cloning facility on Wayland was in operation. With the loss of that facility, we're no longer producing enough clones to need Yukio's agricultural production. It would seem to me that the Moffs share this assessment and that our operation here is a delaying tactic. We're keeping the rebellion and General Bel Iblis distracted from attacking our more vital sectors. Pellaeon hummed agreeably. You're missing one other vital factor. Pellaeon stood up a bit straighter, keeping his eyes on the lift doors as it continued to hum. If that is their reasoning, why send Shimmer here? Dreef's eyes widened. Sir, I don't believe it's my place to speculate on that. Pellaeon laughed soberly. We've already had that discussion, Lieutenant, he pointed out. But your unwillingness to answer is not surprising. He allowed himself to sigh. The answer, of course, is that I am expendable. Perhaps even dangerous. His lips firmed. I lost Bilbringi and Thrawn. The latter would not be such a mark against me with the Moffs, who always hated the Grand Admiral, and were no doubt relieved when he died if it did not come with the former. And this squadron was handpicked by Thrawn, was loyal to him, not to the Moffs. He didn't smile. We are considered unreliable. He didn't add that Rogers had been assigned to command them because he had also earned the enmity of the Moffs. Dreef no doubt knew that, but even in an off-the-record conversation it was not Pellaeon's place to discuss the Admiral's black marks with the subordinate. I'm sure they don't blame you for, Pellaeon laughed, and Dreef's voice faded away. He was quiet for a moment as the lift continued to hum. What does this have to do with his reluctance to allow a more intense interrogation? We are likely to be on the losing side of this engagement, Lieutenant. A victory for the Empire at Yukio is to make our eventual defeat as slow and painful as possible for the enemy. He waited a moment for that to sink in. With that in mind, there is a good chance some of us, perhaps even all of us, end up in the rebellion's custody before the engagement is through. It is the Admiral's responsibility to look after all the men under his command. He saw Dreef putting the pieces together. I understand, sir. Good. The hum of the lift quieted and then stopped as the doors whished open, revealing the long walk of the Chimera's bridge. Dismissed, Lieutenant. Sir? The stewards hadn't been quite sure what to make of his request. Preparing supper was regular enough. Rogers dined every night and often had some of his subordinates join him. In the past, he dined with planetary dignitaries, or visiting brother officers, and even on one very unusual occasion a New Republic pilot, although the pilot in question hadn't eaten very much of the food provided. But preparing a dinner for Rogers and one of their prisoners, did they serve prison food? They hadn't known, and they hadn't been willing to ask. Rogers hadn't been interested in solving their dilemma either. He'd found their obvious consternation a brief, blackly amusing distraction from a dismal campaign. He reviewed the comestibles in front of him with satisfaction that they had opted for a light working dinner with an indifferent wine instead of a stacked array of ration bars or Nutrigruel. From the carefully blank expression on Atral Tabin's face, and the way she insisted on looking past him rather than at him, she might have preferred the connotation of the prison food. He sighed. Sit down, Captain Taban. Her gaze flickered with uncertainty. Clearly, she believed that this was a part of the interrogation, which it was, in his own way, and was searching for ulterior motives. Just as clearly, she was hungry, and the smell of rich, boiled Marlello eggs was enticing. But that small enticement was not enough to break her resolve, and he had not expected it would. He slid a datapad across the table to her. She stopped it, looking down instinctively. You will find there a complete medical report on the current status of your crew as of 5 minutes ago, Rogers said calmly. Tabin's gray eyes scanned the document quickly. Then she looked up at Rogers. I have no reason to believe this information is true. Will you permit me to see my officers? You know I can't. Imperial regulations are clear, and I won't breach them to satisfy your concerns. She scowled, and her expression started to revert to the carefully blank mask she'd been wearing, but he continued before she could fully don it. You have my word, as an officer of the Imperial Starfleet, that the information provided there is accurate. They have been fed and watered, and now, in good conscience, so can you. She paused and reviewed the document more clearly. Her expression darkened as she did. My non-human officers have undergone interrogation, including psychotropic, she growled angrily. Yes, he agreed calmly. But as you can see, they have suffered no permanent damage. They will require some time for recovery. Unfortunately, my medical staff is not skilled in the care of non-humans, but they can facilitate a gradual recovery, either here or at the prison facility you and your crew will ultimately be sent to. He could see Tabin's jaw tense slightly at his words, but the former Imperial gave little else away. If you're expecting me to be grateful, don't, she grated, her voice harsh with fatigue and recent deprivation. If you were going to torture anyone for information, it should have been me. But the Empire always has to start with the non-humans. Rogers gestured at the table. Sit, Captain. I know you haven't had a good meal in some time, and you must be starving. If you are to be next for interrogation, it's best to keep your strength up. I don't know anything that could help you, she replied after a long moment. Glancing down at the meal, she chose to stay standing. I was not privy to General Bell Iblis' strategic or tactical planning. Rogers chuckled. Very well. I can see direct interrogation is a waste of time. Perhaps you can join me for a convivial meal and satisfy my personal curiosity. He took a bite of his own meal. The eggs were filled with diced Corellian sausage and doused in a tart, thick syrup, prepared in the aristocratic style preferred on annexes, and gestured expansively at her place setting with a fork. I've always kept a talented kitchen staff on retainer as soon as I could afford to. I assure you, it really is quite good. She stayed standing. He offered a small, amused smile. Oh, very well, he said, accepting. Why am I still here? She asked, her voice not quite as harsh. He heard a hint of confusion in it that seemed genuine. I reviewed your service record, Rogers said. Graduated with honors, though not the very top of your class, at Karrde. An impressive accomplishment for a woman in any of our academies, sadly. Her expression tightened, but she didn't respond. It must have been tough for you at Karrde. His voice darkened, not so much in sympathy for Taban, but from his long-standing anger at the state of the academies in this regard. Women were present at the academies, but always in small numbers as a percentage of the overall cadet body, given the pressures and culture involved. I understand that there are certain expectations. He silently cursed Grand Moff Tarkin, who had famously carried on an affair with a Karrde cadet and then rewarded her with rapid promotion after graduation, for normalizing the practice. Like any good Karrde graduate, Taban lined up her shot and took it. For an older family man who completed his training under the Old Republic, you know a surprising amount about what it is like for a young woman who just wants to serve. But I guess your daughter had more protection than I did. For her sake, I hope Asori is well. Rogers carefully controlled a spike of anger and mastered himself. And here I was, Captain, under the assumption that you didn't attend Bell Ibla's briefings. Taban gave a smile, full of teeth. While I don't have a direct line to the General's inner thoughts, Imperial counterintelligence isn't what it used to be, and any information on your command was shared freely to provide tactical insight. Also, we had a mutual acquaintance. Before he perished in action, Lieutenant Lauren told me to give you his warmest regards. Rogers shook his head. I hadn't heard that he'd been lost. Shame about Lauren. He was quite the talent. I can only surmise his ambitions exceeded that talent. Since you've asked, my daughter is well, and presently removed from combat. But we're not here to talk about her. I brought you here to talk about you, and why you left. He dipped his head over from the meal over to the datapad beside him. You served as a TIE pilot, though saw no combat against the rebellion. After graduation, you were assigned to the Moonless Garrison, spent 8 months there. Then, he looked up from the datapad, found her watching him expressionless calm. You took leave and never came back. He put down the datapad. Your desertion was very well planned, as expected of an officer of your quality. She didn't react, but she accepted and held his gaze. There was no challenge in those eyes, exactly. But there was no surrender in them either. Why did you choose to defect? He asked. Taban's expression twisted into a scowl. I haven't been allowed to see my crew, some of whom have already undergone interrogation. I don't know their condition, or what your intentions are for them, or for myself. Once you're satisfied we have no more information to surrender to your interrogation droids. I'm not interested in having a polite conversation where I dust off old etiquette training and pretend we are brotherfisters. Rogers leaned back in his chair. He couldn't really blame her for being intransigent, under the circumstances. But he could at least make a small promise, from one honorable officer to another. Your crew will be interrogated, he agreed without remorse. But I can assure you that the interrogators have been given strict instructions that no permanent harm is to be done to any of you, human or non-human. Once we're satisfied with what we've learned, we'll send you on to an internment camp. Prisoner exchanges are more common now than they were in the past, and I can assure you that the Empire does not throw away valuable resources in space of vindictiveness. That is a luxury it can no longer afford. Taban's expression slackened, but only briefly. Well, she said harshly, that's a change. You have my word. As an admiral of the Imperial fleet, Rogers committed calmly. Taban watched him, her expression studious. That's not worth a bucket of warm bantha spit from an average fleeter, but you're far from average. You have a reputation in the fleet, she said finally, as a wily old so-and-so, but a man who keeps his word. It was Rogers' turn to hide a grimace. Yes, perhaps he did, but that reputation had come at a high cost, and his prior willingness to bargain with agents of the Republic had fatally undermined his standing within the Imperial hierarchy. Only Thrawn's intervention on his behalf had saved him, something that had further undermined confidence in him after Thrawn had died. Such appreciation from enemies of your caliber. I'm gratified to hear it, he said without a hint of inner turmoil in his voice. She sighed and finally sank into her seat. Exhaustion and hunger she'd been repressing with sheer determination were plain in her countenance, and as she stared at her plate, in that moment he didn't see a defiant rebel, but a terrified young woman with responsibilities to her crew that she could no longer discharge, and no way to defend either them or herself. What do you want to know? She asked dully. As I said, I'm curious why you chose to defect, he asked. Taban looked away. My time at the academy was unpleasant, to say the least, she admitted. But my time at Moonlist was worse. Her voice faded away, and she shook her head. Besides harassment from more senior officers, I found myself not sure what I was fighting for anymore. I joined the Starfleet for the same reasons that everyone does, out of service and patriotism and a desire to protect people. But I wasn't doing any of that. She looked away. My squadron commander used us as his personal mercenary company, doing jobs for some of the local business consortiums. Piracy in all but name, covered with the legitimacy of the Imperial Seal. I finally went above his head and reported him, and found that his actions were sanctioned all the way up to the Sector Moff. The Abtrexta sector is just one giant criminal enterprise. Such things were not rare, Rogers knew. Sector Moffs often ingratiate themselves with local criminal consortiums, becoming the heart of power both legal and illegal. Plenty of them idealized Moff Voru and the Corellia sector during his administration, but none had Voru's charismatic panache. He hadn't known that about Abtrexta, but given the sheer amount of wealth that went in and out of Moonlist, it wasn't surprising. But what really settled me, she continued, wasn't the corruption. It was the hate. Highport is one of the most cosmopolitan places in the galaxy, as much as Coruscant even. I'm from Coruscant, and not from the wealthiest parts of the planet. I grew up with aliens, with non-humans. But the Imperial officers I served under saw all aliens as subhuman. Their lives had less value than their labor. She shook her head, grimacing at some old memory. When she spoke again, she sounded exhausted. So I decided to defect. It wasn't that long after Endor, and defections had become much more common. You knew the punishment for defection, he said. She looked up at him, defiance in her eyes. Yes, of course I did. And I was terrified. Of course I was terrified. But I knew I was doing the right thing. Restoring real order, bringing real justice. And I never once looked back. She scowled. Not even now. She lifted her chin up. Are you planning on having me executed then? He blinked in surprise. No, of course not. The Republic and the Empire may be at war, but that doesn't mean we have to be uncivilized about it. She didn't look convinced, so he raised his hand. On my honor, Captain Taban. You won't be executed for desertion or defection. He offered a small smile. We may be enemies, and our political disputes may be beyond reconciliation, but an honorable soldier respects his, or her, honorable opponents. She glared at him, then sagged. I suppose I have no choice but to trust you. He pointed at her untouched meal. Eat, Captain. You must be hungry. She looked at the food, then at him, then back at the food. She shook her head. I'll eat what my crew does, she said firmly. I won't accept special treatment just because I am ESSSTRIKES Captain. He watched her for a long moment. Her hand trembled slightly, a sure sign of hunger. But clearly, her mind was made up, and he hoped that, had their circumstances been reversed, that he could have been so brave. An honorable opponent, Rogers thought sadly. It was a shame they had to be enemies. So Rogers summoned the steward for ration bars and Nutrigruel, and enjoyed his eggs. Captain Pellaeon read the report from Lineary with the relief of an impatient man finally in possession of a long-awaited gift. He read the note a second time, making sure that he had not misunderstood, and then handed the datapad back to Lieutenant Shell. Thank you, Lieutenant. You may resume your normal duties. Sir, Shell agreed, spinning on his boots in a reasonable imitation of a parade ground turn. It wasn't Academy quality, but that was hardly Shell's fault. Like so many of the Imperial officers his age, he'd been impressed into the service, and his training had been curtailed. Still, he was learning, and at the rate he was learning in a year or two he'd be worthy of promotion to a higher post. He glanced at his watch. Admiral Rogers would just be finishing his evening meal. He quickly reviewed the system display, making sure to note each of the ships of the Imperial formation. One of those ships, the captured corvette Eschenstrike, was being moved down to Yukio's surface by a skeleton crew, where its new Imperial crew would begin training. Pellaeon hoped that the ship would be prepared for service in a few days, though that would depend on how long the replacement of its main computer took. Otherwise, the Yukio system appeared to be in its normal, well-defended state, although the persistent red that hovered around the icon representing Agonizer was an irritant that prevented comfort. Luckily, it was an irritant with a solution. "I will be conferring with the Admiral," he announced. "Continue your duties. I'll return shortly." Rogers did not use Thrawn's personal command room. It had been left, largely untouched, since the Grand Admiral's death. Instead, he used the more traditional Admiral's command suite, which was far smaller and more conventional. Pellaeon stepped to the door and straightened his tunic. "Captain Pellaeon to see Admiral Rogers," he announced. The door slid open, and he stepped inside. The light was kept relatively dim, and Rogers was sitting behind his desk, a small light shining down onto a book that he had opened. The Admiral waved Pellaeon closer. "Come in, Captain." Pellaeon approached, stopping in front of the desk and folding his hands behind his back. Rogers closed his book, after placing a mark into the appropriate page, then settled it onto a shelf behind his desk. The office was not atypical. A smattering of personal items decorated shelves on either side, which Rogers had moved to Chimera when he had taken command of the squadron. Most of the books had been accumulated while Rogers was in command. The Admiral was a voracious reader and rarely left the ship without returning with 1 or 2 volumes in hand. There were also pictures arrayed across the wall behind him. A woman, gray-haired and regal, stared at Pellaeon with dark brown eyes from one of them. She wore elegant couture, but a simpler ring, one that might have been purchased by a young officer on leave. Next to her was a painting of 2 young adults, Rogers' 2 children, both in Imperial uniforms. One wore the bars of a lieutenant commander, the other of a full commander. The third painting was of Agonizer, Rogers' command of long standing. Rogers looked tired. The stress of the command was wearing on him more than it was on Pellaeon. Pellaeon had his ship and crew, constant combat drills and training exercises to keep his mind off the dire strategic situation most days. Rogers, whose job it was to find a way to win despite that dire strategic situation, had no equivalent distraction. Even the book he had just placed aside, Pellaeon saw, was a collection of memoirs from Republic commanders who had lost battles during the Clone Wars. "Yes, Captain." A small glass was filled with a dark liquid, and Rogers' thumb rested comfortably against the glass. "Moff Disra sends word, Sir," Pellaeon said, his tone formal. "Invidious repairs are complete and the Star Destroyer has been released from the Lingerie Fleet Yards. He reports that the preparations are underway to see to Agonizer's needs, and that the Yard estimates the entire repair cycle will take under a week after their arrival." "That's good to hear," Rogers replied. He turned slightly in his chair to glance up at the painting of Agonizer that hung behind him. "Agonizer has been my command since we left Karrde together," he said regretfully. "This will be the first time she's been in for repairs I won't be aboard to oversee them. But Captain Tygan is more than capable." He turned back to Pellaeon. "Order Agonizer to depart for Lingerie at once, and task 2 of our remaining Katana dreadnoughts to the ship as escort and tow as necessary. Their absence won't harm our defenses overmuch given Agonizer's already damaged state." He folded his arms across his chest. "Inform the dreadnought captains that they are under Captain Tygan's command, not Moff Disra's. Their responsibility is to protect Agonizer and ensure it reaches Lingerie intact and then provide escort for its return to the fleet. Also, I want as many TIE fighters and pilots as Lingerie has available loaded onto Agonizer for its return. We're in dire need of reinforcements after our recent engagements." That was an understatement, Pellaeon knew. 7 Star Destroyers should, ideally, carry more than 500 TIEs of all varieties. They didn't have a quarter of that total, even accounting for the squadrons that were assigned to the Yukio planetary garrison. "Yes, sir," Pellaeon agreed. "If I may, Admiral." "Go ahead." "I was wondering if you or Lieutenant Dreef had managed to get anything more out of the prisoners from Eschen Strike during the last round of interrogations." Rogers' expression darkened. Not very much. The only thing we've learned that wasn't in your pre-existing report is that Luke Skywalker has apparently joined Rogue Squadron as a temporary pilot. The Rogues have been under strength for some time, and General Antilles requisitioned his services. He offered Pellaeon a small smile. Given Chimera's history of tracking and attempting to capture him, I wasn't sure if I should tell you that he was one of the pilots that escaped our ambush. Pellaeon scowled. Skywalker? Perhaps that accounts for how they were able to escape. Perhaps, Rogers agreed. It is worth noting that his abilities are at Bel Iblis' disposal. It's best not to underestimate a Jedi. They have a particular knack for turning up in the wrong place at precisely the wrong time. I'll schedule another drill, Sir, Pellaeon grated. We'll be ready. Rogers laughed. You've had drills scheduled every day this week. You don't have time for another given your existing schedule. Best to give your crew at least some rest. His expression darkened. I suspect, Captain, that it will pay dividends in the days to come. Bel Iblis won't wait much longer. The moment he sees an opening, he will pounce, and we're now reduced in strength with Agonizer gone. Rogers sipped his liquor. Expect him, Captain. He will be here soon. Have you seen anything interesting yet, Whistler? Karrde asked, peering at his HUD. The fighter he flew wasn't his, painted in the New Republic's red and white, instead of his own fighter's corset green on black, but the T-65BR had sensors that a normal X-Wing didn't possess. It sacrificed the X-Wing's proton torpedo launchers, some shield strength, and a lot of maneuverability for a long-range reconnaissance suite that let him spy from a distance on the fleet garrison in Yukio. Whistler beeped, and his HUD shifted as the droid started to sort through all the information. Karrde had come out of hyperspace pretty far out and coasted into the system on momentum. Luke had shown him how to properly enter a hibernation trance, and Whistler had brought him out of it once they were close enough to get a good look. This was, he knew, an incredibly risky thing to do, especially alone. A single Recon X would be hard-pressed to defend itself against ties, but it also had the chance to get in and out unnoticed, and the Rogues had been adamant that they had to do something. They'd lost Eschenstrike. They'd lost Captain Taban. They'd even lost their maintenance crew, with Zray and other techs who had been with the Rogues for years now in the hands of the Empire. Everyone knew not to expect the Empire to treat their non-human techs kindly. And it wasn't like this risk was excessive. Wedge and Tycho had both wanted to take the recon flight themselves, but Karrde had patiently pointed out that he possessed two things they did not, the Force and Whistler. And his Corset-constructed astromech had data analysis abilities that no other astromech in the fleet could match. Whistler let out a whoop, and Karrde's HUD switched from the planet to a Star Destroyer. The IF updated, letting Karrde know that the Star Destroyer was Agonizer. That's strange, Karrde commented, noting that Agonizer was on a loping trajectory towards Yukio's hyperlimit. I wonder where it's going. Whistler beeped, the sound impatient. Karrde sighed and started going through the data again as words scrolled across his screen. Not so fast, Whistler. I'm not a cyborg. You can't just download the data into my brain. Agonizer wasn't in good shape. It bore all the signs of pretty serious battle damage, and Karrde grinned. We definitely kicked that ship around. Too bad we didn't finish it off when we had the chance. Agonizer was flanked by two dreadnoughts, and then Karrde blinked in surprise as all three ships abruptly vanished. He frowned. Did they go to hyperspace? He asked. Whistler hooted at him, and text scrolled across his HUD. A trajectory extrapolation indicates that the Imperial ships are headed to Dolder Sector via the Ondo hyperspace bypass, evading the blockade at Hishium. Conclusion, they are traveling to the Imperial repair yards at Lineary to have their internal and external damage repaired. They left. Karrde asked. Whistler made sense, but he toggled through all the other ships in the system, letting Whistler get as much information on each of them as he could. They're down to 6 Star Destroyers, Eller Webb, only 2 Dreadnoughts, an escort, frigate, and 2 Karrde-class light cruisers. His heart fell as the board updated. And 1 modified Corellian corvette, he added somberly. Whistler announced his own unhappy agreement. Karrde evaluated the data, and made his decision. All right, we're going to do one more sweep, Whistler. Then we're going back to the fleet, Korn said. If I'm right, I think we have a window to hit Yukio before Ganizer is back, and I for one want to take it. Chapter 27. The Last Resort, masquerading as the Imperial Alliance star galleon Rapicum, came out of hyperspace well inside of the Imperial picket. Standing to the side, close but not too close to Aves, Luke Skywalker examined the plot. Most of the Imperial formation was clustered around Yukio in a classic multi-dimensional defense posture, capable of converging at any point on short notice, well inside of the planet's gravity well to ensure that there would be time to respond to any potential assault. General Kraken's intelligence, obtained thanks to Ela Wesseri's operations on the planets a month prior, had yielded a wealth of information. Incoming freighters to Yukio were required to enter the system on a specific trajectory, which would be a first-round screen against Republican infiltration. Then they would be bracketed by Imperial fighters, scanned, and finally escorted into land on the planet, load up on agricultural exports, and depart again along a different, constantly changing trajectory. It wasn't a particularly complicated defensive scheme, Luke thought, but it was an effective one. Or it would be, but Last Resort had one particular modification that should make the scheme unsuccessful. He was just there as backup, in case they needed a desperate mind trick to slip past, something he had warned Wedge he was pretty sure wouldn't work, but that was what Last Resorts were for. He hoped they wouldn't need it. The mind trick wasn't something he liked using very much, especially after dealing with Sebaoth, who had so effortlessly and egregiously abused it. But in this case, Luke knew he would if he needed to. The lives of the rogues and Page's commandos, not to mention Aves and the Last Resort's crew, were all at stake, as well as the prosperity and livelihoods of all the Yukian farmers currently living under effective Imperial conscription. Aves tugged his neatly fit but clearly uncomfortable Imperial uniform into place, looking down at it, then over at Luke. "I hate having my hair cut for a part," he muttered. "I'm sure it will be worth it. It's not like your hair was cut all that long before," Luke pointed out. He was dressed in his Jedi blacks. His New Republic flight suit had been left behind aboard Eshin Strike. "True," Aves agreed, "but the Imperials all have this rigid hairstyle." The smuggler gestured at his head of blonde hair. "When you've got hair like mine, confining it to stormtrooper neat is like muting a songbird." "Sure, you can, but..." He flicked his now quite short hair theatrically. "Why would you?" Luke laughed, appreciating the lightening of the mood. Clearly, the rest of Aves' bridge crew did likewise, and Luke could feel a general relaxation flow through the sapiens that manned the stations surrounding them. Luke didn't know Aves all that well. He knew more about him from Lando and Wedge's brief stories of working with him, but he could understand quickly why Mara both found Aves aggravating and begrudgingly considered him a friend. "Are you sure you weren't an X-Wing pilot in a previous life?" "Coming from the co-founder of Rogue Squadron, I'll take that as a compliment," Aves replied. He sat up, straightening his uniform as the ship's comm system started beeping with the alert of an incoming transmission. "Time for all of us to play our roles." He nodded at his comms officer. "Put me on." There was a brief fuzz of static as the comm channel with the distant Yukian orbital platforms was established. On the monitor, Luke watched as a flight of TIE fighters screamed towards them, casual but alert, their scanners already examining the galleon. Luke forced himself to relax. The cloak would do its job, he reassured himself, recalling how at Sluice Van, the Imperials had used a cloaking device for the same purpose, to sneak an invasion force past scanners with the illusion of an empty cargo hold. It worked then, and unless the Imperials already knew they were attempting this ploy, and so far, at least, his danger sense wasn't kicking in, it would work again, but this time for the other side. There was a certain satisfaction in taking Thrawn's genius and turning it around to work for them instead of against them. Imperial traffic control, Aves adopted a casual, slightly precise, very annoyed tone. "This is Captain Quiller of the Rapicum. We're here out of Sardinanian to collect ag products. Please assign us a landing site as quickly as possible. We managed to slip past the rebel blockade, and would like to slip back out before they get more diligent about patrolling the Ondo hyperspace bypass. Forwarding our clearance code now. He nodded at his comms officer, who pressed a button. Luke held his breath, hoping that the Imperials had not yet changed the code. Rapicum, this is Yukio Control, a clipped, precise voice with a Coruscanti accent said in response. Maintain your current heading, and speed until our escort arrives to bring you in. Do not deviate. Aves glanced at Luke, arching a questioning eyebrow. Luke, not feeling any additional danger, nodded slowly. Aves drew himself up. Up until this point they could make a quick escape back into hyperspace, but progressing further in system would negate that option, and quick. Copy, Yukio Control, Aves replied casually. Awaiting further instructions. He nodded at the Twi'lek woman who sat at the galleon's helm. Her expression, Luke noted, betrayed more than a little nervousness, but the hand at the helm was steady. Through the bridge's forward window the planet Yukio is beautiful, luscious green continents mostly flat, spotted with rivers and lakes and flowing white clouds that shifted slowly, grew as they approached the perimeter. Above the planet, slowly circling in low orbits, were the 6 star destroyers of Admiral Rogra's fleet and their escorts. Luke's danger sense didn't twinge as they approached, but he could feel it go taut as his own awareness and tension ramped up. There were any number of ways this mission could go wrong, and while Luke had been a general and was hardly unfamiliar with the nerves that came before battle, it had been years since the last time he'd chosen one. This mission, this moment, was not one truly befitting a Jedi, he was sure. As righteous as the Republic's cause was, he'd not even considered diplomacy. Are we clear? Wedge's voice was tinny over the last resort's internal comms, echoing out of a speaker above Ave's command chair. Luke could feel, rather than see or hear, as the tension in the room grew as the Imperial ships loomed larger. 2 TIE fighters casually raced in, splitting along either side of the rotund star galleon, and boxing the freighter and while they performed scans of the vessel. Aves and his pilot were both holding their breath, but Luke's attention was drawn to the woman manning the ship's tactical board. He stepped close and reached out, putting a hand on her shoulder, and her hand, which had begun to reach to the firing control for last resort's more than ample gunnery array, drew back. Relax, Luke murmured. We're still fine. She nodded nervously. Luke made sure she was calm and collected, and then returned his attention to Aves. The 2 TIEs lingered, then both kicked in their engines and roared off towards the nearest Star Destroyer, which was maintaining its distance. We're being scanned by the Star Destroyer now, the Twi'lek pilot said. Yeah, Aves muttered. Then, more confidently, well, they won't see a thing with the cloak in place. He pressed the button for the ship's comm. We seem to be, Antilles. We'll be reaching Yukio's shield perimeter in another few minutes. Rapicum, this is Yukio Control, the same voice from the planetary traffic control returned. Your cargo hold is showing empty. We were really hoping you'd have some supplies for us. The entire bridge exhaled as one. Sorry to disappoint, Yukio Control, Aves said apologetically. We were one of 3 freighters dispatched from Sardinian last week. I think the other 2 were carrying military equipment, but we were just sent to help you do some exporting. We do have hard currency to pay for whatever we buy. The smuggler managed, barely Luke thought, to keep a triumphant grin off his face. The rebels must have gotten the other 2, the voice said, sounding resigned and frustrated. Damn them. And currency is good, but it's hard to spend it blockaded like this. Still, I'm sure the Admiral will put it to good use. We've given you a landing berth. Confirmed, Yukio Control, Ave said. Sorry to hear our fellows didn't make it. We're going to be in and out as quickly as possible. We don't want to get caught ourselves on the way out. Luke was impressed. Ave's casual, practiced Imperial officer impression was quite good. No doubt many smugglers had gotten good at it over the years. His danger sense continued to hum, the taut wire still waiting for a pluck. He patted the shoulder of Last Resort's tactical officer again and moved on, keeping carefully away from where Aves was still playing his role. On the monitor, The nearest Star Destroyer, the Judicator, didn't make any moves to come towards them. The last resort continued towards Yukio, the planet now filling the window. Luke glanced towards the plot and saw they were getting close to Yukio's shield perimeter. He held his breath as they continued their approach, each kilometer feeling like 10. Yeah, I'm sorry too, Rapicum. You're now under the Yukio shield perimeter. Feel free to make your landing approach. We'll get you out of here as quick as we can. Don't want to lose any more good crews to the rebels. There was a second ripple of relief that fluttered through the crew, this time tinged with a hint of jubilance. The hard part was over, and it hadn't been all that hard at all. Karrde had been right. The cloak had done its part and concealed their attack force from the Imperial scanner. Now it was their turn. The communications link was cut off, and a ripple of relief and anticipation echoed around the bridge. The Twi'lek at the pilot station pumped her fist in victory, and Aves relaxed into his chair and pushed his hands through his hair, mussing it thoroughly. We're under the shield, Antilles, Aves announced. Luke could feel the rogue's relief and hungry anticipation from here. They'd lost Atral, they'd lost Strike, and now it was time for payback. Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight, knew he shouldn't approve. But Luke Skywalker, Rebel X-Wing pilot, survivor of Yavin and Hoth, co-founder of Rogue Squadron, and prolific rebellion ace, couldn't help but share Wedge's anticipation. Good, Wedge said darkly, the tinny effect of the intercom not taking any of the lingering menace out of his voice. Get down here, Luke. Your fighter is waiting for you. Asterisk. Final report on the Rapicum, Captain. Pellaeon took the datapad and examined it. No import items, he sighed. We'll have to contact Lingeri again and see if we can try again to sneak some freighters past the rebel blockade. Conditions on Yukio and among the fleet were not yet dire, but after the loss of Suwon Station, the fleet had especially begun to run low on Tabana gas. Maybe we'll have to send one of our freighters out to the garrison at Bespin, he grunted. That would be one option, sir, Lieutenant Dreef agreed. At this point, I would assume that we've gotten from Lingeri all that we're going to get. The most recent update from Agonizer's intelligence division is that the base is also running short of a number of items, including Star Destroyer spare parts and ties. He grimaced. They think NVIDIA's raided the existing stocks of both, but can't get anyone to confirm that. Pellaeon grimaced. Wonderful, he growled. That meant even if they did get Agonizer back quickly, there was a good chance the Star Destroyer wouldn't be in prime condition and wouldn't be able to bring back large stocks of spare parts for taking care of the numerous and sundry aches and pains plaguing the rest of the squadron. Amateur study tactics, professional study logistics, he reminded himself, hearing the words spoken in Thrawn's meticulous voice. If I ever needed a reminder of why that is true, this campaign would be it. The men and women of the fleet had been tense ever since Agonizer's departure. Everyone knew Bel Iblis would strike Yukio sooner or later. Everyone knew that when he did, their forces would be outnumbered, potentially quite badly. Everyone knew that their singular strategic advantage was Yukio's planetary shield, which could keep the planet from being captured, but would do little to protect the ships and their crews, which would not and could not hide under that shield. Increasingly, everyone also knew that it was hopeless. No one said it aloud, certainly not to him, but Pellaeon could see the anxiety, the exhaustion, and the stress that came along with despair. They had faith in Rogris, and they had faith in Pellaeon. They would fight to the last. That was what Thrawn had given them. Confidence in themselves, confidence in their leaders, confidence in each other. But, with each passing day without reinforcement, they were losing their faith in the Empire itself. Pellaeon remembered the waning days of the Republic. The chaos and catastrophe, the infighting and fratricidal conflict. How with each passing year more and more people were convinced the Republic would fall. How with each passing month more and more people would voice their fears of the worst that could come. He remembered how Chancellor Palpatine had been salvation, his reorganization of the state in the surge and confidence, the feeling of safety and security restored. The Empire had hardly been perfect, no government was perfect, but hadn't it been better than endless civil strife and bloodletting? Wasn't gradually reforming an imperfect but orderly and stable government preferable to tearing it all down and restoring chaos? Thrawn would have known what to do. Thrawn was dead. There had to be someone in the Empire who could anchor it. Most of the Moffs were hopelessly corrupt. That had always been true, but some of them were still widely admired. Grand Moff Kane was the obvious choice, but Pellaeon still resented how reluctant Kane had been to support Thrawn. Moff Pharaohs would be a better choice. He'd always had a sterling reputation and was well liked by the Starfleet, which was a rarity among Moffs. Or perhaps another military officer. While no one could replace Thrawn, there were some on Karrde that virtually every member of the Imperial Officer Corps knew and respected. Status change. Pellaeon was yanked rudely out of his musings and instantly alert. He took a few steps over to the status board, then reached for the ship's comm as battle klaxons started to sound. "Admiral Rogris," he said flatly, viewing the suddenly long list of enemy warships assembling and starting their slow, inexorable approach towards Yukio, "General Bel Iblis has arrived." Asterisk. Orthovan snapped out of hyperspace, accompanied by the rest of Bel Iblis' fleet. The ships fell into a line formation, with Saryanka's ISD Freedom cutting forward, leading the star cruisers and dreadnoughts in a thrust towards the planet. Just as planned. In the middle of the formation, the interdictor Karuska Rainbow brought its gravity well projectors up to full strength, denying the Imperial fleet their most obvious avenue of retreat. Of course, Bel Iblis thought grimly, that assumed that Rogris was interested in retreat. Given the Imperial Admiral's likely orders, he almost certainly wasn't. Sina Medano stood at his shoulder, examining the combat plot with him. Captain Horn's report was accurate, she commented. Agonizer is gone, and 2 dreadnoughts with her. That makes our 4 Mon Calamari cruisers, Freedom, and Endurance versus their 6 star destroyers, and we have a very strong advantage in subcapital craft. Her voice was a familiar combination of tense and confident. Confident because their force advantage was indeed substantial, tense because battle was unpredictable, and even a substantial force advantage would not prevent them from losing ships and personnel. Bel Iblis grunted as acknowledgement. On the display, the Imperial ships were responding to their arrival. The 6 star destroyers were grouping into a box formation designed to concentrate firepower on one ship at a time. He reminded himself grimly that many a battle had been won by the numerically weaker side because the stronger side had been overconfident. Fleet, this is the General. Reduce speed by half and alter vector to port 50 degrees. Shift formation to allow the Mon Calamari cruisers to take the point position. Cruisers, shift power from weapons to shields to absorb the initial Imperial barge. Captain Herrero's gravelly voice echoed his commands, and Orthovan began to move. He watched as the fleet formation adjusted, the hardier Mon Calamari star cruisers shifting to the point position, and the entire fleet shifting to port. Star destroyers were most dangerous along their forward firing axis, while star cruisers had a more even distribution of weapons, and engaging with their side facing would allow them to roll and protect a damaged flank. Just as importantly, the reduction in the fleet's overall speed would give General Antilles a chance to play his part and hopefully disrupt the Empire's overall battle plan before that battle had even been joined. Now we wait for the rogues, Sina murmured. Yes, he muttered softly. Now we wait for the rogues. Asterisk. Rogris and Pellaeon clustered around the combat display on the elevated command walk in the middle of Chimera's bridge, as the normal, nervous chatter before battle echoed in the crew pits on either side. He's altered formation, Pellaeon mused, examining the display. He's going to bring the star cruisers in first. Star cruisers are tougher than our star destroyers, with their multi-layered shields and heavy armor, Rogris agreed. Still, I wouldn't want to take one into the forward guns of 6 star destroyers. The Admiral glanced at Pellaeon. What do you think his strategy is? Pellaeon frowned, considering. Bel Iblis might just be counting on sheer toughness and numbers to let him drive his way through the Imperial formation like an Elysian bull reek, but Pellaeon's experience with Bel Iblis suggested that the weathered old Corellian was up to something much more clever. His biggest advantage over us isn't starships, Pellaeon pointed out. It's starfighters. Our ties have dwindled, and their B-wings carry enough proton torpedoes to kill a star destroyer. Rogers mused softly, shifting the display, his eyes on the newest vessel in the Republican fleet. Endurance wasn't as large as a star destroyer, and from the latest intelligence estimates the vessel wasn't as well armed as one. But everyone agreed it was a carrier, which meant it posed quite a different kind of danger. And Belle Iblis had also added that Quasar Fire-class cruiser carrier. Between the two of them, Belle Iblis could easily have 100 starfighters, plus however many his other ships were carrying. The Republic's new doctrine is starfighter heavy, he said thoughtfully. Footsteps thumped across the deck, and Rogers and Pellaeon both turned to face Lieutenant Shell. Communication from Yukio, sir, the lieutenant said formally. They're scrambling their surface-based TIE fighter squadrons, and will raise the planetary defense shield as soon as deployment is complete. Good, Rogers replied, folding his hands behind his back. He looked to Pellaeon. That ought to give us a little more protection against the Republic starfighters, he said. Yes, Pellaeon said slowly, watching the Republic maneuver with cautious eyes. Something still felt wrong. He and Thrawn had sparred with Belle Iblis many times, and while the general had more than enough guts for a straight-up brawl, he was also clever enough to have stymied Thrawn on more than one occasion. Belle Iblis still had to have at least one, perhaps more than one, trick coming, unless, as was possible, this attack had been launched quickly without a great deal of planning in response to Agonizer's departure. But Pellaeon didn't think so. There was something he wasn't seeing yet. But what? Admiral. A voice called from the scanning station in the starboard crew pit. Admiral, we're getting some confusing sensor readings from Yukio. Rogers and Pellaeon both moved to the side of the long walk, peering down at the standing man. Confusing? Pellaeon demanded. Confusing how? Sir, I think Repicum just suffered some kind of major hull breach, the officer replied. It looks like she lost a large chunk of hull plating, and seems to be venting cargo into Yukio's atmosphere. Cargo, Pellaeon exclaimed. Our scans said Repicum was empty. He stormed over to the console and brought up the sensor data in real time. Rapicum was listing badly, but under control. The ship seemed to have lost its main cargo bay door, and perhaps some of the hull besides. But as he watched, it didn't seem like the freighter was out of control, and still more objects tumbled out of the hole in its hull. But their descents didn't look like debris, no, it was more like a controlled descent. And then, like a thunderbolt, he understood. From the sudden inhalation from Rogers, and the man's knuckles going white where he gripped the rail, he knew that the Admiral understood as well. Rogers spun away. Ice Rapicum already under Yukio's defense shield perimeter. He barked. Yes, sir. Called an officer from the portside crew pit. Rogers spun back to Shell. Tell Yukio to expedite fighter deployment and prepare all surface defenses. Tell them Rapicum is hostile and to prepare for starfighter attack. But it was already too late, and Pellaeon knew it. Asterisk. Wedge was the first pilot to drop out of Last Resort's makeshift hangar, his fighter in free fall down towards the surface before the engines kicked in. He shifted S-foils to attack mode, felt the X-wing eagerly shift into his more aggressive combat position. Star Galleons weren't built to carry snub fighters, but they were built to carry large amounts of cargo and load and unload it quickly. Repairing the damage they'd done to the ship depressurizing the cargo hold while in flight would take a while, and Aves hadn't been thrilled about using his ship in such a ruthless manner, but the ample compensation Belle Iblis promised had made up for the smuggler's qualms. Atmosphere and friction screamed around him as his X-wing dipped towards the grassy surface and rolling fields of Yukio, Gate already humming as he identified the main Imperial ground garrison, and more importantly, identified the large, hastily built permacrete structure that housed several squadrons of the Empire's ground-based TIE fighters. From the intelligence Kraken had sent them, there were 5 squadrons of TIE fighters and interceptors stationed on the ground on Yukio. Even worse, those squadrons were largely flown by Thrawn's clone pilots, who had proven time, and again to be much more dangerous than the average Imperial novice. In space, those pilots could wreak havoc on the Republic's snub fighters and turn what Wedge hoped would be a one-sided rout into a bloody fiasco. But they weren't in space yet. They weren't even in the air yet. They were still on the ground. Gate hummed a solid tone, and Wedge's HUD glowed with the red of a solid target lock. Wedge drew back on the stick, leveling his fighter out as he closed on the Imperial base, and then when he reached 3 clicks out, he thumbed the weapon release. 2 proton torpedoes lanced out from his fighter, joined seconds later by 2 more from Tycho, then 2 from Hobby, and finally, almost reluctantly, 2 from Luke. He watched as the facility's lasers belatedly started firing. The 4 X-wings split and went evasive, drawing the ground-based weapons to chase them. Avoiding the incoming fire was almost too easy, and Wedge fought off the impulse to scoff at the poor gunnery. They weren't expecting us to be here and they're panicking, but a panicked turbolaser still kills you just as dead. Wedge's X-wing was now close enough that his computer could identify the TIEs on the ground. 3 dozen TIE interceptors, sheltered in their hangar in neat lines, pilots gathered around them preparing to launch. His 2 torpedoes hit in the roof of the hangar and imploded, permacrete and transperi still transforming from foundation into fragmentation grenades as the explosive potential from the torpedoes converted into energy. The structure sagged, structural pillars shattering, and then the building collapsed under its own weight. With a sudden crash that Wedge could hear from the sky even over the roar of his fighters' engines and atmosphere, the interceptors and their pilots vanished under tons of collapsing, insufficiently reinforced permacrete. Tycho's torpedoes struck the already ruined building and explosions ricocheted to the neighboring structures. A tall, 6-story building which was probably a troop and pilot dormitory fell as its primary supports vanished, toppling sideways and adding more ruin to what was left of the Imperial base. Proton torpedoes, which would have been enough to eviscerate an unshielded Star Destroyer, had just done much worse to an unshielded, unarmored base, which had been thought well enough protected by the planet's shield generator alone. Remarkably, one of the garrison's TIEs had actually slipped out of the hangar before its collapse, skidding forward and avoiding falling debris. The fighter bounced on its repulsor lifts, then turned up towards the sky, and started climbing against atmosphere and gravity, pitted and scoured by shrapnel. That was as far as it got, which put a full quad burst into the stricken fighter, melting the vessel and sending its wreck crashing back down into the ruins of his hangar it had just escaped. He just killed hundreds of men and women. On another day, he'd feel a degree of guilt for that. It wouldn't keep him from doing it. They were the enemy, and they'd kill him if he didn't kill them first, but he'd regret the necessity of it. Not today. Hobby and Luke scorched over the ground, their proton torpedoes leaving craters where laser turrets had been. The weapon's fire from the ground stopped, leaving billowing smoke that pumped into the air, darkening the sky as more secondary explosions echoed across the ground. Target 1 eliminated, Wedge reported bloodlessly over the squadron comm. 2 flight, 3 flight report in. 9 here. Corrin's voice was calm and confident. The tertiary fighter garrison has been destroyed. Clean sweep. The squadron here isn't going to trouble us. We're clearing out the surface defenses around the shield generator now so we can bring down last resort. This is 5. Jansen's voice was tense, and Wedge could hear in it the split focus of a conversation in the middle of a melee. There was the sound of laser fire and a distant explosion, and Jansen's heavy, relieved sigh. TIEs were in the air before we got here, he reported shortly. Could use a hand. Watch your back. 6. Wedge pulled back hard on the stick, wheeling his X-wing about and putting on speed to go to Jansen's aid. Checking his HUD, he saw that it would be a few minutes before he and the other rogues could get there, but there was something else he could do that might help even from a distance. Gate, give me a wideband on comms, he ordered. His astromech whistled an affirmative. There are plenty of imp pilots out there who don't sleep the whole night through because of dreams about you being on their tails. Tycho had told him that once, he remembered, before another difficult mission. It was true, too, and scared imp pilots made mistakes. Attention, Imperial forces. Wedge's tone was brash and confident, and coldly furious. "This is General Wedge Antilles of the New Republic Armed Forces, commanding Rogue Squadron. I have just destroyed your primary starfighter garrison and the interceptors that were stationed there. The planet Yukio is now under New Republic control. This is your only warning. Stand down immediately or we will engage and destroy you." He clicked off the audio pickup. "Did everyone get that? Gate." His astromech cheerfully whistled another affirmative, and Wedge shoved the anger down somewhere it wouldn't distract him and skimmed his eyes over the holo of Ela as he made another practiced visual circuit of his surroundings as sensor board. On his HUD, he watched as the distance to the half-squadron of Imperial fighters dancing with Wes, Gavin, Mine, and Rin closed to under 7 clicks, and he toggled his weapons over to torpedoes and attempted to lock as his X-Wing howled towards the furball. "Make the right choice, imps, and power down. Because if you don't, your flying days are done. You've angered Rogue Squadron, and we are done running away." Asterisk. Wedge's communication came through in the clear on Orthoven's bridge, and Bell Iblis' lips firmed together. "How much of their fighter contingent does Rogers have left?" he asked, turning towards Medano. She tapped on the display. "Assuming our most recent intelligence is accurate, and assuming that a Gynizer departed without any fighters, the Imperial fleet here should have no more than 8 but no fewer than 6 squadrons of TIE fighters and interceptors remaining." She nodded firmly. "Including the one the Rogues are currently engaged with." She gestured at the display where the Republic starfighters were indicated. "We have a strong advantage in numbers now. Between all the ships in the fleet, we've got 18 squadrons of fighters." She smiled confidently, her expression cool. "Orders, General." Bell Iblis folded his arms across his chest. His one greatest concern had been that Rogers would be ready waiting for them. He and Wedge still didn't know how exactly Rogers had found Eshen's strike to set up the ambush that had resulted in the Corvette's loss, but the possibility that Kraken's wayward hollow net slicer had set it up somehow hadn't escaped either of them. There had been a chance that whatever Sith-spawned black magic had cost them strike would make a repeat performance, but so far it didn't appear that would be the case. There was no time for second-guessing. "Bell Iblis to the fleet," he growled. "Increase to flank speed. Take us in. And may the Force be with us." Chapter 28. All 6 of his Star Destroyers fired as one as the Republic's ships closed to firing distance with Rogers' fleet. Turbolacers turned the space between the Republic formation and the Imperial formation into a sea of molten liquid multicolor as red and green turbolacers spat in either direction. The Republic formation drove hard, trying to push into the seams between the Imperial vessels, along their more vulnerable sides and aft, absorbing a tremendous amount of fire for their charge. The lead Mon Calamari star cruiser, Ivardel, took the brunt of the punishment. No single vessel could easily sustain the fire from multiple Star Destroyers, and no fewer than 4 of Rogers' formation had clear firing angles on Ivardel. The cruiser fired back defiantly, but his shields, even as reinforced as they were not fully sufficient for the task. Armor glowed hot as green fire splashed over and through the cruiser's defenses, tearing into hull and superstructure. The cruiser rode, protecting his damaged flank. Between the capital ship formations, staggered squadrons of TIEs and New Republic fighters slammed into one another. Torpedoes and missiles punctured fighters and tore them apart, green laser fire shredding X-Wings and splashing against the heavier shields of the B-Wings. Despite their losses, the momentum shifted in the Republic's favor swiftly. The Imperials were badly outnumbered and most of them were not clone or even veteran pilots, but novices impressed into service too young and without necessary training. The long-ago decision to mass-produce fighters that did not have shields, a meaningless cost-savings measure for an empire that had not wanted for credits, meant the melee was rapidly turning into a bloody rout. Ivardel's starboard flank erupted in explosions as it continued to be the primary focus of Imperial fire. The cruiser listed badly, with lights flickering and secondary explosions echoing along its long, armored hull. But Ivardel was not the only ship suffering. Death's Head was the New Republic's main target, and Freedom had Captain Harbit's command solidly under its guns. Turbolasers and ion cannons skittered over the Star Destroyer shields, which held but weakened until the 5 squadrons of B-Wings Belle Iblis had brought to the dance opened up. Imperial officers had not realized just how revolutionary the B-Wing would be when it had first been introduced, but they had learned quickly. As fast and shielded as a Y-Wing, more heavily armed than an X-Wing, the B-Wing's only real weakness was its relatively poor maneuverability, and it did not even suffer much in that department. They were rapidly replacing the Republic's Y-Wings, and Belle Iblis had deployed 60 of them. Led by Guardian Squadron, all 60 converged on Death's Head and launched in unison. The first torpedo salvo to hit Death's Head crumpled its weakened shields and tore deep into armor. The Star Destroyer's scattering of ion fire knocked down a few torpedoes before they could strike home, but when there were 120 of them in each salvo, it almost didn't matter. The communications feed with Captain Karrde was severed in an instant as the second salvo struck. The bridge of the Death's Head had suffered no fewer than 6 direct torpedo strikes. Agony shot through Rogers as Death's Head's dying spasms lighted space beyond Chimera's starboard bridge windows. He'd known Joseph Karrde for 20 years. Pellaeon was giving orders, his calm voice carrying over the sound of combat chatter. Starboard flank, adjust tilt 20 degrees. Give me flak fire on all ion batteries. That ought to protect us better from the starfighters and torpedoes. Turbolaser batteries, adjust for mass battery fire. All other guns. Rogers recovered from his momentary malaise, rapping out orders. Inexorable, Nemesis Titan formation. Do not let the Republic slip a ship between you. All ships dedicate ion batteries to torpedo defense. TIE squadrons, your priority is the enemy B-Wing squadrons. Keep them from launching torpedoes. Judicator, Stormhawk, your new target is Orthovan. Lighter craft, close formation, and shield our Star Destroyers from torpedo strikes. All TIE bomber squadrons, target endurance. Maybe, just maybe he could distract the enemy's A-Wings and X-Wings and draw them after his bomber squadron for a few minutes, which would let his remaining fighters scatter the B-Wings. But the sheer weight of their numerical disadvantage was starting to press heavier down on the Imperial formation. The initial exchange had been hopeful. Ivardo was out of action, and Orthovan and Inasville had both taken serious hits, which left only Rising to doom diminished. But with the formation starting to interpenetrate as Star Destroyers could no longer concentrate all their fire on one target, and the Republic's 5 dreadnoughts had all closed to point-blank range and were pounding freely at any target of opportunity. One of Rogers' dreadnoughts was valiantly moving to intervene, but it would be badly outnumbered. None of it even mattered anymore. The Republic was already under Yukio's shield perimeter. The reports of ground troops landing at the planetary shield facility and engaging his ground forces, with X-Wings for close air support, made that plain. They couldn't even protect the planet. His Imperial Admiral's mask descended over his face and held it stony still, and for the first time in his career it was to shield an emotion no Imperial officer ought ever to feel: despair. Asterisk. If Luke had the luxury of the time for it, he'd be sick. Nausea rippled through his stomach, which roiled from repeated lurches. The hundreds of dead from Rogue Squadron's torpedo strikes, killed instantly or trapped under rubble dying much more slowly, had struck him as an almost physical blow. It had been a long time since Luke had flown with the Rogues, and longer still since he'd been in a battle so close to death at that scale. He'd not yet been a full Jedi even at Endor, not fully in command of his abilities and in union with the Force. The last major fleet engagement he'd been present for was the battle for the Katana fleet, and the death of the Star Destroyer Peremptory at that battle had been at a far distance. The deaths of Ivardo and Death's Head were just above him, and looking up through his cockpit canopy, he could see the flashes of battle in orbit above. Ivardo was battling hard against the force of gravity, the Star Cruiser's remaining crew desperately trying to save their wrecked ship. Luke could feel their agony and desperation, intermingling with the fury, and pain, and sorrow, and panic of the Sapiens fighting the battle above. Death's Head was an air-bleeding wreck. Torpedo strike after torpedo strike had ravaged the Star Destroyer, and Freedom had provided the metronomic pounding of turbolasers and ion cannons, making sure the Star Destroyer had been vulnerable to every single one. Where Ivardo was winning his battle against gravity, Death's Head was losing, though his surviving repulsor lifts would ensure that his fall to Yukio would not be meteoric. How, Luke wondered dimly, fighting past the barrage of emotion and re-establishing layered mental shields to guard against further psychic blows. Could any Jedi truly attuned to the Force ever be comfortable as a warrior? How could they feel that pain and still be expected to inflict it? Would it eventually make one numb, and could that eventually be a path to the dark? But he wasn't just a Jedi, and Luke was following Wedge's lead towards combat with Hobby hot on his tail. Hesitation on his part could well get his friends killed. He allowed himself a moment, just a moment, to take a common breath, and then pushed his stick and dove his fighter down after the ties menacing Wes and Gavin. With memories of scraping fighters off Biggs over the first Death Star, he bracketed one of the squints, his HUD flickering. "Gavin, pull starboard and climb," he instructed Biggs' cousin calmly. Gavin did as he'd instructed, but the TIE interceptor who had been pursuing him didn't respond as Luke had expected, instead spinning away from Gavin, attempting to evade. Luke pursued, twisting the stick to roll his fighter. The pilot was good. Luke felt the telltale sensations, the odd, familiar echo of a clone mind, but TIEs were not meant for atmosphere, and atmospheric friction was death on their maneuverability. In this case, that meant death for the TIE's pilot as well, as Luke cut his thrust to make a quick snap turn and pulled the trigger, sending a quad burst of lasers that shredded one of the TIE's solar panels and sent the fighter spiraling down to explode on contact with the surface. "Cover me, 3, said Hobby's voice, and it took Luke a second to remember that Hobby was talking to him. "I'm with you, Hobby," Luke confirmed, sending a flash of laser fire towards another TIE. He missed, but it did discourage the TIE from his pursuit. Luke fell into traditional wingman formation, covering his friend. "You're all clear." Asterisk. Wedge's HUD flickered as he pulled the trigger, sending 2 pairs of red lasers at the TIE he was pursuing. There were numerous advantages of Thrawn's clone pilots. They tended to be of much greater skill than the average Imperial pilot, and did not need months or years of training before they could be deployed. But Wedge wondered if Thrawn had fully thought through the downsides. Wedge and the Rogues had been flying against Thrawn's clone pilots for years now, and he'd learned how to recognize one batch from another. Every pilot had their own eccentricities and preferences. Some leaned too heavily on one evasive maneuver. Others preferred to zero their weapons at a certain distance, or keep their inertial compensators at maximum, or to rely on linked rather than single fire. Through the New Republic fleet, they distributed information about the clone groups, rules for how to recognize one group versus another, and their foibles. The batch of clone pilots that Intel had designated Batch 7 tended to perform an evasive role when pursued, usually to starboard. Wedge's lasers leaped out in advance to meet the fighter he was pursuing at the end of that role. The TIE exploded spectacularly, shrapnel brushing over his X-Wing's already overheated shields. "Good shooting, Rogue Leader," Tycho said. Wedge thumbed his comm. "9, Leader. Does Major Page have control of the shield facility yet?" "Leader, 9, Corrin's voice came back. "Not yet. The facility is pretty well fortified, and they're in direct combat, so there's no word on how much longer it will take. 11 and 12 are providing primary fire support." Corrin's voice was wry. 11 is on her own personal crusade, and I think 12 is an eager apprentice. Wedge grinned thinly. Yes, it was very nice to have Plor back, even if just for a while. "Go join her on it," he ordered. "We'll finish up here. The sooner we can secure the planetary shields, the better." 9 copies. In the distance, at the horizon, Wedge watched as Death's Head sank towards Yukio's surface. Debris rained down below it as the massive vessel fell, armor plating and hull components gouging the surface in the shadow of the Star Destroyer. Thankfully, Wedge thought with awe, there was no city where the ship was falling, just click after click of rolling farms, sloping hills covered with grass, farms, and trees merging into the horizon. Debris turned into flaming meteorites, hitting the ground with strong impacts. The Star Destroyer itself fell more slowly, its handful of repulsorlifts not strong enough to defeat gravity, but strong enough to resist it. Wedge could almost hear them straining as the wedge-shaped starship did pick up some velocity. It was still a slow, laborious fall. Death's Head seemed to sink into the ground giving way, and then pushing back, the shuddering strike shaking still more debris free. There were a handful of small explosions, flocks of birds swirling in the sky around the columns of smoke rising from the brand new, enormous wreck. The ground rumbled audibly. Wedge exhaled with relief. At least the Star Destroyer hadn't exploded on impact. "Wow," said one of his rogues. "Gavin, maybe?" Gay whistled his agreement. "Rogues, this is 8. Mindono's voice interrupted. "Our intel said landing pad 4 was not in use, but that doesn't appear to be the case. There's a Karrdean corvette sitting on it, and it looks like its engines are hot." Wedge frowned, starting toggling through his HUD, looking for the corvette. The information fed from Mind's astromesh to Gate appeared, and Wedge's heart fell. It wasn't just any corvette, it was Strike. Wedge put on speed. "On my way, 8. The situation deteriorated. Surface guns tracked Mind and Ren, whose fighters dodged and weaved to avoid the fire, but while X-Wings were better in the air than TIEs, their maneuverability suffered also. Multiple lasers struck Ren's fighter, which bobbed and weaved in response, shields absorbing the energy for the moment. Mind's fighter unleashed a proton torpedo which struck one of the gun emplacements, leaving behind a mushroom-shaped cloud and a large crater. Wedge flicked his comm back to the wideband. "Imperial forces, if you attempt to engage you will be destroyed. To the Imperial crew aboard the Corvette Strike, stand down at once or you will be fired upon. Repeat, stand down at once or you will be fired upon." Strike didn't respond. The ship's repulsorlifts hummed to life, sending the ship rising off the ground a few feet, engines glowing as they prepared for launch. Far worse, Strike's battery of laser cannons, which had been so effective in the hands of Atral's gunners, unleashed a wave of red lasers, targeting Mind and Ren. Ren, who had already been evasive, dodged low, his fighter skimming bare feet over the ground, relying on his repulsors to keep him from plowing into the earth below. His X-Wing bounced over the terrain and spit lasers fiercely, scorching the earth and leaving another ground turret sagging and mauled in his wake. Strike's lasers fired above him, missing high. Mind was not so lucky. Wedge gritted his teeth as Mind's fighters suffered repeated laser strikes, having been too high to take refuge against the ground. Mind's shields took the first couple hits, but the third shattered 2 of his engines, leaving a ferocious trail of smoke behind him as Wedge's fellow Karrdean fought to control his X-Wing's descent, Strike's lasers still tracking him to finish the job. Wedge didn't hesitate, flicking his HUD over to proton torpedoes and tracking his crosshairs over Strike. The moment his HUD went ready, pulled the trigger. His proton torpedoes exploded against Strike, mostly absorbed by the Corvette's shields but still leaving deep scorch marks over the ship's previously pristine white hull. The New Republic emblem emblazoned across Strike darkened under the blow, and Wedge flicked over to lasers, pumping fire into the now unshielded side of the ship, watching them burn deep into his starboard hangar and over her hull, popping one of the ship's laser clusters. His fighter shot over Strike, and he pulled into a hard dodge as the ship's remaining guns fired at him. In the distance, he saw Mind's stricken fighter bounce over the flat ground, digging a rough gap out of the soil before spinning to a dizzying stop. His HUD updated, and Mind's astromech communicated that his pilot was still alive, just badly dazed. Thank the Force. Behind him there was an almighty eruption as Strike exploded. The ship's forward hammerhead was severed from the rest of the hull, falling forward, spinning slightly as the ship's main power reactor took a direct hit. The ship's rear turned into an enormous explosive, spitting several of the cylindrical engines spinning into the sky as the middle of the ship simply ceased to exist. The shockwave from the explosion jolted his X-Wing, and Wedge smacked his ship's computer as it flickered momentarily. "Gate!" His astromech whistled a confident, battle-hardened sound, seemingly much more confident than Wedge himself felt. Wedge steadied the X-Wing, spinning the bird around, his systems recovering from the shock. There was little left of Eschenstrike. The starboard sigil was gone, along with most of the hull. The shattered remnants of her hangars collapsed into wreckage all along what was left of the landing pad. "I don't think I'll be painting that one on my fighter," came Hobby's dour voice, his fighter rocketing over the wreck, Luke's following behind. "No," Wedge thought. "No, there was nothing to be proud of in that last kill." "I wouldn't either," came Tycho's voice. "When we get Captain Taban back, she'd probably strangle you if you did." "Hobby, I still had an unopened bottle of Weirins in my quarters," complained Wes. There was a ripple of somber laughter over the squadron comm channel. "Rogue Leader, this is the Karrde Commandos," came a new voice, one Wedge recognized. "Major Page here. We have control of the planetary shields. Repeat, we have control of the planetary shields." There was grim certainty in that voice. "Ukiel is ours again, but I'm afraid there is a problem." Asterisk. "Repeat that, General," Bell Iblis said into his comlink. "The Imperials are jamming us, and we didn't get it all the last go." He waved at Orthovin's communications officer as the Star Cruiser shuddered. Judicator and Stormhawk were pounding them with all the guns they had, but both Star Destroyers had suffered battle damage of their own. 4 of Bell Iblis dreadnoughts were blasting away as Stormhawk, and Judicator had suffered a number of serious torpedo hits. That we have captured. Shield generator. Repeat, have captured the shield generator. Major Page has control of the planetary command center. Wedge's voice came in clearer as they managed to penetrate the jamming. On his combat display, Chimera was now showing a darker orange that indicated more severe battle damage. "But, General, reports indicate that the Imperial ground forces dispersed around. Orders to insurgency campaign." This was not surprising, but it was disappointing. Bell Iblis sighed. Yes, they could take the planet, but the Imperials would make them pay for every inch they took, and make them pay more to hold those inches. Understood. He turned towards Medano. Thoughts? His ace shrugged. It was expected. Their entire campaign is meant to bleed us for as long and as badly as possible. He hummed in agreement. He turned to look again at the battle display. Ivardal was scrap, and Inasville was little better, but the Imperials had suffered far worse. Death's Head was gone, and of the remaining Star Destroyers, only Nemesis had come away with relatively minor damage so far. "Captain Herrero, I want to speak to Admiral Rogers if possible," he ordered. "Give me a wideband communications broadcast." His Mon Calamari flag captain nodded, waving at her Mon Calamari comms officer. "Ready, sir," the latter said. "You're on." "Admiral Rogers, this is General Bell Iblis. I'd like to discuss the terms of your surrender. I am prepared to be generous." He flicked his hand to indicate that he was finished, then turned to Medano. "You think he'll make a deal?" She shrugged. "It depends. He has a reputation for honesty and, like many Imperial officers who date back to the Old Republic, a deep concern for his personal honor. But that could cut against us if he's been ordered to fight to the last." Orthovin shook under the continuing fire from Stormhawk and Judicator, but both Star Destroyers were suffering their own wounds. Freedom was scattering fire over both of them, with the smaller Endurance adding some additional turbo laser and ion cannon blasts, but the real damage was being done by the B-Wings. There were no more mass torpedo salvos as the fighter melee had turned into a protracted dogfight, but lone or pairs of B-Wings continued to peg the Star Destroyers with proton torpedoes, 1 or 2 at a time. Deep, blackened scorch marks and worse were now common across all of Rogers' fleet. The combat display showed darkening red circles around the Katana dreadnought spar, which was bleeding atmosphere as it careened out of formation, lights flickering. A trio of B-Wings pumped it with lasers and a handful of additional torpedoes, A-Wings from Polarm Squadron keeping the few remaining ties off their tails. Bell Iblis considered the plot, then nodded confidently. "All ships, if you can without compromising yourselves, switch to ion cannons. We'd prefer to have prisoners and salvage, if we can," he ordered. He glanced at Medano. "How long do you think before he gets back?" "General, I have a private line from Admiral Rogers, called the Mon Calamari at the comm station. He says he's willing to discuss terms. Bell Iblis nodded at Medano, putting on a headset and activating the private comm. This is Bell Iblis. General Bell Iblis. Admiral Rogers. Rogers' voice was steady, but the communications link was not. If willing to discuss terms. Clean up this transmission. Bell Iblis ordered angrily. Admiral Rogers, this channel is weak. Here are my terms. If you agree to evacuate all your forces from Yukio, including all your ground forces, and turn over your prisoners, I'll allow your fleet to depart Yukio instead of destroying it right here. Did that come through in the clear? A full evacuation, including all ground forces. That's what we want. If you give it to us, we'll let you go. The link was silent, and Bell Iblis turned towards Arel. Do we still have the link open? Her large, fish-like head bobbed in affirmative. Yes, General. He lifted an eyebrow at Medano, then nodded at the combat plot, where Judicator and Stormhawk were now both ringed in red. He better make up his mind quickly, or he won't have many ships to depart with. Bell Iblis to fleet, I want all ships to concentrate their fire on. Iblis, this is Admiral Rogers. The Admiral's voice returned, and Bell Iblis closed his mouth to listen. I am willing to discuss terms along those lines. If you agree to stop firing, I will order my ships to do the same. Agreed, Bell Iblis growled. Bell Iblis to the fleet. Cease fire. Repeat, cease fire. Admiral Rogers and I are negotiating the surrender of the Yukio system. He smiled thinly. Release torpedo locks, but don't power down your weapons. He waited a moment. I've ordered my ships to stand down, Admiral. The Imperial vessel's fire faded away, almost reluctantly. And I've done the same. There was a moment's pause. Do you want to parley in person? If you would be willing. The negotiations will take place on Orthovan. There was another moment's pause. Then, very well. I'll shuttle over to you as a sign of good faith. Agreed, Bell Iblis said, nodding to a disgruntled-looking Arel. We'll await your arrival. The communications channel went silent. General, I must point out that if we allow this fleet to withdraw, we will end up fighting it again at some point, Arel said, sounding less than thrilled. We can destroy it here and now. Yes, we can, Bell Iblis agreed. But the cost will be more of our own ships and a long, grueling ground war that will likely destroy much of Yukio. He waved at the planet. Our first obligation is to the worlds of the New Republic, he said. We can save this one, here and now. Bell Iblis met Rogers at the hangar. They had agreed that Rogers' stormtrooper escort would stay aboard his shuttle. Bell Iblis was accompanied only by Cena Medano. General Bell Iblis, said Rogers respectfully. You have my regard for a campaign well executed. Admiral Rogers, Bell Iblis replied, accepting the proffered handshake. You have reviewed my terms. Straight to business, Rogers commented, holding a datapad under his arm. I have. I can commit to almost everything you ask for. He held the datapad out and Medano took it, reviewing it quickly. I believe if I order our ground contingent to withdraw, they will do so. The Yukio garrison is largely clones, so they are quite reliable. There are no ISB factions within the ground detachment that I am aware of, so we don't need to worry about units disobeying orders they deem traitorous. That was a relief, Bell Iblis thought. If the clones would withdraw peaceably, Yukio could be secured and even return to export status almost immediately. I'm glad to hear it. Rogers nodded. Yukio was Thrawn's conquest and he used his people to secure it, which meant that the post-Thrawn divisions within the Empire were deep, Bell Iblis thought. Not surprising, the Empire had been badly fragmented before Thrawn, and remained badly fragmented after. Yukio had been the Council of Moffs gathering up many of Thrawn's loyalists, placing them in a desperate situation, and ordering them to fight to the death. Rogers' decision to withdraw might be a direct violation of that order. He could easily find himself subject to sanction, perhaps even court-martial. Well, I cannot return your prisoners, Rogers continued. I'm sorry. I would if I could, but I can't. They're not here. We didn't have any place to keep them on Yukio, and I didn't want to keep them aboard ship where they might be accidentally killed during battle. I had them transferred to Lineary aboard Agonizer. Madano looked up from the datapad Rogers had given her and nodded, her expression grim. That is unfortunate, Bel Iblis growled, but his tone was more resigned than angry. I don't suppose you could request their release. I can, Rogers said, but I doubt my request would be honored. They're under Moff Disra's authority now. I can't commit to reaching out to discuss the matter with him, but I can't make any promises on his behalf. I understand, Bel Iblis said, frowning. He doubted Disra would free Eshin Strike's crew without a price much too high for the New Republic to pay. Does this make a negotiated end to this engagement impossible? Asked Rogers calmly. The rogues would want to blow the Imperial ships away. But the engagement would not end bloodlessly, and Orthovan has suffered some significant damage of his own. They would win, Bel Iblis had no doubt of that, but Rogers would make them pay for the victory. Then, after that bloody victory was had, Thrawn's clones on the planet would fight to the very last. No, he said. He nodded at Madano. We'll need to work out exactly how the withdrawal will proceed, and each phase of the turnover will be handled. If you'll permit, I'll send for some more of my officers, and the commander of the Yukio ground garrison, Rogers said. From there, we can work out the specifics. Rogers was taking a risk, Bel Iblis knew. He already had a reputation within the Empire for being too soft when it came to dealing with the Republic. This withdrawal would further damage his reputation and standing, and it was not just himself at risk. Rogers' two children could also suffer for their father's lack of patriotic self-sacrifice. What was it, Bel Iblis thought, that made men like Rogers loyal to something like the Empire? How could they go on, year after year, unable to see what it was they were fighting for? He didn't know. It also didn't matter. More important was freeing Yukio. He could worry about the continuing loyalty of so much of the galaxy to Palpatine's Empire once the battle at hand was truly done. Agreed. The wild card lifted up from the surface of Rishi, Denkin settled comfortably at the helm. It had been a productive jaunt. The local trade association had been intransigent about joining the Smugglers' Alliance, but an in-person meeting had proved persuasive. More importantly, Karrde had checked in with his longtime Rishi associates, making sure that those old relationships would continue as well. He folded his hands together, the ship's engines humming. Where are we headed next, Capt? Asked Shin from behind him. Karrde mused, pretending to think about it. Well, we've accomplished all our goals in this sector of space. We can leave the rest of the Yukio mission to Aves and the New Republic. So, we really ought to be getting back to Coruscant in case the New Republic has made demands on Mara's services. He wouldn't put it past Kraken to do just that. Also, we did manage to pick up that administration droid. It's pretty odd, boss, starting to think of Coruscant as home, said Denkin from the helm, already running the plot through the Navi computer. It is, isn't it? Karrde agreed. But not entirely unwelcome. Coruscant may not have the solitude of a Mirker, but it does offer much else to make up for that deficiency. I still miss Mirker, said Shin. It's hard to beat Hilliard City. That's only because you're from Hilliard City, Denkin laughed. Otherwise, the place barely qualifies as civilization. I do miss home, Shin said whimsically. Coruscant is much too busy. Too many people doing too many things. At least we kept a couple Isolamri aboard for me to look after. Personally, I'd be just as happy to go back to Corellia, said Fawn from the comm station. It's got just the right mix of both. If you want Coruscant, there's Coronet City. If you want Mirker, there are a dozen continents which are much more sparsely populated across the system's inhabited worlds. Corellia does have certain advantages, Karrde agreed, although it's not as it was during the old days. Coming up on our hyperspace jump, announced Denkin. Sit down and strap in. Karrde smiled. They'd lost Aves and replaced him with Fawn, and Mara was absent and the ship would need a replacement for her when her position on Coruscant became permanent, whether that was with the Smugglers Alliance or with Skywalker's Aborn Jedi Order, but on the whole, he was pleased with their performance. It had been a productive mission, and he had no doubt that General Bel Iblis would be able to take the cloaking device they'd procured and parlay it into a victory that would see his old friend Gillespie get his land all Yukio back. There was absolutely no forewarning, no hint of anticipation. He didn't have Mara or Skywalker on his bridge, and none of the rest of them had the Force. He'd gotten so accustomed to having her uncanny instincts, her ability to know exactly when the unexpected was going to occur, and it was in that moment that he realized exactly just how much he needed her. An Imperial II-class Star Destroyer loomed in the Wildcare's viewers, white paint obscuring stars. It appeared with the instantaneousness of a hyperspace transition, sending all of the Wildcare's alarms wailing. Target lock, tractor beams, collision warnings, all of them screamed in a horrible, completely unexpected cacophony. They all jumped out of their seats. They all froze in sudden horror. It took Karrde a second to master his reaction and sink back into his command chair, releasing his iron grip on the armrests and folding his hands uncomfortably together on his lap. There was a beep as new information was fed to his command chair, and Karrde glanced at it. The Star Destroyer was broadcasting the IF of Invidious. Fawn was the first who spoke as Chen and Dankin dazedly turned off alarms. "Captain," she said, a fearful tremble in her voice, "and Admiral Tavira wants to speak with you." Chapter 29. The bridge of Invidious hummed with activity. The capture of the Wild Karrde had been a bit of excitement, and a test for the newly repaired Star Destroyer. The floors gleamed, the ship's systems were operating at above performance expectations, and the crew was positively giddy at the news of their recent bonus payment. Tavira was one of them. Her agreed share of the Imperial Intelligence black budget account had been 50%. She had accepted no less. The Teviskar could remember standing behind her as she stubbornly argued with Voru until she achieved the sum she wanted. With the billions of credits that had now been deposited into her account, and the billions more that Voru had promised as Eliezer secured all the discrete transactions that had been dispersed across the galaxy, she had liberally rewarded her followers, with bonuses, weighted by duration of service and rank. The Teviskar hadn't received one, of course. They were now returning to Lineary after their shakedown cruise, the large central Imperial orbital facility looming before them. They would not be returning to the repair facility. It was currently occupied by another Star Destroyer, the Agonizer, which was flanked by its two diligent Katana Dreadnought escorts, but one of the regular docking slips, at the far end of the 20-kilometer-long Mary orbital platform. Its enormous mass dwarfed all the vessels surrounding it, even the Star Destroyers, split into multiple modular sections which could be easily modified as the pressures of war made shifting demand. Tavira's arms were crossed confidently across her chest as she argued with the hologram of Moff Disra. The Moff was arguing back with equal fervor. His squeamishness and fear had subsided with time, and increasingly Disra's attitude was that of a doomed man who had decided that if he was going to suffer a gruesome fate, he might as well die on his feet. "I don't have time for this," he was growling at Tavira. "I'm done being blackmailed. There's nothing left to give you, anyway. Our remaining supplies are being loaded onto Agonizer and our other ships for our withdrawal." "Withdrawal?" Tavira asked, adjusting her bandana to make herself look properly rakish. "Why are you withdrawing?" Disra scowled. "Yukio has fallen," he said bluntly. "The rebellion managed to breach the planetary shield somehow. Information is still scarce. The Council of Moffs has decided that Lineary is no longer defensible. The base is being dismantled and our personnel withdrawn to sectors of the galaxy which are more secure." "In other words," Tavira said dryly, "you talked the Council of Moffs into letting you flee with your tail between your legs before the big bad rebels come." Disra's scowl grew angrier and more dismissive. "Believe what you want, Tavira," he snarled. "I don't care anymore. I've given you everything I have to give. Right now I have more important things to worry about than you. I need to give the orders to dismantle our basing facilities, destroy whatever we can't dismantle, and dispose of our prisoners. I expect you to make sure that Invidious is restocked as well as possible," Tavira interrupted. That was her agreement. Spare me the threats, Disra sighed, and the monitor went dark. Tavira turned towards him. It seems Disra is growing somewhat uppity, she murmured, mostly to herself. Perhaps I'll require your services soon, don't you agree, Matavis Karrde? Of course, my lady, he said, feeling sick. He reminded himself, yet again, that the Genserae were sworn to her service and that he owed them more than he could possibly repay. But it was getting harder and harder to see the light in the darkness, and with each passing day it seemed his master's disapproval cut deeper to the bone. Well, if he had to be interrogated aboard a star destroyer, Talon Karrde thought he'd seen worse. It hadn't been all that long since he'd been a prisoner of Grand Admiral Thrawn's aboard Chimera, rescued just before interrogation by Mara and Skywalker. Unfortunately, he held little optimism that they would ride to the rescue again. Mara was on Coruscant, keeping the Smugglers' Alliance afloat, and Skywalker would be engaged in the invasion of Yukio. The bright side, such as there was one, was Tavira was not Thrawn. She had greeted him and his crew in Invidious Docking Bay, and been positively cheerful in her welcome, but Karrde hadn't missed her pair of blasters nor the predatory gleam in the eyes of her people. Still, it was evident that she was out for herself, not an Imperial loyalist, and the price that the Empire still had on his head wasn't that high. She had gone through a great deal of effort to capture him, though, and there was a price on his head. To distract himself from the grating knowledge that she had his people, and that he hadn't seen them since he'd been placed in this lounge awaiting her return, he meticulously examined the possibilities. There were a myriad of them, from she wanted his services, to she hoped to co-opt the Smugglers' Alliance. She was welcome to try. It was hard enough getting smugglers to hang together even with his leadership, to she wanted the bounty on his head, to she was in service to others who had even more mysterious motives. The room was nice enough. Pleasant with furnishings, treated grilled wood, if he wasn't mistaken, which gave the room a pleasant, welcoming feeling when combined with the mildly colored lights and the radiating patterns on the carpet. Started with the quartet of comfortable chairs, surrounding a small, square table, large enough for data pads, and drinks but little else. Pictures decorated each of the walls, a waterfall and a mountain camouflaging the door, with landscapes and a cityscape on the other 3 walls. This was worse than Chimera had been. Then he'd known what Thrawn wanted, and he'd been alone. Tavira had him, he didn't know her motives, and she had his crew. Shan, Dankin, and Fawn had been taken with him this time, and while he trusted them to be able to look out for their own interests, even if that meant selling him out, it was possible they were mere bargaining chips to her. Expendable? His people were not expendable. His people were never expendable. There was a polite knock on the door. Karrde lifted an eyebrow and leaned back in his chair, doing his best to look comfortable. Come in, he said. A man in a steward's uniform entered with a platter. He placed coasters down on the table, one in front of Karrde and one across from him, then placed a large pot of steaming calf between the two on a third coaster. A second steward entered and put down a small selection of appetizers. Then he bowed low, his hands behind his back. The muff will be with you in a minute, Master Trader Karrde. I appreciate the hospitality, Karrde said smoothly. He wasn't sure the game that was being played here, but he might as well play it. The steward turned and exited, closing the door quietly behind them. Karrde picked up his calf, smelled it, then put it back down on the delicate finery. Glancing at the door, he leaned forward and swapped the 2 cups of calf. He didn't really think they were poisoned, but it would be interesting to see if that brought any reaction from his captor. He waited another 2 minutes, and then there was another knock on the door. Come in, he called, feeling mildly ridiculous. It wasn't Tavira, but the man who entered was indeed wearing a Moff's uniform. It took Karrde only a moment to place him. Moff Voru, he said in surprise, standing. Karrde remembered Voru from years before. When Karrde had been a younger lieutenant in an organization that belonged to Horsh Karrdes, Voru had been a prominent figure in the smuggling world. Corellia had been a haven to smugglers then largely thanks to Voru, and there were many in the fringe that still missed and celebrated that period of time. Master Trader Karrde, the Moff replied, extending his hand. Karrde took it, receiving a firm handshake. Before we get down to business, I wanted to congratulate you. You've come a long way from your time as Karrde's lieutenant. You picked up the pieces that fell after Jabba's death, avoided the wrath of the Hutt cartels, and now have formed the Smugglers' Alliance. Voru gestured at the table, then took the seat across from Karrde, placing a datapad down on the table. Voru unhesitatingly took the cup of kaf and sipped it, then placed it back down. The Smugglers' Alliance is a masterful capstone to a long career, Voru said, his gaze on Karrde with the predatory instincts of a Draberian hawk. I'm not planning to retire just yet, Karrde replied. Unless you know something I don't. Voru chuckled. I believe I met an associate of yours the other day, he said, sipping his kaf. I was on Coruscant, infiltrating an old Imperial facility. He smiled thinly. There were certain resources the Empire had hidden away that I wanted to return to their rightful owner, he explained casually, holding the cup in both hands. His gaze sharpened. I wasn't expecting to be interrupted by a lightsaber wielder. Karrde froze. If he'd been holding his cup of kaf, the sudden tension would have been unmistakable from his grip. As it was, he managed to prevent any reaction beyond a tightening of his jaw and digging his fingers into his thigh. A lightsaber wielder, he asked politely. I'm still not completely certain how your Miss Jade managed to find me, Voru answered his unspoken question. I assume that you somehow discovered my escape from Kessel. An informant, perhaps. It is possible you have Duel on your payroll, despite your public distaste for the spice smuggling business, and you sent her after me to eliminate a potential rival. He sipped the kaf again, and gestured at the cup sitting in front of Karrde. It really is quite good. Feel free to have some. Karrde considered objecting to Voru's erroneous assumptions. He and Mara had considered, briefly, attempting to build a commercial relationship with Duel and Kessel, but had ultimately decided it would go against the image they were trying to build for the Smugglers' Alliance. But it seemed wiser to let Voru talk before volunteering any information. If Mara had decided to make you a target, Karrde said, not moving towards the cup, I am quite sure that you would be dead. Voru chuckled again. I reached out to old contacts in the New Republic government and managed to get my hands on her NRI file. He lifted the datapad he'd placed on the table. The Emperor's hand. Palpatine's very own private assassin. Voru smiled thinly. So tell me, Karrde, how are you managed to recruit her into your service? Karrde watched Voru for a long, slow moment, then picked up the cup of kaf on the table before him. He took a sip. Voru was right. It was quite good. His mind worked on the possible reasons for them to be having this conversation, the possibilities growing. Voru's fascination with the Emperor and their somewhat one-sided rivalry was now one. It was quite accidental, actually, he said. Of course it was, Voru said, smiling despite his obvious disbelief. She gave my own force-strong bodyguard a close run for his money. I was impressed by her and thus, the corner of his mouth curled in a confident smirk. By you? He shook his head. Palpatine's own private assassin, he murmured. Just amazing what you've accomplished, Karrde. Thank you, Karrde replied. He took another sip. If the cup was poison, he would already be feeling the effects, and the kaf was quite good. Is that why we're talking? He wanted, badly, to ask Voru how his crew was doing, but asking the question would betray his concern, which would only add to Dinkin, Chan, and Fawn's vulnerability. One reason we are, yes, Voru said. It certainly changes the tenor of this conversation. He lifted the datapad, pressed a few buttons, then slid it across the table to Karrde. Karrde picked it up. On the screen was bank account information, with the sum. What is this? He asked. My offer, Voru said. His smile was gone, his expression now deadly serious. I'm proposing an alliance. Asterisk. Jorge Karrde had been the head of one of the most prosperous, innovative smuggling groups in the old days. His sudden disappearance had led to the group's fragmentation, and then to his quick reconsolidation under Karrde's lieutenant, Talon Karrde. Karrde had always been a secretive figure. Voru wasn't even sure what planet he was originally from. He was pretty sure Karrde wasn't Corellian, although perhaps he'd earned an honorary claim. But Voru could recall Karrde, ever present, always listening, always thinking, at every meeting he'd had with Karrdes. Karrde didn't have the ruthlessness or occasional ferocity that Karrdes did, but he had an intelligence and confidence savvy that had always impressed Voru. The expression on Karrde's face, one of clear, unambiguous surprise, was incredibly satisfying. An alliance? Karrde asked slowly. He put the datapad down slowly, then took another sip of caf. Voru was willing to let the other man process the sudden, completely unexpected invitation. Karrde's response, when it finally came, was predictable. Tell me more. Voru leaned forward slightly to put his cup of caf down. Then he folded both of his hands on his knee. You and I could spend the next 10 years fighting with one another, competing for influence in the fringe. I could spend my time luring smugglers with promises of lucrative jobs, as long as they're willing to take goods the New Republic will never let you take, and we will end up cannibalizing the fringe. Or, Master Trader Karrde, you and I can agree that a quiet division of authority between us would be in both of our interests. He paused, retrieving his caf for a sip while he allowed Karrde to assimilate his offer. The smuggler king wore a calm, thoughtful, controlled expression, polished stone, and attentive eyes. So, you want me to stop trying to recruit other smuggling groups aligned with Black Sun? Karrde said finally. That would be part of it, Voru agreed. But I know the terms of the agreement you made with the New Republic. He leaned forward, his gaze hardening. He allowed his voice to drop to a determined cool. You didn't just agree to deliver cargo, you agreed to deliver intelligence. If your smugglers actively report Black Sun activity, it would mean active war between us. You know that, and I know that. The French may seem opaque to those from the core systems, but we both know that information flows freely among Frenchers. He tapped the arm of his chair, letting his fingers fall with a determined snap against the upholstered furniture. I see, Karrde said. He was quiet for a long minute, and Voru again let him think. There were times to put pressure, but Voru knew Karrde, and he understood him. Karrde would eventually think himself around to accepting the proposal, but if Voru pushed too hard too quickly, Karrde would snap back, and that would be that. And in exchange, Voru responded with a small smile, his confidence growing. I would ensure that Black Sun does not target you or your people directly. There is a great deal of resentment about you usurping what they perceive as their place. Durga hates you for taking over much of Jabba's operations after his death, and the other Vigos see you as stealing away the heart of Xizer's business model and leaving them with the less profitable and more dangerous part. He shrugged. I was willing to humor their desires in the past, but I'll be able to control them in the future, as long as I can guarantee strong returns. With your help, I am sure I can. Karrde relaxed into his chair. His expression relaxed along with the rest of him, shifting into something more amicable. And the credits are what? Your dowry for our organizational marriage. I prefer to think of it as my membership fee. If I refuse, I assume you have some way of making me regret it. Beyond the obvious, I mean. Voru grinned. It wasn't a particularly menacing grin. There was a great deal of real humor in it, but that edge of menace was there. Of course. If Master Trader Karrde, we agreed to collaborate and each manage part of the fringe, respectable and unrespectable, legal and criminal, whatever you want to call it, I am sure it will benefit us both. I intend to continue growing my influence, quietly of course, and having a voice in the Smugglers' Alliance is valuable to me, as I'm sure you having a voice in Black Sun's affairs would be valuable to you. But, and now there was real menace in his voice, if you choose not to collaborate with me, that means you and I are competitors, and your organization becomes a direct threat to my organization's future prospects. I'll have no choice but to fight back. Karrde sipped his caf calmly. Unlike Voru, his expression didn't change. You finding me on Rishi was a demonstration, wasn't it? He said. Your discernment is a credit to you, as always, Voru said with a real smile. Karrde might not be Corellian by birth, but he certainly did deserve honorary status, he thought. If you can find me, you can find my people, Karrde continued. Give their routes and cargoes to pirates or Imperials. Hunt them down one by one, and make it impossible for the New Republic to defend all of them all the time. The Alliance would shed members, and they would flock to your organization for protection. The Alliance would shed members, yes, Voru agreed. But I doubt they would flock to anyone, much less me. More likely they'd go back to being independents, and you and I would have lost the power of a consolidated fringe. He nodded. You see? I need you, and you need me. Even the Emperor's hand can't protect your people from Black Sun if it puts its mind to killing them. She is just one woman, after all. Mara is unique, Karrde agreed. He watched Voru for a long moment, and the former Moff held his breath. This was the moment, he thought. The one he'd been working towards ever since news of the Smugglers' Alliance had first come to him on Kessel. If Karrde agreed, he would obtain an ally and stabilize his position. The two of them would become the dominant figures on the fringe, could work to isolate Durga, and steadily accrue power and wealth on a scale of empires. If Karrde refused, they would fight. Voru would win with Eleazar's help. That was inevitable. But the internecine warfare would cripple him until he was too old to dream big and destroy the unified fringe he hoped to rule. This was his last chance. His best chance. Very well, Karrde said, taking the datapad off the table. I agree. Asterisk. To Karrde's relief, his crew looked annoyed, but safe. Denkin, Chen, and Fawn were gathered in a conference room not far from where he had met with Voru. Fawn sat in a corner, her hands gathered in her lap, while Chen sat at the head of the long conference table, his hand rapping idly on the polished surface. Denkin paced back and forth, turning with ferocity as he ran out of space to begin the cycle again. The conference lounge looked out over the hangar, giving them all a good view of the wild card from where it sat, safely in the middle of NVIDIA's large hangar. Beneath them, through the yawn opening, they could see the extended arms of the Imperial station that orbited a pleasant-looking planet visible below. Chen watched curiously, but Denkin's pacing continued unhindered while Fawn stayed quietly in her seat. They all looked up when he walked in. Boss, Denkin exclaimed with relief. What's going on? Karrde glanced back, closing the door behind him. He took a moment to glance around the room. There are two listening devices, Chen said. One in the ceiling near the door, the other in the wall over there. He pointed across the room at the far corner. That we found, he added. Have they treated you well? Karrde asked, his eyes following Chen's guidance. He didn't see the listening devices, but if Chen said they were there, they were there. Are we prisoners? Drawled Denkin. The guy who threw us in here insisted on calling us guests. I believe we are guests who aren't allowed to leave, said Karrde. I was just in a meeting with Fleary Voru. Chen and Denkin both looked at him with some confusion. Chen had come to smuggling only late in life, when Karrde had first established his base on Mirkor, and Denkin was young enough that he had never known Corellia under Voru. It was Fawn, the Corellian, who sat up straight. Moff Voru, she said, surprised. I thought he was dead. In prison, actually. Or he was. Karrde folded his arms across his chest, beginning a slow walk around the table, examining the two listening devices. He is interested in a business arrangement. He turned and peered out the window down into the hangar, seeing the planet spinning below and the large embracing arms of the Imperial base. Do we know where we are? Not for sure, said Denkin. But we're guessing linearly. We saw a fair number of Imperials, and I can't think of anywhere else near Rishia's Star Destroyer outside of the New Republic's control would be welcome. Karrde hummed, then nodded. Yes, it makes sense. Tavira and Voru must have an arrangement with the local authorities. That would be like Voru, said Fawn. Yes, it would, Karrde agreed. He stepped past Fawn, felt her hand slide over his. He curled his fingers around the slip of flimsy she passed to him, making sure it didn't slip from his grasp. I don't know how long they intend to keep us here, he said, circling the table some more. As he did, Denkin nodded subtly to the side. Karrde needed only a quick glance to see the well-hidden camera in the wall and continued his rotation. Chen moved, settling against the wall. Blocking another holocam? Karrde thought. And Thrawn was sitting in front of a third, wasn't she? He took a quick glance at Duncan, and noted that he too had moved a step, and was now definitely standing in a very particular spot. The Brachestian gave him a subtle nod. Karrde chanced to glance at the flimsy. There wasn't much written on the slip, just 3 letters. Iba. Karrde nodded subtly, and continued a slow walk around the table, slipping the flimsy to Chin. Chin winked and swallowed it. Iba. Emergency beacon active. Karrde smiled thinly and took a seat at the table. He nodded at Chin and Duncan, and they relaxed. Duncan resumed his pacing, and Chin slouched into a chair next to him. "So, what did this moth Voru want, anyway?" asked Chin. "Have you ever seen two Krokana in the same small pond?" Karrde asked. "Capt. Two Krokana in a small pond have 2 choices," Karrde said. "They eat each other, or they each pick a side." He folded his arms across his chest. We were discussing where to draw the line. But Karrde's attention was barely on the conversation. Instead, he was mentally doing some quick calculations. The distance between Lineary and Coruscant, the average speed of the ships that Mara would be most likely to commandeer, an estimate of how long it would take for her to put together a sufficient team. The Millennium Falcon's engines whined as she outpaced the numerous pirates left behind her, the ship's pair of quad lasers firing hefty blasts to discourage pursuit. "Okay, you can shut the quads down now," Han called as Chewbacca yelled victoriously from beside him, keeping the ship's aft shields at full to make sure no lucky shots got through them. Han let the ship's Navi computer finish the calculations for a quick hyper jump away from Kessel, then pulled the hyperspace lever. The starscape beyond the cockpit spun into the whirling blue of hyperspace for only a few moments, taking them safely away from Kessel, and then dropping them back into normal space. "I really hope we never go back there, Chewie," Han muttered. The Wookiee rumbled his sincere agreement, punching buttons, and starting the calculations for a second jump and pulling a message dump off the holonet. Footsteps over the Falcon's hollow metal floors alerted Han to the arrival of the women. Ela and Mara had both acquitted themselves quite well, and both looked both tired but confident. Ela had a small back-to-patch affixed to her arm, but the Greys hadn't slowed her down during the firefight. "Where's the kid?" Han asked over his shoulder. "We strapped him into an acceleration couch," Ela replied. "He's probably getting himself unstrapped now. Are we clear?" "We're clear," Han confirmed with a smirk, waiting for the Navi computer to finish his calculations. The second short jump would make it impossible for the pirates to track them, unless they planted a homing beacon on his ship. "Any signs of a homing beacon?" Mara shook her head. "None in the most obvious places, though this bucket is so irregular you could hide it just about anywhere." "She's a smuggler's dream." Han flicked a few switches, making sure that the pirates hadn't messed with his ship back on Kessel. "Not that I do that kind of thing anymore, so don't nag, Corsac." Ela rolled her eyes. "Of course." She turned to Mara. "Do you think there's any chance we can go back and tag one of those converted freighters with the homing device?" "You want to go back?" Han asked, exasperated. "We just got out. Besides, it's too late. There was only one of those flight cruisers in orbit, or we wouldn't have slipped by so easily. The other one must already have left to meet up with Voru." Mara stepped over beside Chewbacca. The message dump had pulled at least one new message off the holonet. Han watched as she accessed it with the quick decrypt code. A not unfamiliar face appeared on the vidscreen. "Mara," said the dark-haired and black-eyed face Han recognized as Fawn, Gillespie's former aide and current comms expert on the Wild Karrde. Her tone was clipped and hurried, and her expression was harsh. "A Star Destroyer, the invidious, just nabbed us departing Rishi. We've activated the Wild Karrde's emergency beacon. With any luck, they won't find it before you find us." The vid ended. "Emergency beacon?" asked Ela. "Security measure," Mara explained, her expression tight as she worked on the message to get the rest of the information. Karrde wanted to make sure that all Smugglers Alliance vessels have a tracking device, so that the New Republic can't claim not to know where they are in a crisis. "I doubt anyone but Karrde will ever turn theirs on," Most smugglers obviously hate the idea, but here, look up this frequency on the hollow net. It might be hard to spot, but it'll be there. Ela nodded, already going to work. Invidious is Tavira's Star Destroyer, she added as she worked. Voru's probably there too, Mara replied. Blast, he's probably looking to eliminate the competition. She cursed, furious self-reproach written all over her face. It should have occurred to me that he'd go after Karrde. Mara didn't have many friends, Han thought. His mind flashed back to the story she'd told him at dinner, Gorb, and the bar on Forless. That had been the last time she'd felt at home before Karrde took her in, she'd said. And now Karrde was in danger too. Han knew instantly she was going to go after him, and he had two choices, help or get out of the way. Han glanced sideways at Chewie, who offered a reluctant yelp and a Wookiee shrug. Mara and Ela were looking over the attached information on the datapad. I found it, Ela said. The Lineary system. Lineary, said Han. That's a major Imperial fleet base. He grimaced, thinking of taking the Falcon into that mess without backup. That would be even worse than Kessel, and they just barely escaped Kessel. And he had the kid, Kype, to think about. Despite his partner's apparent reluctance, the Wookiee was already instructing the Navi computer to change their final destination to Lineary instead of Coruscant. Now wait just a minute, Han ejected. But he already knew how this entire conversation was going to go. He'd allowed himself to get drawn into going to Kessel on the faint hope that they might track down Voru. Going to rescue Talon Karrde, the man who was single-handedly keeping the Smugglers Alliance together, an organization that Han himself had spent the better part of a year trying to encourage the French to get together and form. An organization even the Mon Calamari, who hated smugglers, admitted they needed. Mara lifted one perfect red-gold eyebrow. We don't have a lot of time if we're going to make it to Lineary to get Karrde out of trouble, she said calmly. Can we get there in time? Ela leaned over, examining the Navi computer. Lineary is a pretty long way from here. I doubt it. Han stiffened. Now see here, sister, he objected. Just because I've gone and married a princess, and had a pair of Jedi twins, and live in one of the fancier apartments in the Imperial Palace, and have a wife who runs the galaxy with her handmaiden, that doesn't mean that, Chewie, and I don't make sure the Falcon stays the fastest hunk of junk in the galaxy. He scowled. We have standards, you know. Chewbacca yelled imperiously. Han scowled harder. Okay, fine. So Chewie does most of the maintenance and upgrades, he conceded. Did I mention the Jedi twins? Is that a yes? Han turned away from her just in time for the Navi computer to announce that it had finished its calculations for Lineary. Let's find out, he muttered, putting his hand on the hyperspace lever. Chapter 30. Admiral Terran Rogris, into his 4th decade in the Imperial Starfleet, was hunched over his desk, his hands steepled together and head pounding. He'd already tried an anesthetic for the headache, but to no avail. Yukio was lost, and with it the Imperial hold on the galactic southeast was shattered. It was only a matter of time now before the New Republic shook loose the last smattering of garrisons in the region. The only fleet base remaining was Lineary, and without Yukio distracting Bel Iblis forces it was unlikely Lineary could hold for long, even with his own Star Destroyer squadron reinforcing it. Bel Iblis wasn't going to be able to repeat the trickery that had won Yukio, but he had the muscle for a slugging match. It wasn't his fault, he knew. No strategy would have defeated the New Republic's sheer material advantage in the long run, but Bel Iblis' strategy had forced his withdrawal much sooner than he would have expected. There was no shame in it. He'd fought honorably and well, as he always had, and against a superior force. But failure in the Imperial Starfleet. His comlink buzzed. He wanted to ignore it, wanted to dig into the supply of Corellian whiskey he had stashed away in the bottom drawer of his desk, but he was an admiral in command of a fleet. The lives of his officers and crewers depended on him, so he did not have the luxury of such weaknesses. His hand pressed the comm. Rogris. Admiral, there's a HoloNet message for you. Its point of origin is Lineary. Rogris grimaced. Disra? This would not be fun. Very well, he said resignedly. Put Moff Disra through. He would have expected Disra to be angry. The old man looked only contemplative. Admiral Rogers, Disra greeted him. Yukio is lost. Yukio is lost, he agreed resignedly. We finished the evacuation and are preparing to withdraw back to Lineary to reinforce it against. That will not be necessary, Disra interrupted him. After consultation with the Council of Moffs, we have decided to abandon Lineary. We will be destroying the base facilities and reallocating the Empire's resources to hold more valuable, easily defensible systems. Rogers sat up. What? That couldn't be right. Lineary was a major fleet base. There were tens of thousands of Imperial officers and soldiers stationed there between the ground facilities, the orbital bases, and the Golan platforms. They couldn't possibly have enough shipping to withdraw them all on short notice. Not to mention the prison, his eyes widened in realization. Destroying the facilities. That's right, Disra agreed. Your task force has been assigned to the Siswena sector, under Moff Mosprey. You will assume command of. Destroying the facilities. Rogers repeated, more slowly, hearing the anger in his voice build and not caring. What about the New Republic prisoners? Will you be repatriating them to the New Republic? Of course not, Disra scowled. We will not reward the rebellion for defeating us at Yukio by returning to them soldiers and pilots who would fight against us again in the future. I've ordered their execution, as we put the final stages of the withdrawal into effect. You can't do that, Rogers objected, hearing the horror in his voice and not trying to hide it. They surrendered honorably as prisoners of war. The rebellion is not entitled to recognition as a legitimate government, Admiral, Disra explained patiently, his gaze growing somewhat stiff. We cannot take them with us, and I have no intention of leaving them behind to fight against us again. You yourself noted in your reports their combat abilities. Disra paused, watching Rogers. Rogers was so stunned and furious he couldn't form a response, which Disra misread as acceptance. As I was saying, your task force has been assigned to the Siswena sector, under Moff Mosprey. You will assume command of the fleet there and be responsible for the sector's defense. Our position is significantly stronger there, and I expect you will be able to hold the sector against Bel Iblis incursions indefinitely. He paused, looking down absent-mindedly at a datapad on his desk. Also, I've received a request for one of your Star Destroyers to be transferred to the Karrde picket for training duty. Rogers found his voice. Yes, sir, he agreed, his hand gripping the edge of his desk with the fury. Is there anything else, sir? That is all, Admiral Rogers. My condolences on the defeat at Yukio, but it was inevitable. You should not read it as a reflection of your abilities. My own faith in you remains unshakable. Disra favored him with the corpse's smile. Then the communication ended. Rogers opened his desk drawer and removed the whiskey and a glass, his hand shaking as he poured. He then downed the entire glass and poured himself a second one, his hand slightly steadier. He could take the fleet to Lineary and compel Disra to surrender. 5-star destroyers, even damaged, should be enough to smash Tavira's Invidious and Lineary's other defenses. But he couldn't be sure of the loyalty of his men, not when they'd be fighting against the Empire on behalf of rebel scum, even honorable rebel scum. He remembered Captain Tabin's furious condemnation of the Empire after her capture, her rage, and her fear. He promised her, he knew he shouldn't have. It wasn't a promise he had the power to keep, but he promised her. On his honor as an admiral? On the honor of his service? On the honor of the Empire? Perhaps some of those had no value, but he refused to accept that none of them did. Rogers downed the second tumbler of whiskey more slowly, then carefully put the bottle away. More would make him tipsy, and he could not afford to make any mistakes. He worked quickly and precisely, double and triple checking his work. Then he keyed his comlink. Communications, he requested, surprised at how calm his voice was. I was terrified. Of course I was terrified. But, Admiral Taban glared at him. I knew I was doing the right thing, and I never once looked back. Yes, Admiral. Came back the professional voice of Lieutenant Shell. I am going to be sending an off-the-books holo net communication, Lieutenant, Rogers replied. I will answer no further questions. You are ordered to erase all records of this transmission once it is sent, and answer no questions about it from anyone unless given specific authorization by me or the commander of the Imperial Starfleet. There was a pause, and he could hear the lieutenant's nervous breathing. Why, yes, sir, Shaw replied. The holocom is available at your convenience, Admiral, he added, steadier. Rogers sent the message. Thank you, Lieutenant Shell, he said. Would you have Captain Pellaeon sent to my office, please? He terminated the comm before Shell could reply. Asterisk. Captain Pellaeon entered Rogers' office and found the Admiral leaning into his chair, looking at the ceiling and nursing a glass of whiskey. Captain Pellaeon reporting as ordered. Come in, Gilad, said Rogers, sounding tipsy. Pellaeon approached and stood at attention behind the desk. Rogers peered at him over his glass, his gray hair mussed but his eyes clear. We have been reassigned to the Siswina sector, Rogers announced unceremoniously, his words slightly halting. Pellaeon frowned. Siswina. But the task force would be needed to defend Lineary. Lineary is being abandoned. The campaign to maintain a presence in the galactic southeast has been cancelled, Rogers continued in that same halting tone. Pellaeon's eyes widened in astonishment. Abandoned. Lineary was a major Imperial fleet facility, and one of the fleet's finest dispatch repair yards. To just abandon it would be read as a declaration of weakness by the galaxy. It would further erode confidence in the Empire, and could lead to still more systems declaring their independence and intent to align with the New Republic. They couldn't just abandon the system. But apparently they could. I will be returning my flag to Agonizer when she returns to the fleet, Rogers said, and that pulled Pellaeon out of his reverie. Returning his flag to Agonizer. Had Pellaeon lost the Admiral's confidence somehow? Sir, I know. This isn't about you, Gilad, Rogers said soothingly. Or, it is, but not how you think. Rogers stood, placing his whiskey glass down on his desk. I have been asked to detail one of the Squadron Star destroyers for instructional duty at the Fleet Academy on Karrde. Chimera has the best trained crew in the fleet, and that is in no small part your doing. There is no finer ship, and no finer captain, in the Imperial Starfleet to serve in that capacity than Chimera under Captain Pellaeon. Thank you, sir, Pellaeon replied, feeling a swell of pride. Rogers offered him a ghost of a smile, but it was only a ghost. The defeat at Yukio had hurt the man. Pellaeon could see that clearly. Had hurt him badly. For a moment, his instinct was to reach out to Rogers to offer him reassurance. But that was not a captain's place. Rogers watched him for a long moment, then turned his back on Pellaeon, peering out the office's large, transparent steel window where the stars of deep interstellar space glittered. That will be all, Captain, Rogers dismissed him. Yes, sir, Pellaeon replied. With a crisp, military turn he exited, his standard issue boots clicking on the deck. Watch standards aside, most of the Orthoven's crew were celebrating, relieved and victorious. The fleet was busy trying to salvage Ivardel and work on repairs to Inasful and Orthoven, but the fundamental fact that Yukio had been retaken was all that really registered to most. The Empire had been defeated, pushed back once again, expelled from yet another sector, reduced to an even smaller footprint. Now this part of the galaxy was almost entirely free, with only the Imperial repair yards at Lineary remaining. But as far as Rogue Squadron was concerned, the victory tasted like ashes. Plor whipped a small rubber ball at the bulkhead, catching it as it rebounded back and whipping it again. Hobby sat in the corners of his mouth curled downwards in an even deeper frown than usual. Wes was uncharacteristically silent, a foamy laminale sitting untouched in front of him, growing increasingly warm. Luke caught the ball as it ricocheted towards him, force-enhanced reflexes giving him the anticipation needed to intercept it in flight. He tossed it back to Plor, who caught it easily then squeezed to near the point of popping. Luke didn't know Atral Taban well. He'd only met her once before being stationed aboard Eschenstrike at a celebration after Warlord Singe's death, and the re-annexation of most of his territory by the New Republic just before Leia's wedding. But that didn't matter. She might not be one of their pilots, but she was one of them. Eshin Strike had been their home for months, and each and every one of them knew his entire crew, not to mention Zray and their maintenance team, who had been with the Rogues for years. They'd lost their home. He didn't need to read Wedge's mind to know what his friend was thinking. Wedge's arms were crossed tightly over his chest, and his foot was intermittently knocking lightly against the metal leg of his chair. Only a few of them in this room had served as long as Wedge had, and even Luke had now spent almost as many years out of uniform as he spent in uniform. All the friends lost over those years, the comrades fallen. Why was it there were still people like Rogris, still so many people like Rogris, who could not see the Empire for what it was? Why did they have to take their prodigious skills and loyalty and put them to work killing people like Atril? He thought of Mara, months after Wayland, sitting in his apartment, telling him about her past over a mug of hot chocolate. He thought of her more recently, in the Jedi Museum, lamenting her blindness, unfairly blaming herself for Palpatine's machinations. He thought of Rogris and those like him, and wondered why so many couldn't see, and why a bare few like Hobby, and Biggs, and Atril could. Atril wasn't even dead. It would be easier, in some ways, if she were. They could mourn her as a martyr, as they had Biggs and so many others. Instead, they had been too late, and she and her crew and their friends were gone. The door to the mess slid open. All eyes were drawn to it, as one the pilot straightened and turned when Garm Bell Iblis stepped into the room. He waved at them, as you were, and they half relaxed again. Plor started squeezing the ball instead of throwing it. The crew of Eshin Strike was transferred to Lineary, the prison facility at the Lunar Orbital Station there, Bell Iblis said. Once our position here is fully secured, we're sure that any potential viruses the Empire may have left behind have been purged from the planetary defense grid, and Innisvalis repaired. We'll move on Lineary. That will take weeks, said Corrin. At best, Hobby muttered. More likely months. And even if we get permission to attack Lineary, there's no guarantee Strike's crew will still be there, or what condition they'll be in, added Tycho darkly. Luke could hear the personal experience in Tycho's voice. Tycho knew what it meant to be an Imperial prisoner. Luke watched Wedge. So, he saw, did Bell Iblis. Wedge sat in his chair, his hands folded over his lap, his expression clouded. Anger and sadness and exhaustion warred in his friend, twisted with longing. Wedge and Ela had barely been together before Wedge had been sent on this mission, and tying his friend in knots was the newness of his acknowledged love for Ela, his fear for all the risks she took, and would take in the future, working with Mara, a thought which sent a sympathetic jolt through Luke, and a simple desire for her companionship. Especially now, with the searing pain of the loss of another friend. I've been reviewing the Lineary defenses, said Gavin hopefully. It's not that well defended really. You have to add in the 5-star destroyers we let go, interrupted Plor. They'll be headed straight there to make it a doubly hard target. Gavin's face fell. I promise we won't wait, Bell Iblis pledged. It will take them some time to repair those ships, and his comlink beeped and he stopped shot with a grimace. He turned it on with a bit more force than would otherwise be required. Bell Iblis. General, there's a message here for you. Is using an old Imperial encrypt, one of the ones we broke a couple years back, during the Singe campaign. It reads your eyes only, and is marked extremely urgent. Curiosity pushed through anger, and pain as all attention was drawn fully to Bell Iblis. I'll be right there, he said. General Antilles, Jedi Skywalker, with me please. Asterisk. Bell Iblis and Sina Medeno clustered around the secure communication station, connected to Orthovin's hollow net transceiver. Show me, Bell Iblis ordered. Medeno nodded. As you can see, there isn't much here. She brought the message up. It was only a few sentences of text. There's another attached file that we're still decoding, she added. Lineary evacuation underway immediately. Facilities to be destroyed to prevent capture. Prisoners scheduled for termination. The three current or former generals read the message, then glanced at one another. Can we trace this back to the point of origin? Asked Bel Iblis. No, replied Medano. I've got our people working on trying to at least narrow down which net relays it could have been sent through, but given how the message was sent, it might not be possible to narrow it down very far. She leaned over her console. I'm getting the decrypt on the other file now. More information appeared on the holographic display. Bel Iblis started paging through it and his jaw dropped open. Luke could feel his own go slack as well. The surprise hit Wedge just as hard. This is a complete schematic of the prison facility at Lineary, exclaimed Bel Iblis. And what looks like details on the overall defenses of the system, added Wedge softly. He pointed at the display. 3 Golan stations, their current deployment, 2 Victory-class Star Destroyers and their current patrol routes. The number of fighters on station. Wedge arched an eyebrow, which turns out to not be very many. They must have sent most of what they had to Yukio. Or maybe it ended up elsewhere, added Luke. Look, Wedge, he pointed at the last ships. Invidious and Agonizer, and those last 2 dreadnoughts. Where are Chimera and Roger's other ships? Bel Iblis asked slowly. They don't appear here anywhere. Wedge and Luke both leaned in, frowning. They don't, Wedge agreed thoughtfully. Maybe they were deployed elsewhere. If the message is correct, Lineary is being abandoned. If they're pulling out, they may not want more damaged Star Destroyers and system complicating the withdrawal effort with their repair needs, Luke added. It's possible, Bel Iblis frowned as he continued to review the data. There are only so many people who could have sent this, he said thoughtfully. It was Roger's, Wedge said dully. Both Bel Iblis and Luke turned to look at him. How can you be sure? Asked Medano from the other side of the room. Wedge gestured at the screen. Because he promised that our prisoners on Lineary would be looked after, he said, anger once again heeding his words. And it seems Moff Disra has no intention of honoring that promise. He nodded at Bel Iblis. You're right about Roger's. He is an honorable man, by his own definition at least, and that honor would demand that he at least tell us that his word would be broken. And all these schematics. Why send those? Because, Wedge grated, he's telling us that he can't protect our people. But he's given us the chance to do it ourselves. The room was silent for a long moment. It could be a trap, Medano pointed out, trying to draw our forces back out of Yukio before the system is secure. We could head to Lineary and find Yukio's been stolen out from under us while our back was turned. Wedge turned towards Bel Iblis. You know what I'm going to ask, he said. If this information is accurate, we don't even need the full fleet to knock out Lineary. Not so fast, General, Bel Iblis said softly. I agree we need to act on this quickly if it's true. The timetable for the execution of our people could be short. But if we act precipitously, it could be disastrous. He turned to Medano. Cena, I want you to inform the fleet that we are to prepare for immediate departure for a potential combat engagement. I want all ships ready to leave on a moment's notice. There's no time for lengthy repairs. Focus on patching things up. Tell them they have an hour. Go. She nodded and strode out the door briskly, already talking on her comm. Bel Iblis turned back to Wedge and Luke. Who's the best intelligence analyst in Rogue Squadron? Captain Horn, Wedge replied instantly. Bring him here now, Bel Iblis ordered. I want his input. Asterisk. They took 20 minutes poring over the information they had. Korn's Astromech Whistler subjected it to all of his data analysis programming. The others quietly searched it for any possible inconsistencies or anything that would indicate it was a fabrication by Imperial intelligence. It had every appearance of being genuine, so they took another 20 minutes forming a battle plan. Less than an hour after the message had arrived, they had one. The only question was whether to use it. Garm Bel Iblis folded his hands behind his back and turned to Luke. His expression was grim, but there was a gleam of intent in his gaze. Jedi Skywalker, I'm old enough to have lived through the Clone Wars. I've met Jedi before, and I trust their judgment. What do you think we should do? Luke paused, taking a breath. Rather than answering, he turned to Korn. What do you think, Corin? Everyone here knows you're Force-sensitive also. Your father told you to trust your instincts. What are they telling you now? Is this a test? Corin asked, his expression darkening. No, replied Luke simply, and yes. He watched the other man closely. You're a combat pilot. You of all people should know how quickly the tides can change from a different perspective. Corin looked ready to protest, but a glance at Wedge caused that protest to die stillborn. With the frown still curling his lips, the shorter man closed his eyes. They stayed closed for a few long moments, and then with a soft sigh he turned back to Luke. I like Atril. I consider her a friend. I want to go after her and her crew, and I'm not sure if my personal feelings are getting in the way of my gut. That's all right, Luke replied serenely. Our personal feelings can hinder our instincts, making it harder to feel the right way forward. It can and will cause us to make mistakes. Accept that. Luke watched Corin, waited until he nodded and took a breath. Now, what do you think we should do? Corin glanced up at Wedge, then turned to Bel Iblis. I think we should go after them. We can't leave them in Imperial hands. Bel Iblis' expression tightened, and he looked back to Luke. And you, Jedi Skywalker? Luke didn't hesitate, and his voice was an odd mix of serene and certain. I think we need to go after them right now. We can't wait. Why? Luke shrugged. I don't know exactly. I just know that if we wait, we won't be there in time. Wedge was already turning towards the exit. Where are you going, General? Bel Iblis asked him pointedly. You heard, Luke? General, Wedge said stiffly. Yes, I did, Bel Iblis growled. But we just took Yukio, after months of toil and sacrifice, and if we leave the planet undefended now, right after its reconquest, the Empire could come right back in, and we'd be back where we started. For all we know, this all is a ploy to achieve exactly that outcome, including the threat to our people. Yes, we have the planetary shields now, but the Empire could have built in an override we haven't found yet. He frowned at Wedge until the pilot returned to Luke's side, then glowered at him for another long moment, before taking a deep breath. So, we can't take the entire fleet. Freedom and the cruisers will stay here to defend Yukio. That ought to be enough. We'll take the dreadnoughts, Endurance, and Uthor Farrell to Linuary. I'll move my flag to Peregrine and transfer Major Page from Orthovan to Endurance for the raid on the prison. General Antilles, you get the rogues and the rest of our fighter wing ready. We'll take every snub fighter we can squeeze into the carriers. He spared a long look for Luke and Corin. And may the Force be with us. Bel Iblis was on his way to the hangar with Cena Medano. The shuttles were waiting, engines hot, for him and Major Page's commando unit. Endurance and Uthor Farrell were already ready for departure to Linuary. There was a commotion ahead of them. A trio of New Republic security personnel were arguing with a blonde-haired man in a casual civilian outfit. The man saw Bel Iblis as he approached and immediately started waving both hands. General Bel Iblis. He and Cena exchanged a glance. Do you recognize him? She asked. I do, he murmured. That's Aves, Karrde's man, who commands the last resort. He owed Aves at least a conversation, he thought as they approached. The guards parted when it became obvious that Bel Iblis wasn't going to order Aves removed. Captain Aves, we're in a hurry. What can I do for you? Aves was breathing heavily. I need your help. Karrde is in trouble. He's been captured by a star destroyer, the Invidious, and taken to the Linuary system. Aves scowled. My ship has a giant hole in it and is barely spaceworthy, so I can't go help him myself. Look, General, I know this is asking a lot, but the Smugglers' Alliance is important to the New Republic, and I know that if Antilles were here that he'd. How do you know Karrde is at Linuary? Bel Iblis interrupted. Emergency beacon, Aves explained. It was designed to slip a short message out and then allow us to home in on his location. Are other Smugglers' Alliance ships going to be on their way also? Aves blinked. I'm not sure. I can send out a call. Probably at least some would come. We've got a lot who operate out in this part of space. We're not that far from the Corellian run. Come with me, Bel Iblis said. heading for the shuttle, already considering the possibilities. General, we don't have time to wait. Karrde's captors could find the signal any time, and then we'd lose our ability to track him. As it happens, Captain Aves, I was just on my way to Peregrine, and then from there we were planning to go to Lineary. Bell Iblis interrupted. Aves stared at him, slack-jawed. Oh. Come with me, Bell Iblis repeated firmly, grabbing Aves' arm and pulling him along towards the shuttle. We still have time to coordinate our efforts. Chapter 31. February 28, 2024. Voru's quarters on Invidious felt small tonight. He felt young again. The electric vigor of well-schemed victory coursed through him. I'm not nearly done yet, Voru reminded himself. Karrde agreed in large part because of his confinement, and anyone would agree to a bargain with no alternatives. For the moment, Voru had both Karrde and his people in custody, and Karrde could not have missed the implicit threat to his life and prosperity. And from Karrde's long-standing record, the lives of his people were perhaps even more important to him than his credits. But his agreement showed a weakness, and that had a great deal of value. The door to the future was open. He hadn't felt this good in decades. It was as if all the years lost to Kessel had been returned to him, a zest for life. His faith, his surety, that he would be returned to power had been proven right. It wasn't the power he had dreamt of, but no one could be an emperor with the galaxy as it was, and Voru had always been careful not to allow his dreams to become delusions. Out the window of his quarters, the massive Lineary orbital facilities loomed. He could see the Star Destroyer Agonizer under repair in the distance, swarming with maintenance and construction craft, two Katana dreadnoughts keeping careful vigil. Despite all the activity around Agonizer, the activity there was actually minimal when compared to the swarms of ships and transports swirling around the rest of the base. Freighters were being loaded heavy with everything and everyone they could carry. The two Victory-class Star Destroyers were loading down heavy as well, turned into large freight haulers for the Imperial evacuation. Disra had not been responding to his comms, but that was all right for now. Once Disra was established elsewhere, in some new position of power in the Empire, Voru would settle in on his shoulder and exploit him. For the moment, drawing too heavily on Disra might exhaust him entirely, and Voru didn't want to do that just yet. The only real question he had now was what to do about Tavira. She had become more and more confident and assertive, and Voru was beginning to think that their arrangement would have to change. Staying aboard Invidious with Eleazar put them both at risk, especially now that Tavira had received a large fraction of her share of their bounty. It was, Voru thought, just about time to leave, before the wolf decided to eat the calf. The door chimed, and Voru turned towards it. Come in. It slid open, and Eleazar walked in, his furred expression concerned. The droll waited until the door was closed behind him, then walked over to Voru, his short legs taking hurried steps for his elderly legs. Your jammer, he said. Voru lifted an eyebrow. He searched these quarters for listening devices regularly, and had yet to find any, but he walked over to his desk and took out an electronic jamming device, one that should scramble all but the best surveillance systems. What is it? He asked after activating it. We have a problem, Eleazar said worriedly. There's been a flurry of HoloNet communications, military-grade encryption. After they were received, a number of ships have altered their previous courses. He put his datapad down on the table before Voru and gestured at it pointedly. They're coming here. Voru frowned, picking up the datapad, examining it. A number of ships had departed Yukio, including both of General Bell Iblis starfighter carriers, and a number of the freighters Eleazar had been tracking had diverted from their courses along the Karrelian run. A few hours ago, a communication went out from the New Republic force in Yukio, Eleazar said. At the same time, the ships there hypered out. The droll hissed nervously. Do you think Karrde alerted them? Possibly, Voru said, stroking his chin. Even probably. But for his capture to draw such a large New Republic force so quickly, Karrde must be even more valuable to the New Republic than I believed. He smiled thinly. And therefore more valuable to me as well. Should we tell Tavira and Disra? Eleazar asked. That was an excellent question. But if they made it possible for the Empire to ambush a New Republic task force, it would do considerable damage to Voru's hopes of eventually rehabilitating himself in the eyes of the legitimate governments of the galaxy. If they didn't, Tavira would probably turn on him for good, but that was bound to happen eventually anyway, and it assumed she would escape, which she might not. Disra might or might not escape, but Voru had faith he would. Disra had always been highly skilled at the art of self-preservation, if nothing else. No, I don't think so, he said. I think it's time for us to leave. He picked up the datapad and tucked it into a pocket. I need you to do one thing for me, then we're going to get out here. I'd prefer to be gone before the battle begins. Asterisk. They cornered their pilot in the pilot's mess. He looked up at them warily, gaze turning from Voru to Eleazar and back. Can I help you boys? He asked. Yes, Voru said, sitting across from him. We're looking for a ride. The pilot wrinkled his nose, then sipped his calf with a sigh. And you're coming to me and not to Vera with this request because... Voru smirked, tilting his head to the side slightly, his gaze steady. You're a smart man, Lieutenant Early. You know the answer to that question already. Early frowned, putting down his cup of calf and rubbing his lower lip. How much and where are we going? He asked. We're going home, Voru said softly. How does 100,000 credits sound to you? Early folded his arms across his chest. You're asking me to desert? With the bonuses Tavira is handing out, she might offer me more if I turn you in, he pointed out. And if I do transport you, what keeps me from becoming a loose end that you just cut off to prevent anyone knowing where you ended up, huh? Voru was grudgingly impressed. 1 million then, he said, putting more reluctance into his voice than he felt. 1 million was nothing compared to his newfound fortune, though it was important not to get into the habit of squandering it for every small objective. And I'll make you my permanent pilot, he offered. Plenty of opportunity for growth. Early considered that. I'm going to put in place other contingencies, he said after a moment, to make sure that in the event of my death, there are consequences. Understood. Consequences. No, I'm not going to explain, Early said, leaning in, his Toulousan accent growing more pronounced. I remember Corellia under you, Voru. I remember that the system prospered, and I remember that those who challenged you tended to quietly disappear. I don't intend to give you any incentive to make me one of them, but I also don't intend to make it easy for you to disappear me, either. As you wish, Voru said. Now that we are done with the negotiations, we should leave. We don't want to still be here when the shooting starts. What shooting? Asterisk. The door to the conference lounge buzzed, and there was a clicking sound. Karrde and his crew looked over at it, then at each other in confusion. Karrde nodded at it, and Dinkin approached it cautiously. The sliding doors, previously securely locked, slid open to reveal a quiet, empty corridor outside. That's a thing, said Dinkin. Yes, it is, Karrde agreed with a frown. He stepped over, glanced down each end of the corridor. It was empty, and there were no alarms going off. Very odd. Maybe not, said Fawn. She pointed down the large windows in the conference lounge, which looked down into NVIDIA's primary hangar. Karrde strode over. There was an old, nondescript freighter down there, sitting next to Wild Karrde in the hangar. Boarding it was a middle-aged human, helping an elderly drawl up the ramp. Standing at the end of the ramp, looking up at them, was Fleary Voru. He tossed Karrde a salute, then hurried up after his two companions. Within seconds, the freighter had risen up on its repulsor lifts. It looks like our new business partner is getting ready to leave, said Dinkin. Yes, it does, agreed Karrde. And it would seem he has given us the ability to depart as well. Below them, the freighter turned towards the hangar exit, and a handful of guards were trotting over, pointing at the freighter in confusion. It would also seem he is leaving without permission, Karrde added thoughtfully. What do we do, Capt? Asked Chen. What we do not do is stay here, Karrde replied. He nodded at the others. With me? We move fast and quiet. I sure do wish Mara was here, Boss, said Denkin, his lips pursed unhappily. Yes, Karrde agreed silently. Denkin wasn't the only one who was missing Mara right then. Fast and quiet, he repeated instead. Let's go. There was something wrong. The Tavis car could feel it in his gut. Tension curling, the force twisting around him, pulling and pushing, his danger sense singing with increasing pitch and volume. With each passing minute he could feel the sensation growing, could feel threat and anticipation boxing in around him, depriving him of options. But the exact nature of the threat, that was unclear. Ever since his encounter with the Jedi on Coruscant, there had been tension and anticipation warring within him, neither interested in justifying itself. Opportunity was coming, change was coming, and with it came danger. He knew it, he was certain of it, but the Force had not explained more to him. He'd even tried meditation, a practice he'd long since abandoned, and only tried on very rare occasions. But all he'd seen was a memory of his past, his master's face and words, his master's blade. His master's death. Again and again and again. There was a reason he had stopped meditating. But Tavira did not seem hindered by any such worries. She was in as good a mood as he could ever remember, flush with the rewards of her bargain with Voru, gleaming with her own anticipation for the future. The Invidious hung in space on the other side of the massive orbital facility as Tavira personally oversaw the extraction of valuable items from the base as it was evacuated. Small freighters swarmed around, loading up and carrying items to Invidious and the other star destroyers, unloading them and returning. Cartons of blaster rifles and surplus gas cartridges, TIE interceptor components, spare parts for hyperdrives and shield generators, turbolaser batteries and tractor beams. Every Star Destroyer spare part a captain might need. Anything and everything she might use or sell she plucked and took for herself with clear glee. The tension was growing, and he finally gave in. "My lady," he murmured, leaning towards her. Tavira turned and looked up, her violet eyes gazing up at his mask. "Yes, my Tavis car." "Something is wrong, my lady," he said quietly. "I don't know what, but I feel there is danger coming. I think we should return to Invidious and evacuate." She stopped, frowning. She peered around them slowly, examining the other faces in the base's large open hangar. Stormtroopers marching into transports, repulsor lifts humming as they fled into space, technicians working frantically to box up supplies and ship them to Agonizer or the 2 Victory-class Star Destroyers which had been repurposed into transports. Pilots doing last system checks on their ships before making their own departures. "If Voru were going to have me assassinated, I doubt he would do it here," she said finally. "Disra doesn't have the guts to try it. Besides, any threat from them I'm sure you can handle." He gritted his teeth. "My lady." She waved away his concerns. "You're my bodyguard. If there is a threat to me, I have every confidence you will be able to address it." She wandered off, placing Invidia's name on the destination labels for multiple freight containers. He took a deep breath. He wanted to protest, to explain that not every threat could be so easily dismissed, that it was exceedingly possible that they might face something more serious, something like the Jedi on Coruscant, whom he had only defeated because of his armor, something that would not work a second time. But he was sworn to her, and had already expressed his concerns. Doing so again would annoy her and accomplish nothing. So he said nothing, following her as she browsed, feeling the tension in the air grow thicker and thicker. Her comlink chirped and she plucked it off her belt and activated it. "Tavira." "Admiral, we've had an unauthorized launch," said the voice of the man who had replaced Navarian as Invidious communications officer. "A freighter." His voice was cut off suddenly. Behind the man's voice was the howl of a battle klaxon. With a grimace, Tavira pulled the comlink away from her ear. "Invidious," she said. "What's going on up there?" They both jumped as a new klaxon sounded, this one in the hangar they were standing in. So too did all the pilots, stormtroopers, technicians. Even the loader droids paused to look around. "Invidious, damn it. What is happening?" There was a rumble of footsteps and TIE pilots, half dressed in their flight suits, were running or stumbling into the hangar now, racing for the lines of TIE spaced haphazardly around, pushed out of the way so that the transports could make quicker landings. "I'm sorry, Admiral," the voice came back. There was a quaver in that voice. "There's a new Republic battle fleet that has just arrived in system and is already launching fighters. They're headed your direction, ma'am." Tavira stared at her comlink, then at the Tavis car. "Kriv," she cursed, sounding stunned. He could feel in her force sense the sudden realization that all she had already won, all she had gained, was suddenly at dire risk. There was an edge of panic in her voice. "Prepare for immediate departure," she ordered. "As soon as I'm back aboard, we'll be leaving. Scramble all our fighters to protect the ship." She turned towards him, and he had to resist the urge to point out that he'd warned her something was wrong. "Protect me?" "Yes, my lady," he said, feeling the dark teasing him, insidious, feeding his resentment. "As you command." Asterisk. Wedge and Tilly's X-Wing snapped back into real space right on target, the rest of Rogue Squadron flickering in around him. Behind the snub fighters were the heavier ships, the 5 Katana dreadnoughts, which had been General Bell Ibla's fleet during his private war against the Empire, Admiral Loretta Bell's Endurance, launching even more fighters from his large hangar, and Plorza Thorfarrell, unloading 4 squadrons of Z-95s and X-Wings from the Yachuan Queen's Guard. He didn't have Attrell in his ear, but Garm Bell Ibla's voice was there instead. The two of them rapidly took stock of the situation. "Main target is the 2nd Golan Station," Bell Ibla said. "Lineary Beta. That one has a full field of fire over the orbital facilities where the prison is located. We can't avoid Gamma and Alpha as long as we don't threaten the rapid repair facility or the ground facilities." "Confirmed," Wedge said. "Looks like we caught the 2 Empires in port. Invidious and Agonizer are both docked to the platforms, and by the looks of things Agonizer is missing half of one of her engines. The 2 Vic Stars are the more immediate problem." "You leave those to me," Bell Iblis growled. "My dreadnoughts should be able to match them, and then some. I'll take enough fighters to match their squadrons. You take the rest of the force and hit the Golan. Once it's out of action, we'll reassess." There were already Imperial fighters spilling into space. Invidious was launching more of those TIEs that Tavira seemed to favor. The base was launching the more typical varieties of TIEs, with the typical TIE fighter most predominant. "There is a lot of traffic out here," Wedge pointed out. "I'm counting at least 20 Imperial freighters of a variety of makes." "If they don't fight us, let them go," Bell Ibla said. "We're here for one thing and one thing only, and that's our people. Our last report was there on the base, and the timeline for their execution could be short. Let's go get them?" "Right?" Wedge flicked the comm off private. "New Republic forces. This is General Antilles. Polearm, Guardian, Champion, and Torrent squadrons. Your job is to screen our dreadnoughts and help knock out the 2 Vic Stars." He paused a moment to let his HUD update Arlian and Furious. "All other squadrons, our target is the Golan Station Lineary Beta. Warden Squadron, I want that station eliminated. Everyone else, keep the B-Wings clear to launch." There was a pause, and each squadron leader echoed a confirmation. Wedge pushed his throttle to full, the distant base facility starting to grow in his vision as gate beeped to alert him to the growing number of enemy snub fighters. He quickly scanned through his own squadron status reports one more time, was relieved to see all 11 of his pilots roaring after him, even mine, clearly frayed after losing his fighter at the Battle of Yukio, had nonetheless scrounged an X-Wing from Orthovan Squadron. "They've got our own in there," he added. "We're going to get them back?" Asterisk. The distance between the mass of snub fighters, 6 full squadrons of fighters, and the Imperial starfighter squadrons closed to under 10 kilometers. On Luke's HUD, R2 counted down the distance, the number scrolling rapidly downwards. Luke reached out to the Force, feeling the 72 miles of New Republic and Yachuan Queen's Guard. He felt their aggregated tension, their fear, their professionalism, their confidence. He felt their patriotism and their love and their dedication. West's passionate dedication to the rogues and his unofficial role as morale officer, Tycho's meticulous, incredibly precise and thorough brain, already boxing in targets, Plore's carefully controlled anger and quiet fear that she might never see her children again, minds exhausted, determination to see the mission through. Wedge's love for every one of them, and his endlessly creative, improvisational mind. Luke gave them focus. He schooled their fears, not removing them but blunting the edge. Remembering C'baoth's ability to improve the combat potential of the Imperial forces, Luke sought to do the same, improving awareness and coordination, aim and response time. He could not push them beyond their abilities, but he could help each of them be the best they could be. He frowned. Another mind, familiar and dazzlingly brilliant, edged his awareness. It was coming up behind them, surprised and then relieved, sudden affection surging as it reached back towards him, and of course it was Mara, her subtle passion, and iron-fisted determination and sharpened wit, and he leaned into her presence. Skywalker. Fancy meeting you folks out here, Han's voice said over the comm. I hope you don't mind me crashing your party, Wedge. And is that you, kid? I'll never turn down the Millennium Falcon, Wedge said with a laugh. Welcome to the party, General. Fighters, redesignate Falcon as gold leader. R2 beeped happily and updated Luke's HUD. It's me, Han, Luke smiled, splitting his attention between the falling distance to the ties and his brother-in-law. What are you doing here? We're here to rescue Karrde. Saw Bell Iblis fleet drop out of hyperspace and decided to join in the fun. Glad you're here to help us rescue him? Luke thought about adding that they also needed to rescue the other prisoners, but decided it wasn't important enough to waste precious seconds. Care to help us clear out this nest of Imperial pilots? I've even got 2 gunners for the quads, Han said, his grin audible. You'll never guess who? Luke didn't need to guess. He reached out in the Force, felt Mara reach back. Mara. The Millennium Falcon's arrival had an immediate impact on New Republic morale. The stock freighter's speed was impressive, and it easily outpaced a B-wing, and Luke and Hobby spread their formation to offer an escort. That was odd, Luke thought, pulling himself away from the incredible temptation to just focus on Mara's luminous presence. There was another Force-strong presence on the Falcon. But there was no time to focus on it as the TIEs reached firing distance and space erupted with laser fire. TIE fighters, with their lack of shields, were most vulnerable at the point of contact with the enemy. Without shields, head-on-head engagements were often suicide, so the enemy TIEs broke away just before effective laser range, curling around in an attempt to flank the New Republic's Nutfighter. The Yachu and Z-95s broke after them, dual laser cannons spitting fire, catching a handful of the evading TIEs. The Rogues and Yachuan X-Wings equaled in numbers the fighters, which had launched from Tavira's Invidious, torpedoes soaring from some of the X-Wings at the 3-wing TIEs. Luke, still half engaged in his battle meditation, could feel his fellow pilots. Plore was already celebrating the kill, having put a torpedo through the cockpit of her first target. Tycho and Wedge were playing off each other, Tycho letting Wedge distract the enemy fighters and drive them into the Alderaanian sights, where he coolly vaped them one by one. One of the fighters was closing in on him, and Luke pulled himself fully out of the meditation, unable to sustain it and concentrate on the battle at the same time. Hobby was there, his X-Wings lasers flashing and sending the TIE spinning out of the battle, to Z-95s racing in pursuit of his wingman. The Falcon roared past, quad lasers snarling, plucking another TIE out of space, and Luke could hear Ela Wesseri's victorious shout over the comm, hear her and Wedge exchanging the briefest of reunions. Luke grinned. He had Hobby watching his back, Han, Chewie, Mara, and Ela in the Falcon, and it was time to just fly. Asterisk. Mara had never had a real chance to see Skywalker fly. She knew he had a reputation for being a hot hand in an X-Wing, and she knew he had destroyed the Death Star the first time he'd ever stepped into a space-worthy cockpit, but his flying prowess had never been a particular concern of hers. If she was going to assassinate him and wouldn't be flying ship to ship, she was a decent enough pilot, sure, but it wasn't her primary skill. And since they'd actually met, his ground prowess had always been most important. That had been the domain of their competition and of their teamwork. The Falcon lurched, Han and Chewie keeping Maris Turret covering the field of fire where Skywalker's X-Wing was visible. Skywalker spun, his wingman skillfully keeping in formation, and the two of them sent quick bursts of lasers out at a target she couldn't see. There was the brightness of an explosion, and she swiveled her turret and sent a barge of fire at one of Tavra's fighters, sending it evasive. Through it all, there was Luke. His presence had been unexpected to say the least, but once she had realized he was here, she'd been drawn inextricably to him, a gleaming beacon luring her closer with irresistible gravity. There were no words, neither of them had the focus to attempt a conversation, but they didn't need one. She knew what he was about to do, almost like her hand rested atop his as he guided his X-Wing, and could tell that he, in turn, just knew what she was aiming at. She could feel, too, his sheer joy and delight at flight. Yes, they were in a fight for their lives, but even that couldn't diminish Luke's pure happiness as he guided his fighter with skill she could honestly say she had never seen matched. She could share in that joy, too, and wondered, with silent detachment as she protected his life with the Falcon's heavy quad, if there would ever be a time in her life when she was as happy as Luke Skywalker was flying an X-Wing. Asterisk. Wedge pulled the trigger, sending 4 bursts of laser fire burning through his target. The trefoil tie spun away, now short 2 wings, and spinning out of control in the direction of Lingerie. The planet, in contrast, remained placidly in its orbit, unchanged by the battle above. Proton torpedoes rained against the shields of the Golan station that hung above the Lingerie orbital facility, the station's large turbolaser batteries blasting back. Golan stations weren't designed to fight snub fighters, and their capital-grade batteries had serious trouble hitting the small craft, but even one hit from those batteries would kill a starfighter, and Golans could take a lot of punishment. The 2 Star Destroyers in port were still locked into their moorings. Invidious was buzzing with activity, but remained unable to engage while Agonizer, still bearing wounds inflicted at Hishium and Yukio, was at the more distant repair facility and escorted by 2 distant dreadnoughts which had not yet moved to involve themselves in fight. I wonder what they're waiting for. Wedge, finding himself out of the melee for a moment, took a breath and thought hard as he toggled through his HUD. The Queensguard fighters were acquitting themselves well, but the 2 antiquated Z-95 squadrons had still suffered losses. The rogues were performing extraordinarily well, so well that Wedge had to do a double take. His attention settled on Luke and found himself grinning. Luke was everywhere. He had an uncanny ability to be in exactly the right place at exactly the right time. Whenever one of the rogues found themselves in a tight spot, there were Luke and the Falcon, Luke chasing the enemy away or nailing them with precise fire. The ones Luke didn't get, the Falcon mostly did. Luke's fighter had picked up a rather determined tail, so he adopted a straightforward weave, preventing the tie from getting a good shot off at him. The Falcon's gunner sniped the tie with a daring shot that had barely missed Luke's fighter, Luke dodging out of the way just in time to avoid taking the fire himself. Either it had been the riskiest shot Wedge had ever seen, or Luke and the Falcon's gunner shared a brain. Hobby's fighter roared after Luke, desperately trying to catch up, and Wedge laughed. Having trouble keeping up with Rogue 3-4? Remember, you're the one who wanted to be his wingman. I can't decide if I like this or hate it, complained Hobby, sounding breathless. I feel like I've run a marathon. Wedge chuckled, then spun his fighter to get a visual on Lingerie Beta. The Golan had suffered proton torpedo strikes but was still clearly in action, and he gripped his stick. All fighters, time to hit the Golan. We can't put landing forces on the orbital facility until we've knocked it out, so that's our next job. There was an echo of confirmation, and Wedge toggled over to proton torpedoes, lining up his first shots. The Golan's turbolaser battery snarled as one, firing above and behind him, and from that position came returning turbolaser and ion cannon fire. Endurance and Uthor Farrell spat furiously at the Golan, their weapons plugging away at the heavy platform, weakening its shields as the snub fighters swerved close to attack. Then the amount of fire pouring into the Golan suddenly doubled, and doubled again. Wedge frowned in astonishment and confusion. Gate, who's shooting? His astromech whistled cheerfully, and on the HUD popped up a list of a dozen freighters, each one listed as belonging to the Smugglers Alliance. There was a Karrde corvette, the Karrde's Pride, 5 bulk freighters also of Karrde make, a handful of converted Quiddy yachts, a half-dozen other irregular ships, and many of them were launching proton torpedoes or concussion missiles. Imperials, this is Captain Gillespie of the Karrde's Pride. An older, confident male voice came over the wide band on the comm with relish. I suggest you finish your evacuation before we finish it for you. Are you seeing this, leader? Asked Tycho. Yep, Wedge said, his HUD humming the solid tone of a good target lock. Let's finish it too. Proton torpedoes exploded against the Golan station. It spun, maneuvering thrusters wheeling it around to bring its undamaged side to bear. But that made little difference against the starfighters. The rogues curved around to come back in on the damaged flank, putting torpedoes through its diminished shields, tearing holes in its hull. Bleeding atmosphere, the station's shields failed, and Endurance's big guns and ion cannons raked devastation in their wake, disabling some weapons, shredding others. The Smugglers Alliance ships added still more weapons fire, their lower-grade weapons wreaking their own havoc, while more proton torpedoes ripped deep before exploding. The comm beeped. All Smugglers Alliance vessels, this is Mara Jade, her authoritative voice came over the comm. The station's finished. Save your torpedoes and missiles for now. Wedge thumbed his comm. General Antilles to all fighters, Linnery Beta has been disabled. Well done. His gaze shifted to the still-moored Invidious. Reprioritize targeting. Invidious is next. Major Page, you're up. Asterisk. That's generous of you, Red, Han said over the intercom. Giving the Imperials time to get off that death trap. Linnery Beta was now no longer an active combatant, escape pods jettisoning from it in all directions, most of them homing in on the planet below as a safe landing location. Hardly, Mara replied, swiveling her turret to watch over Luke. Every time the Falcon spun and put him out of her view, her heart lurched. Every torpedo they fire is an invoice that will appear on my desk tomorrow. Do you have any idea how much those things cost? Maybe I should join up too, Han mused. It would be nice to be able to send you a bill for the missiles I use. Remember, every invoice they send me I'll be forwarding onto your wife with a 20% markup. Han winced audibly. Okay, maybe not. The hangar turned from busy to frantic in a matter of moments. The 3-wing ties had been pushed to the back of the Invidious hangar to make plenty of space for the flock of transports which had been moving supplies from the Linnery base to the Star Destroyer. The enormous cargo containers were being hauled into deeper storage one by one, but when the battle klaxons went off, everything stopped, and then the process of frantically moving those containers far enough out of the way to let the ties get out of the hangar began. Enormous cargo lifter droids dragged transport containers in one direction or another, clearly not very experienced in the task. They left scars on the hangar deck as they worked hastily, pilots screaming to clear the path so they could launch. The chaos was perfect. Karrde waved at his crew. Then the 4 of them started walking purposefully across the deck towards Wild Karrde, which was blocking a trio of ties from exiting the hangar. Are you responsible for this freighter? A TIE pilot yelled at them over the hammering noise and chaos. Move it. Karrde tossed a salute. That's what we are here to do, he called back. It will only take a minute. You better hurry. The pilot yelled at them. The New Republic is here and the Admiral is still on the base. We've been ordered to hold off the enemy for long enough to evac her and the Tavas car, then get out of here. I wouldn't want to be responsible for endangering her safety. Karrde picked up his pace to a quick jog. The men who had been guarding Wild Karrde had been drawn away to help move one of the cargo containers. He stopped at the Wild Karrde's raised ramp, plugged in the command codes, and the ramp descended to allow his crew to board. Denkin was up the ramp and running into the ship before the ramp was even half lowered. Fall next. Karrde and Chen, not as young or nimble, waited until it was lower before pulling themselves up. Karrde hastily climbed up the ramp, then slapped the ramp control to close it behind them. Get us ready for departure, he called. In response, Wild Karrde's repulsor lifts thrummed to life, the ship humming and lurching beneath him as they lifted off the deck. He raced to the bridge, found Denkin and Chin clustered around the main control station as Thrawn brought up the ship's scanners and comms. Denkin pointed through the main bridge windows. "Got a problem, boss?" he said, breathing heavily. "We're blocked in." A freighter had just arrived and landed in the shallow space between Wildcare's nose and the magnetic shield that separated the hangar from open space. Karrde glanced at the ship's monitors, saw in the hangar there was now a cluster of armed troopers talking to the TIE pilot they'd passed. He turned back to Denkin. "Can we push it out of the way?" Denkin stared at him. "You mean physically?" Karrde nodded. "We're bigger," he pointed out. "More powerful engines, better armor." He pointed at the monitor. "And we've got troopers on us." Denkin cursed viciously. "Belt in," he said, reaching for his own belt and locking it around his waist. "This is going to be bumpy." "Just do it," Karrde ordered, turning and jumping into his command chair, strapping himself in securely. "Brace." In the pilot's chair, Denkin rested his hand on the throttle and pushed it gently. Karrde stirred, gliding forward a few meters. He grimaced painfully, and Karrde shuddered as his nose made contact with the smaller in-system transport, a Karrde cargo ferry. The unshielded freighter screeched, sliding over the hangar deck, and Karrde could see the ship's shock crew in his bridge, clustering at the window to gaze with horror back at them. Karrde kicked as Denkin pushed the throttle higher, and the screech of metal on metal grew deafening as the Karrde was pushed back farther, sliding towards the hangar's magnetic shield. The faces vanished, the other freighter starting to hum itself as its crew worked to activate its systems. Karrde brought up his ship's weapons and fired once, at point-blank range against an unshielded target, while Karrde's weapons delivered a devastating amidships blow. All of the Karrde's lights went dark. Chin cursed, and with a pained grimace Denkin pushed the throttle up again. The cargo ferry was pushed out over open space, drifting without power. Behind it, Karrde dropped out of the hangar, curling down and away, Denkin spinning the freighter in an evasive maneuver. "Watch for tractor beams," Karrde ordered, watching invidious behind them. But the Star Destroyer was locked in the embrace of the orbital platform, unable to pursue, and Denkin ducked them behind one of those long station arms to shield them from turbolaser fire and the grip of tractor beams alike. "Captain," Thrawn said, her hand on her ear, listening to the calm chatter of the battle. "Listen to this." She routed the communication over to his station. "All Smugglers Alliance vessels, this is Mara Jade. The station's finished. Save your torpedoes and missiles for now." Karrde grinned, looking out at the arrayed New Republic and Smugglers Alliance ships. "Give me comms, Thrawn," he said. Her expression was enthusiastic and fierce as she worked, then nodded when she was ready. "New Republic, Smugglers Alliance. This is Talon Karrde," he announced. "Karrde has just escaped from Invidious. We're coming to join the main formation." There were a few seconds of comms chaos as lots of people talked over one another. The voice that finally cut through belonged to Wedge Antilles. "Karrde, this is General Antilles," he said. "Glad to hear you got away. We've got additional prisoners to rescue on the main platform, so our work isn't done here yet." "I understand," Karrde said, examining the plot. The New Republic snubs were clearing a path for a large commando transport. One of them caught his eye. "Is that you, Solo?" he asked, surprised. "It's me," Han groused. "I've got Mara and Elo aboard too. They insisted I come get you." Karrde could hear his frown. "You're really racking up the favors you owe me, Karrde. One of these days I'm gonna call him in." Karrde smiled thinly. "I pay my debts," he agreed. "Mara." "I'm here, Talon." Her voice came after a moment, and Karrde could hear the relief in her voice, though she would no doubt deny it if confronted, of course. "It's good to hear your voice," Karrde said. "I heard you had a bit of excitement on Coruscant after I left." "A bit. I have reason to believe that Leonia Tavira and the Force Adept you and Skywalker were discussing at dinner are on the platform as well. One of the men called him the Taviskar, if that means anything to you," he informed her. There was a pause. "Understood," she said. "I'll take care of it." A new voice came. "Luke Skywalker's." I'll follow Major Page down. We're landing, said Han, determined. I'm not letting you go into another nightmare without me, Luke. There was a soft, relieved breath on the comm that likely only Karrde recognized as Mara's. Asterisk. Major Page is making his landing now, Wedge said. Better hurry. Hobby, you go with Luke and Han. Hobby's sound of disgust was audible despite the staticky communications channel. You do know what they call an X-Wing pilot when he's on the ground. Target practice. Wedge would have smirked, but his memory of Yukio's TIE pilots and their smash garrison was too fresh. You'll be with Luke, he pointed out instead. He'll look after you. That might work on the young ones, Wedge, Hobby complained, but I'm old enough to remember that most of the time Luke is the one that needs looking after. Chapter 32. General Garm Bel Iblis gave into an old habit of his he'd never been able to break and gripped the familiar metal armrests of his command chair on Peregrine. His 5 dreadnoughts bore down, pouring turbolaser and ion cannon fire into the closer of the 2 Victory-class star destroyers, the venerable Arlen. A victory that dated all the way back to the latter years of the Old Republic. Arlen was still of a more recent vintage than any of his dreadnoughts, but not so much newer that it compensated for his numerical inferiority. Worse, Arlen and Furious 2 TIE fighter squadrons were outnumbered by the New Republic's 2 pairs of A-Wing and B-Wing squadrons, and as the superior A-Wings cleared the threat board of Imperial starfighters, the B-Wings set up to make their runs. Someday soon, Bel Iblis thought to himself, the Empire will wake up to the fact that throwing away their pilots' lives in unshielded fighters is losing them this war. Hopefully that revelation won't come anytime soon. Furious was the more serious threat, but Furious was heavily laden with freighters and transports which had been evacuating personnel and equipment to the newer Victory 2. Forced to try to protect those valuable resources and get as many of them aboard as possible, Furious had turned to present its superstructure to Bel Iblis forces, giving them a nice big target for their ion cannons and for his B-Wings to target. A quartet of B-Wings from Guardian Squadron unleashed a full salvo of proton torpedoes. The first 2 ripped a hole in Arlen's shields, the latter 6 slammed with righteous anger into Arlen's hull. Small explosions became bigger ones as something, probably a backup power generator, detonated within the hull, and the ship's running lights briefly flickered. His 2 lead dreadnoughts, Karrde and Saker, took advantage of the sudden weakness, raking turbolaser fire over Arlen's hull and shredding overheated armor. More explosions rippled along the length of the ship, and Arlen's turbolaser fire slowed to a trickle as the ship started to spin out of control. Bel Iblis grinned wolfishly. Amor and Lagger, use your ions to suppress Arlen. All other ships, target Furious. His eyes settled on the larger, newer Victory 2, the richer prize, whose turbolasers were scattering across all 3 of his lead dreadnoughts. Peregrine shuddered mildly from the strikes. 1 down, 1 to go. As his ships moved to obey his orders, Bel Iblis focused instead on the real threats that remained. Stuck in his docking slip at the far end of the Imperial orbital platform was the far more powerful Invidious, a fully armed and equipped Imperial 2. And farther away, settled in the repair yards, was the still damaged Agonizer and its 2 dreadnought escorts. Neither of the big ships had yet made a move, but Bel Iblis knew that whatever happened with Furious, the battle was far from over. He heard a gasp from his comms officer, and someone cursed. General, Invidious. His head swiveled back to Tavira's flagship and inhaled sharply. With sudden ruthlessness, the Star Destroyer's heavy turbolasers had opened fire, and it took a second for Bel Iblis to realize what he was seeing. The green blast slammed out, targeting not the still distant New Republic forces, but the orbital platform. The extended docking slip, which had trapped the Star Destroyer, vanished in a sudden explosive vapor, debris spitting out in all directions. More guns fired, shredding the personnel tubes and repair struts. Then Invidious big engines flared to life, pushing the ship through the cloud of debris. It had been ruthless, Bel Iblis thought, with something close to awe, but it had freed the Star Destroyer faster than would have been possible otherwise. And they were abandoning the facility anyway, he thought. Why not wreck it? What could possibly be worth taking the care to preserve? For the hundreds, perhaps thousands of people who staffed the section of the platform that had just been opened to space, it was a final question. But Furious was exclusively targeting Peregrine now. His ion cannons wreaking havoc on his ship's systems, and he didn't have the attention to spare for Invidious. For the moment, Tavira was Wedge's problem. Mara peered through the Millennium Falcon's cockpit, Kype leaning to look over her shoulder. In front of them, Han and Chewbacca were guiding the Falcon into an open hangar for a landing. Already landed was the commando transport, and Mara could see an exchange of blaster fire between Major Page's commandos and the Imperial stormtroopers guarding the orbital platform. Luke and Hobby's X-Wings were soaring into the hangar alongside the transport, the 4 engines of each starfighter losing their glow as they hovered on repulsor lifts, and then their laser cannons sent powerful bursts of energy at the bunkered stormtroopers, chasing the remainder of the Imperials deeper into the platform. Han nodded approvingly. "Let's go, Chewie," he said, and they brought the Falcon into the hangar as the X-Wings were settled into the deck. Luke popped his canopy and waved at the Falcon, his expression serious. "Come on," Ela called from the Falcon's central room, holding a blaster rifle confidently. She had a comlink attached over her ear. "Major Page's commandos are clearing out the main corridor leading deeper into the station and trying to pin down where the New Republic prisoners are." She pointed at Mara. "You could be helpful with those Imperial computers, like you were on Kessel." Mara nodded, moving to follow. Kype was hot on her heels. "Are you some kind of slicer genius?" he asked curiously, peering at her sideways. He might still be a teenager, but he was already taller than she was, and his childlike curiosity struck her as just a bit unnerving. "No," she said. "Then how do you do it?" He pestered as they trotted down the Falcon's ramp. Luke was hopping down from his snub fighter, his expression lightening when he saw her. She felt her own tension ease at the sight of his smile. "She's got Imperial command codes," said Han from behind them, his hand on his blaster. He tossed Luke a friendly salute. "Hey, kid." Kip's expression froze, and Mara felt a sudden surge of disgust and revulsion. "You were an Imperial." "A lot of us were, kid," Han said. "Even me." "Hey, Han," Luke returned Han's greeting as he approached, walking over towards them, his lightsaber swinging on his belt. Behind him, Hobby was jumping down from his X-Wing, then cursing as he fumbled with the fighter's cargo compartment. Luke only had eyes for Mara, and she had a sneaking suspicion that if there wasn't so much company, she'd be in his arms again. She wasn't sure how she felt about that. She probably wouldn't shoot him. Han cleared his throat. "Luke, meet Kype," he nodded. "Kype was a prisoner on Kessel," he said awkwardly. "He helped Chewie and me in the spice mines and then helped us escape. He wants to see Coruscant." "In the spice mines," Luke said, blinking a few times. "What were you doing? No, you know, we'll have time to catch up later." He extended his hand to Kype, and Mara could see those blue eyes evaluating the youngster even as he did the same with the Force. "Hi, Kype. Thanks for looking after my brother-in-law." He winked. Han has a tendency to get himself into trouble and often needs help getting back out of it again. "Yeah, look who's talking," Han retorted. Kype was still visibly digesting the fact that Mara and Han had both been in the Imperial service. Mara could feel an instinctive, deep hatred for the Empire and anything it had touched churning around him in the Force, and she didn't blame him. Given the life he'd lived, and the Empire's role in it, he had every right to hate Imperials. Still, she thought, it only added to her discomfort that his hatred was at that moment mostly directed at her. Kype shook himself. "Han and Chewie weren't so bad," he said after a moment. "I'm glad to hear it," Han groused. "Look, kid, I know you're going to want to come with us, but you're going to stay here with Chewie and the Falcon. We need someone to make sure the Empire doesn't come in and take our ships from us, yeah." Kype looked like he might protest, glancing between Han, Mara, and Luke. Han unshouldered a drop blaster carbine and belt of power packs and handed it to him. He took the time to give Kype a fuller tutorial than the one the kid had gotten on Kessel. Safety, Firing modes, sight, stun setting. Finger off the trigger unless you want to put a hole in something. Kype nodded, cradling the carbine like it was a combination of delicate artifact and powerful symbol. Consider it done, he agreed, less grudgingly. He squinted. It's a little bright in here anyway. Ela walked over, Major Page at her side. Mara, we think we've identified the prison where our people are being held, but there are a lot of layers of defenses between us and them, she said. We're going to need your help getting through them all, or we're going to be here for hours. Mara's gaze flicked to Han and Luke. After a moment, she nodded reluctantly, not liking the idea of letting Luke go after the bronze-armored Force Adept on his own, but knowing that Luke probably didn't need the help and Ela did. Let me talk to Skywalker for a minute. She reached out and snagged his arm, pulling him away from the crowd. He followed. It's good to see you, he said as they got out of easy earshot. I missed you were the words he didn't say. Mara realized she was still holding his arm and let her hand drop. She plucked Rannick Salazar's lightsaber off her belt and pressed it into his hand. His name is Cam Salazar, she said quickly, opening her mind to him and letting him see her memory of the events on Coruscant. I think he's Rannick Salazar's son, the Jedi from one of the exhibits we were near. Luke's expression paled as he saw her memory of the duel on Coruscant and the moment of frozen horror when she had been sure she was about to die. He turned slightly, putting his back to their comrades, hiding her slimmer form in front of him, his fingers stroking over hers as they both held Rannick's lightsaber. Mara. She rolled her eyes, putting as much determined scorn into it as she could, knew she wasn't wholly successful at pushing off his instinct to overprotectiveness. I'm fine, she hissed, but there was no bite to it, not with his fingers warm over hers. I'm fine, she repeated, more earnestly, peering up at him. The pinched concern on Luke's cheeks relaxed, and he nodded, exhaling. Vader killed his father, she said, drawing Luke's attention back to more important matters. Then he seems to have been impressed into the Inquisitorius. Luke frowned again. Vader, he sighed. The mention of his father, the reminder of who Anakin Skywalker had become, of the harms he'd inflicted and the pain he unleashed, darkened his Force sense with undeserved guilt. Mara didn't like it. Her eyes flicked to his holster. Have you gotten any use out of that blaster yet? Luke's expression lightened. He withdrew Rannick Salazar's lightsaber, hanging it on his belt next to his own. Not yet, Mara, but the scope's handy. She swallowed as their hands parted. His armor seems to short out lightsabers, she said. But it's only a temporary effect. I know. Time to go, called Ela, and Mara pulled herself away, brushing past him. Later, maybe she'd let herself think about it. Maybe. Instead, she put on the expression the Emperor's hand had worn before every mission, plucking the datapad out of Ela's hand and examining the base's defenses as they walked with Major Page towards the cluster of waiting shock commandos. Asterisk. Where are we going? Asked Han as Luke approached him. Luke was still focused on Mara. His eyes tracked over Han and Hobby, but his mental focus was on Mara, her Force presence, and the way even as she walked away he could feel a corner of her own mind still focused on him. Feel her worry and her undeniable protectiveness. Kid. Han rested his hand on Luke's shoulder, then leaned in, lowering his voice to a whisper. I know you're worried about her, but she can take care of herself. Luke flushed and nodded. The Force Adept, he said, reaching out with the Force, seeking other presences than the ones he already knew. He could feel Corran in space beyond the platform as the rogues and the rest of the fleet bore down on Invidious, the battle surging back to life. He could feel Mara, leading Ela and Paige towards the platform's prisoner complex, could feel her reach back with an annoyed but reassuring confirmation that she was still there. Could feel Kype, the gleaming potential standing on the Falcon's ramp, with an unhappy Chewbacca rumbling his annoyance at being told to stay behind to watch the kid and the ship. And he could feel another presence, more polished than Kype. Focused. Frustrated. Old pain from wounds that had never healed. The warring impulses of oath and instinct. Luke turned, letting the force guide him like a compass, his eyes slowly opening. He nodded, a sense of confident purpose settling over his shoulders. "They're not far," he said. The Lineary orbital platform wasn't the largest orbital facility in the Empire, not by a long shot, but in total it massed almost 80% of an Executor-class superstar destroyer, and fully in operation it would have a crew that reached hundreds of thousands. A dozen Imperial-class star destroyers could dock at it at once, or many more smaller vessels. Even more impressive, Lineary had been an ad hoc construction, built quickly after the fall of Druckenwell, one of the Empire's more impressive spasms of productivity after the probably fatal wound it had sustained at Endor. The prison facility was buried deep in the guts of the facility, far away from the damage Invidius had just inflicted to his docking facilities, and from the closest escape pods. Mara, Ela, and Pace stared at the schematics, a knot of commandos watching over them. "I can't get you through these checkpoints," Mara was saying, her finger tracing over the long axial turbolift, especially given how chaotic things aboard seemed to be right now. With the evacuation underway, Major Page said, the solid, confident voice of a professional soldier, "We have an opportunity to make our way there with little opposition. But we can't afford to wait. Whatever guards remain might decide to execute our prisoners just to make a point." He nodded at Ela. "They have Captain Taban and the crew of Eschenstrike." Ela's expression froze. "The Empire captured Strike." Mara looked up at her. The flash of emotion passed quickly. They knew Wedge and the rogues were alive. They'd just fought alongside them. But the news that Strike had been lost still struck the other woman like an almost physical blow. The sudden wrenching morning pain suppressed quickly behind the calm, reassuring knowledge that Wedge and her friends were all right. It was a familiar echo of what she'd sensed from Skywalker just a few minutes before. "I'm afraid so," Paige said. "I'll need a terminal," Mara interrupted the exchange. "Somewhere I can input my access codes. I'll just redirect the stormtroopers between you and the prison to evacuation sites. Maybe I can convince the prison guards to evacuate as well, but," she grimaced, "if the prison is garrisoned by ISB, they'll probably execute the prisoners before withdrawing." Ela's emotions had returned to her usual calm. "Well, with the maps we have, we can plan an assault." She tapped the map. "This says it's a local guard station. That's our first target." Page waved his men down the hall. "Move out." Asterisk. The third time the whole room shook, Atral knew something was up. She scrambled to her feet, moving to the sliding door to her cell. She banged on the metal door furiously. "What's going on?" she yelled, hoping that maybe one of the guards would open the window that allowed them to look in on occasion. Nothing happened, and the entire cell rocked again, more lightly this time. She slammed her fist against the door until her hand ached. To her surprise, the window slid open. She recognized the guard. He'd delivered her meals in the past. He was young, he couldn't be older than 19, and dressed in a corporal's uniform. He looked as confused and terrified as she felt, looking down the corridor in each direction. "I don't know," he said. "There was an alarm, but no one is sure what's going on." A detention alarm went off, and the corporal grabbed it as comlink, turning half away from her. "Breach, breach." A voice yelled on the other end of the link. "Rebel troopers have." The sound of blaster fire cut the voice off, but the link remained open, conveying the sound of blasters and explosions for another few seconds before it finally closed again. The corporal's expression was one of abject horror. He scrabbled for his blaster, holding it with the wary uncertainty of unused training. "Command, this is Corporal Gannell," he said. "Cell block 109. Requesting instructions." "The New Republic is here for us," she said confidently, hoping she was right. Triumph and fear warred in her. It had to be Bel Iblis, who else could it be? And there was only one reason for Bel Iblis to rush to hit Lineary so early in the campaign. But that he was here was not immediate salvation. She remained in an Imperial prison, deep in the bowels of an Imperial base, surrounded by Imperials. And she had not forgotten that they still considered her a defector, and most of her crew subhuman. Gannell seemed to be processing all these facts himself. He opened his mouth to speak, The words were cut short by the squawk of his comlink. "Corporal, this is Colonel Best. What is the status of your guard unit?" The young guard stepped into the middle of the long prison corridor, his booted feet clicking on the metal walkway. The hexagonal corridor stretched in both directions. The sound of blaster fire came from Atral's left, along with the sounds of combat chatter. "We're under attack," responded Ganel nervously, bracing his blaster. "The rebels are attacking the main guard post. Our stormtroopers are holding for the moment." "Listen to me, Corporal," Best's voice took on a stiffer, commanding tone. "Are you armed?" "I have my sidearm, sir," Ganel reported, swallowing. "Should I reinforce the stormtroopers?" "No, soldier. That is what stormtroopers are for. They will give you enough time to perform a more important task." The colonel's voice made Ganel straighten, and Atral's heart dropped with sudden understanding. "The rebels cannot be allowed to escape to make war on the New Order again, Corporal. You will have the honor of ensuring they do not." "Sir." The voice was stiffer now, a serpentine hiss. "Shoot them, Corporal. All of them. Quickly, before the rebellion can fight through your troopers." Ganel's eyes flicked guiltily to meet Atral's. His mouth opened, closed again, and no sound came out. "They are enemies of the Empire. Do you not know all they will do? The chaos and corruption of the Republic. The venality of the alien." The colonel's voice vanished in a wash of sudden static, the device screeching. Ganel winced and drew it away from his ear. When the sound had stopped, he stared at the little device as if expecting the colonel to emerge from it. Atral knew the words, the rhetoric all too well. The propaganda, repeated over and over again, echoed over speakers and in the unfree imperial press. Believed by all too many because to human ears familiarity often sounded all too much like truth. She'd heard it all her childhood, and to her eternal shame she had occasionally slipped into believing it herself. She'd even joined the Starfleet, gone to Karrde, so sure in her belief that there had to be some truth to it. There had to be. But there never was. "Imperial forces," a new, female voice said over the speaker. "You don't know me, but I promise I know you. I served the Empire too, just as you are. I fought for the Empire. I killed for the Empire. And there's something you need to know. You need to know that it was all a lie." Again the audio vanished in static, the screech of competing jamming. Blaster fire was growing in volume now, an errant shot flashing down the hallway, missing Ganel by bare feet. He yelped, sounding and looking more like a child than a soldier. "An Imperial soldier," came Best's voice, "and it is your duty, your obligation, and your privilege to serve the New Order in the Emperor's memory. They are alien-loving scum, and you all know exactly what that means. Asked you to do terrible things, things they told you were needful. How many nights have you dreamt of? You have an order. The Empire will remember your names, I promise you. I will have them all emblazoned in the stars for eternity, heroes of the New Order, who struck the first blows for his future against the evils of." Ganel's blaster snapped up. His expression hovered on the edge of certainty, eyes hardening as Best's voice supplanted the woman's again, swinging towards the window Atral was peering through. She dropped, letting her legs go limp, and hitting the floor just as fast as gravity could carry her just as the sound of a blaster shot echoed down the narrow corridor. She breathed, waiting for the blaster rifle to poke through the window, intent on trying to take the weapon when the opportunity was offered, but it never came. Instead, the door beeped the release sound and slid open. She spun towards it, her leg aching from where she had fallen, found herself staring at Ganel's corpse, laying topped awkwardly on the floor grating. Major Page offered her an arm, pulled her to her feet. His quartet of commandos took up watch positions, their blasters covering the two entrances to the prison block as they checked the other cells for more prisoners. "Captain Taban, are you all right?" She nodded shakily. "I am. Thank you, Major." He reached down, plucked Ganel's pistol off the ground next to his body, and handed it to her. "Come on, Captain. Let's get your crew." She took a deep breath, settled both hands around the familiar Imperial sidearm, and brought it up in a firing position. Maybe later she'd mourn Ganel, mourn what the Empire had done to him. What it had almost done to her. She gave a ready nod. Even better, maybe they'd find Colonel best. Let's go, Major. Asterisk. I know the Empire has asked you to do terrible things, things they told you were needful. How many nights have you dreamt of those things? Have they haunted you in the privacy of your sleep, where you could admit, deep down, that you knew they were wrong? Mara said into the comlink. Ila held up her hand and Mara stopped speaking. The former Corsac agent waved her down the hall, and Mara crept, careful that her step was not excessively loud over the metal grating floor characteristic of Imperial prison facilities. They crouched on either side of the entrance to the prison corridor, and Ila counted down with her hand. When her hand clenched into a fist, Mara ignited her lightsaber, the snap hiss of the blade echoing, and stepped into the corridor. The fight was quick. Mara easily batted away the blaster fire coming from the guards. Ila shot them. Once, twice. They jogged down the hexagonal corridor, opening cells as they moved quickly through it. The alien prisoners kept in this prison block looked worse for wear, but alive. A few clearly recognized Ila and brightened. The Karrde tossed them the blasters from the fallen guards. Now what? Back the way we came, Mara said, dismissing her lightsaber. She turned back towards the guard post. The sudden thrumming of her danger sense sent her spinning back around, her holdout blaster popping out of her wrist holster and into her hand. Trusting the Force, letting it guide her hand, she fired. The Imperial officer who appeared at the end of the corridor caught the blaster bolt in the chest, staggered back in surprise. She shot him again, and he fell. Ila's rifle wouldn't have come around fast enough. She offered Mara a wry grin. Thanks. They crept forward slowly, waving the prisoners to go in the other direction. The fallen officer wore a colonel's uniform, a blaster in one hand, and a comlink in the other. ISB, said Ila. Mara scowled. Fanatics. She stood. I don't feel any other danger, so I think we're clear for now. Let's get out. We don't have to be enemies, Luke's voice whispered. An image flashed before her, Luke taking cautious steps towards the bronze-armored Force Adept. Please? The memory of Luke on Jamark, standing over Sebael's prone, unconscious form, stopping her from executing him. He doesn't have to be an enemy, Mara. His irritating earnestness. Even the more irritating because it was genuine. Even the more irritating because he insisted on putting himself in unnecessary danger. What was he thinking? Why did he have to be? She been quiet for too long. Ila was looking at her with a concerned expression. Mara, she asked, not for the first time. As you wish, Luke's voice was sadly resigned, and she heard the snap hiss of his lightsaber. The flash of fear caught her off guard. It took her a moment to realize it was her own. Mara shook her head, looking at Ila and scowling. Damn Skywalker anyway, she hissed. She didn't miss the flash of realization in Ila's eyes. To her relief, Ila didn't make a point of it. We have to get back out of here before the Empire regroups and we get surrounded by stormtroopers, Ila said instead. Come on, Mara, let's go. Mara bottled up her fear and nodded. Right, she agreed. The Tavis car stood, his hand on his lightsaber, as Tavira finished commandeering the last shuttle in the hangar. Freighters had moved around them, her rank barely registering on the droids or personnel frantically trying to pack into them and evacuate. She finally ordered him to procure her a shuttle, which he had done by holding a lightsaber out to block personnel from boarding it, their gazes wide and fearful before they fled to try for another craft. The pilot had been less than thrilled, but a lightsaber could be persuasive. But the shuttle was the last in the bay for a reason, its engines under last-minute repair. That was a task in which he had no experience to speak of. His time in the Inquisitorius had not included classes in starship maintenance or engineering, which had left Tavira attempting to intimidate the frantic engineers into working faster, which only had opposite of the intended effect. The sense of anticipation was getting stronger. He had no idea what was causing it. The Force declined to provide him with specifics, but it was there, a booming heartbeat, quickening as it came nearer and nearer. The footsteps of heavy boots, marching inexorably, bringing change. There was blaster fire at the far entrance to the hangar, and the hum of a lightsaber. He turned, his hand on the hilt of his own saber, thumbing it to life with a snap hiss. The combat chatter of stormtroopers was interspersed with the sound of blaster bolts deflecting off a lightsaber. Behind the Jedi, two other men, one in an orange New Republic flight suit, were firing their blasters from behind the protection of the emerald blade. Tavira was standing behind him, staring. The Jedi turned in their direction, black cloak billowing behind him, black outfit slim, fitting underneath it, the lightsaber casually deflecting away blaster bolts. His heart wrenched in his chest. Memory clobbered him with furious disregard for his responsibility to Tavira, the black armored man stepping over the corpse of his master, the red lightsaber blade humming as he turned towards the boy the Tavis Karrde had been. The Jedi gleamed in the Force, his power undeniable, just as Vader's had been. It was oppressive in its sheer, demanding weight. The sensation froze him, leaving him not quite able to breathe. Tavira's demanding voice brought him out of it. "Skywalker," she hissed in recognition. The New Republic sent Skywalker after me. He could feel her fear, but it was buried, dull, under the mountain of his own ancient pain. She whirled. "How long?" "Another 2 minutes." The put-upon tech gasped, splitting his attention to peer across the hangar. "Look at the ship, not at him." Tavira hissed angrily. She spun back, staring at the trio now approaching slowly. She lifted her blaster to point it at them. Skywalker raised his lightsaber slightly in response, and she lowered it, breathing heavily. "Tavis Karrde, delay them," she ordered. "You have to delay them long enough for me to escape." He knew how this would end. The Jedi felt like the armored man who had slain his master. The Jedi's cloak rippled behind him, the flutter of fabric recalling the swirl of long black cloak in the Neftali snow. It made sense now. The anticipation he had been feeling turned to dread. It would be a hopeless battle. But the Tavis Karrde's master had once fought a hopeless battle, too. He bowed his masked head. "Yes, my lady," he said, and turned to walk towards the approaching Jedi. Behind him, Tavira scrambled up the shuttle ramp as the tech worked frantically. In front of him, the Jedi dismissed his blade and approached with a slow, confident step. Asterisk. Han held his blaster in a two-handed grip, staring at the bronze-armored figure standing in front of the now empty landing pad. The Lambda-class shuttle across the room was now lifting off the ground, an Imperial technician scrambling up its boarding ramps just before it was out of his reach. Beyond it, through the magnetic seal of the docking bay, the Star Destroyer Invidious was pointed at them, coming closer and filling the space between them with thick waves of turbolaser fire to discourage any starfighter assault. The shuttle hurtled towards the Star Destroyer's hangar, while the big ship started a laborious turn, heading away from the platform and the planet with gathering speed. Its ties screamed after it, trying to duck into the hangar alongside the Lambda while a small swarm of New Republic snubfighters pursued, X-Wings, and Z-95s launching a handful of proton torpedoes which rode tails of blue fire towards their target. The bronze-armored figure lifted his humming lightsaber. Luke hadn't ignited as yet, and Han didn't know what he was waiting for. He took a quick glimpse at his brother-in-law and saw Luke's calm, confident expression. "I don't want to fight you," Luke said, taking a step forward and lifting his hand up, empty. The man's white mask turned towards Luke and Han, peering back at them, eerily still. "We don't have to be enemies," Luke continued. "I know who you are, some of your story." He took another step forward. "I'd like to hear more, if you would allow it. I think we will have much we can teach one another." Luke's long black cloak swirled around his feet as he took another step forward. In response, the bronze figure shifted his footwork, drawing one foot slightly back and lifting his lightsaber up in a defensive pose. "Please," Luke said. "I've been looking for someone who can tell me what it meant to be an apprentice before the Empire. An apprentice of the old order. You remember, don't you?" Luke's voice faded. "You do," he added softly. "There is a long distance between then and now, but you remember. You never forgot." The figure shifted from a defensive pose to an aggressive one, and Luke turned and stared at Han, his gaze intense. "Whatever happens, Do not interfere. Do not let anyone interfere. Kid, Han growled, don't go and do anything stupid now. I will do what I must. Great, Han muttered. Your sister's gonna kill me. And if you get killed here, what do you think Mare's gonna do to me, huh? Luke smiled enigmatically. Hey, trust me? He turned away and strode towards the bronze-armored figure, leaving Han staring after his back, wondering if he'd ever really understand his brother-in-law. That is my line, Han muttered. Next to him, Hobby offered an apologetic, helpless shrug. Luke's cloak trailed behind him. He stopped 2 sword lengths away from the bronze-armored figure and shifted his shoulders, shedding the cloak and letting it pull behind his feet. I don't want to fight you, Luke said. The masked figure's gaze was locked on Luke. I've been waiting for this day, he said, and Han was surprised by the resonant vibrancy of his voice, echoing slightly from the mask. As my master waited on Naphtali, this meeting was destined. It was, Luke agreed softly. But we can choose a different path, together. He extended an empty hand. Join me? Han held his breath, wondering who would kill him first, Mara or Leia. Mara, he decided. She was nearer. The man in the bronze armor took 2 quick steps forward and lashed out violently. Luke was completely still, even as his foe took his first step, but when he took his second, Luke flowed to the side, dodging the blow with circling footwork. I do not want to fight, Luke repeated, earnest. Neither did my master, said the masked figure. But there are some things that cannot be avoided. Luke sighed. As you wish, he said softly, and ignited his emerald blade. Asterisk. The Tavis Karrde was 12 years old, standing on a snow-swept plain. The Junia plains were as desolate as Hoth, thick darkness during winter, searing brightness in summer, permafrost in either case. He and his master had befriended the locals. He could still remember the Diomir bear, so they had met, so protective of her litter. He and his master had chased away a poacher that first winter, and in hindsight that must have been how the Empire had found them. They had only been there for a little more than a year, entering their second winter in hiding, when the shuttle had settled into the snow outside their sanctuary, the abandoned hunting cabin they had made a home. The stormtroopers had been fodder, and his master had cut them down without effort. Run! He'd ordered the Tavis Karrde, but there had been nowhere to run to, and he could not, would not, abandon his master. So he stayed and fought as best he could. They were successful until the dark-armored man had finally strode down the ramp of the shuttle, corpses of his men strewn on either side. The Tavis Karrde could still remember the heaviness of the figure's boot, still hear the echo of inexorability, of fate, the impression of dread and loss. He couldn't be sure, but he thought that even then his master had known he couldn't win, couldn't run, couldn't flee. The anguished cry, the desperate lunge, the quick, brutal, utterly one-sided fight. The armored man's breathing had never even changed through it all, sheer power overwhelming his master's defenses, battering aside his blade and then driving through him with unceremonious disrespect. The Tavis Karrde had cried out, fallen in the snow, tried to scramble away, tried to fight, tried to run, tried to do anything he could. He had failed. There were days, months, years he wished the man had killed him too, but he merely stood above his prone form, his heavy breathing harsh, vapor rising from his masked head. The Tavis Karrde couldn't remember how long he'd lain there, the man's red blade casting him in somber light, an easy swipe away from carving him in two as he shivered in the snow. The blow had never come. You are strong, the man had finally said. My master may yet have use of you. Luke Skywalker's boots sounded like Vader's. Inexorable. Heavy. Destined. He cried out, unleashing grief and rage on the black-clothed figure, his blue lightsaber swinging again and again, wildly. Skywalker fought defensively, not striking back, dodging with deft footwork or deflecting the wild blows away. Again and again the Tavis Karrde lashed out. Again and again Skywalker anticipated, always one step ahead. Always faster, always precise. The Tavis Karrde struck and struck and struck and struck, and just as Vader had been against his master, Skywalker was simply faster, and not because of quickness of body. He gleamed in the Force like a beacon, a flaming torch, a deep well of power that he merely sipped from the Tavascar simply could not match. He didn't know how long they fought, how long his rage and grief and fear fueled his strikes, but Skywalker never tired, never slowed, and the Cortosis armor began to feel heavy. With an anguished cry he collapsed to his knees, Skywalker just out of his reach. "Go ahead," he said, exhausted. "Finish it." Skywalker stepped forward, a step of thunderous footfall on the ramp of a shuttle, an indentation in the snow, heavy with memory. But instead of bringing the final blow, the Jedi pressed the stud on his lightsaber, and the hum of the blade vanished. "I know what Tavascar means," he said quietly. The Tavascar peered up at him, feeling his eyelashes wet with tears. It wasn't Vader's face he saw. "My father's keeper." Skywalker reached down and removed the Tavascar's mask gently, then knelt down. The Jedi unlatched the second lightsaber from his belt and pressed it into the Tavascar's hand. "This is yours, Cam." Cam closed his hand around Rannoch Salyazer's lightsaber, feeling his tears, unshed for far too long, start to build. He took a gasping breath, clinging to the blade, doubling over and sobbing. He could hear Luke's quiet breathing next to him. So different from Vader's. "You're not Vader," Cam finally managed. "No," Skywalker said. "I'm not." He offered Cam a somber smile, wiping his own tears from his cheeks. He reached out and placed a hand over Cam's, squeezing. "Stretch out and feel the Force, Cam," he murmured, "and it will show us the way." Cam Salyazar sobbed and laughed, clutching his father's lightsaber. For the first time he could remember, he felt light. Chapter 33. The shuttle rocketed out of the hangar towards Invidious, the big Star Destroyer's forward batteries laying down a field of heavy fire that prevented all but the most daring pursuit. X-Wings and Z-95s broke off, splitting into four formations as space became deadly. Tavira breathed a sigh of relief. Fury boiled. The decision to abandon the Tavascar, her Tavascar, to hold off Luke Skywalker had been a necessary one. Still the weight of the sacrifice seemed unbearable. But oh well. The Gensere were still bound to her, and while the Tavascar had been her favorite, that didn't mean he was irreplaceable. She'd just have to return to Sisefi to select another of their order to serve her. Assuming she survived. Even with Invidious coming to get her, the rogues were still out there and she wouldn't put it past them to brave turbolacers to try to kill her. They were obsessed. And the Yatuan Queen's Guard could be here for only one reason. Queen Plor wanted her dead. Which was fair. The feeling was mutual. Invidious loomed, her shuttle headed at a breakneck pace for the hangar, probably a bit too fast for a safe landing. Her attention was elsewhere, staring at the holographic face of Captain Tygan of Agonizer. "Captain, I want you to bring Agonizer into the fight," she ordered. "You have another Imp-Star Deuce and 2 dreadnoughts, more than enough to scatter the rabble." On the display, Agonizer, still missing one of his engines, was finally lumbering out of the repair yards, its 2 dreadnought escorts faithfully flanking. The ship might be lame, but there was nothing wrong with its guns. It could still join the fight, and Agonizer and Invidious together would be a force to be reckoned with. Captain Tygan had his hands folded behind his back, gazing back at her respectfully. "I'm afraid I can't do that. I have orders from both the Council of Moffs and Admiral Rogris that are clear. We're to evacuate Lingerie with all possible haste." Those orders were issued before the rebellion attacked. She practically screamed at him. Tygan's gaze didn't falter. "Yes," he agreed. "But the attack only proves their wisdom. We need to preserve as much of our strength as possible, and fighting to protect a base that we were already abandoning is senseless. Agonizer has been ordered to rendezvous with Admiral Rogris and the rest of our fleet, and I intend to proceed with that mission." "I am a Moff," she hissed at him. "I rule the Adu sector. I outrank Rogris, and I order you to bring Agonizer into the—" "No. You were a Moff. And, to be blunt, I can find nothing in Imperial records confirming your rank as Admiral, or any other fleet rank for that matter. Even if you are legitimately an admiral, which I doubt, you are not in my direct chain of command, and therefore cannot countermand Admiral Rogers' orders. On the display, Agonizer and the two dreadnoughts were now turned fully away from the battle, heading out towards interstellar space. I'm sorry I can't do more, but that is the final word on this matter. She clenched her fist, rage providing endless, undirected fuel. You will pay for this, Captain Tegan. I promise you that. You will regret this decision. She leaned in. I will see to it. Good day, Mr. Vera, Tegan said. He wore an insufferable smile. And good luck. The communications link was severed as Agonizer and his escorts continued their lumbering course away from Linuary, leaving her cursing furiously at the screen as her shuttle entered Invidia's hangar, the big Star Destroyer firing furiously in its wake to scatter the pursuing starfighters. Asterisk. Wedge spun his X-wing away from the sheets of green turbolaser fire. Invidious was turning away from the platform now, its guns not trying to hit them as much as just trying to prevent the quickest avenue of pursuit. With a grimace, Wedge put a little distance between himself and his target, curling around. Gate whistled at him and Wedge's attention was pulled to his HUD. What is it, Gate? He asked his astromech. On the screen, the image of the other remaining Star Destroyer, Agonizer, and his two dreadnought companions appeared. Wedge blinked as he saw the three ships heading towards open space, declining to get involved in the fight. He leaned forward, peering closer at his HUD, wondering if he was missing something. 2. It appears Agonizer is departing the battlefield, he said, confused. Maybe they decided this is a fight they can't win, replied Tycho. Should we go after them? Asked Gavin. No. Let them go, Wedge ordered, silently wondering if Rogers had ordered them not to engage. No reason to fight them if we don't have to. Whatever the reason, said Plor, her voice determined and fierce, this means Invidious is all alone. We have a chance to take Tavira out. Wedge glanced over the battle. Arlen was completely out of the fight, disabled and drifting. Furious was still active, but the fire between it and Bell Iblis' squadron of dreadnoughts was fading. Perhaps the ship was in the process of surrendering. With the two smaller Star Destroyers no longer active combatants, Bell Iblis ships were turning slowly towards Invidious, but they were too distant to be able to engage quickly. Endurance and Uthor Farrell were closer, the two carriers firing long-range blasts at Invidious. They were too distant to do much damage, especially as Invidious started to pick up speed, but perhaps they would distract the Star Destroyer. All right, 11, he said finally. All starfighters, I want mass torpedo launches as soon as you have locks. Hit Invidious with everything we have. And watch out for Linuary Alpha. We're getting precariously close to that second Golan platform, so don't forget it's there. He toggled over his HUD. 11, if you want to lead us in, the formation is yours. Thanks, leader, Plor's voice came back. He could hear her toothy grin. Rogues, Queen's Guard on me. Z-95 squadrons, shift all your power to engines and shields, draw their fire off the rest of us. Everyone else, that's Leonia Tavira out there. Let's make her hurt. Ripples of blue shimmered in space between the starfighters, and Invidious as the X-Wings launched. The starfighters, which had aided Bell Iblis' victory against Arlen and Furious, raced ahead of the quintet of dreadnoughts, launching their own remaining torpedoes at long range. The mass torpedo fire plugged against Invidious shields, tearing holes in the protective covering and landing occasional blows against the ship's hull. Invidious rolled, its ion cannon scattering and space around it, forming a flak field that knocked some of the torpedoes down. The freshly repainted, practically brand new, and fully repaired Imperial II was no longer any of those things. Its hull darkened under each torpedo strike, shields weakening, but its engines were in prime condition, and it protected its starboard flank by hewing closer to Linuary Alpha, letting the second Golan form a shield against attacks along that vector. Wedge and Tycho stuck close together as they attacked Invidia's more vulnerable flank, their lasers burning through armor plating as they weaved. Tycho's lasers drilled into turbolaser batteries, causing explosions both on the hull and deeper into the ship. Wedge fired a proton torpedo without aiming, then spun evasive to dodge Nvidia's return fire, his X-wing screaming past faster than the turbolaser batteries could track him. Below him there was an eruption as his torpedo struck home, eviscerating one of Nvidia's port shield generators, and suddenly Tavira's ship was fully exposed on that side, and Bell Iblis dreadnoughts were almost there, eager to dig their teeth in. Not in time. Wedge could hear Plor's agonized frustration as Nvidia's escaped, not untouched, into hyperspace, just as Bell Iblis' leading dreadnoughts had finally reached firing range. Their turbolaser blast sang out into the void, passing through the space where Nvidia's had been. Shavit. Plor cursed. Damn, Wedge said mildly. He toggled through his HUD, making sure all his pilots were still in one piece, and smiled with relieved satisfaction when he saw that they were. Garm Bell Iblis' voice boomed over the comm. All Imperial forces, this is General Garm Bell Iblis of the New Republic. The battle is over. Surrender at once. There was a pause. Then, Major Page, report status. Wedge held his breath, waiting with worried anticipation. General Bell Iblis, this is I-1, a woman's voice said, and Wedge let out a breath tinged with relief to hear Ela's voice. We've recovered our prisoners and are proceeding with our evacuation. He could practically see her smile. Mission accomplished. Wedge grinned at the holo he kept in his cockpit and let out a breath he'd been holding for months. Rogue leader, she said, and now he could hear her smile. Why don't you and the rogues come and give us an escort back to Endurance? Wedge smiled and keyed his comm. I-1 rogue leader. Nothing I'd like more? Cam carried his mask up into the Millennium Falcon, taking the first seat he found in the ship's lounge. He was exhausted, and he was free. He found himself face to face with the teenager. The young man's very dark hair was the inverse of Cam's own prematurely white, and despite his obvious youth he looked aged. He didn't say anything, just watching Cam with a skittish nervousness. Cam wasn't used to introducing himself, or speaking when he wasn't spoken to first, so they just looked at each other. The longer he looked, the more he could feel the gleam of potential in the young man. There were footsteps on the ramp and Han Solo entered. He gave Cam an awkward nod, then pointed at Karrde. We're going to be taking off in a minute, kid, so strap in. Then Solo hurried off towards the Falcon's cockpit. Karrde took a seat next to Cam and pulled a belt around his waist as Cam did the same. I like your armor, said Karrde awkwardly. Cam blinked. Thank you, he said, uncertain. Karrde pointed at the mask sitting on his lap. What's that? He asked. He looked down at it. The curved lines in the mask, the familiar artistry that gave it the appearance of fur, a hint of teeth, the wide, stylized lines of the eyes, and jaw of a Diomir bear. It's a Diomir bear, he said. I knew one once, when I was young. My father and I stumbled across her den, and she chased us away from her cubs. He ran his finger over the lines of the mask. My father explained afterwards that she was just a frightened parent who wanted to protect her children. Luke and a woman with familiar red gold hair walked up the ramp together. Outside, the engines of an X-wing roared as it launched into space. Luke pressed an activator switch for the intercom. We've got my X-wing clamped to the Falcon, Han, Luke said. It's not pretty, but we'll be able to fly like this. You know, Chewie, and I finally had the Falcon in peak condition, Han groused. He was interrupted by an annoyed growl from the Wookiee and sighed resignedly, okay fine. So Chewie does the maintenance. But he finally had the Falcon in the best condition she's ever been in, and since then we've been shot at, forced to land on Kessel, marauded by idiots, shot at again, and now I'm clamping an X-wing to the hull like she's some kind of repair tug. You're lucky my wife and kids like you so much. Cam watched Luke smile. No, he thought. Luke wasn't at all like Vader. Yes, they shared a like presence in the Force, intimidating and imposing. But Luke wasn't the man who killed his father on Neftali. Vader had been the inexorability of a dreadful fate, a black hole, unavoidable and damning. Luke felt like hope. The red-haired Jedi who stood at his side was the same one he had fought on Coruscant. They watched each other warily for a moment. You had a free shot at me in that apartment. Why didn't you take it? She asked. He took a deep breath, feeling Luke and Kip's eyes on him also. I didn't want to, he said, and I didn't need to. She nodded slowly, and he knew that she understood. Luke smiled between Cam and Karrde. While we get ready for departure and to head back to Coruscant, Luke said, Cam, why don't you show Karrde some of the teachings you remember from your father? After we get moving, I'll come join you. I'd like to see them also. Cam ran his thumb over his father's lightsaber. It's been a long time, he warned. That's all right, Luke said knowingly. You remember? Asterisk. Mara's hand on his wrist stopped him before they made it all the way to the cockpit. Are you sure this is a good idea? She asked. Luke shrugged, wishing he was. I've spent the last few years wondering when it would be the right time to refound the Jedi Order, he said. And after all that, I suddenly find myself in the company of a man who remembers the old one, if only from an apprentice's perspective, and a boy whose strength in the Force is remarkable. Whether it's a good idea or not, the decision about whether or not to begin the order seems to have been made for me. He smiled at her, dared to push a loose strand of red gold hair back over her ear. And you have the resources you need, she said knowingly. He sighed and nodded. How did he? When Ela and I were investigating a heist on Coruscant, she explained. Kraken found another old account which had been emptied. Vader's personal account. She lifted an eyebrow. You have it, she said. It wasn't a question. He nodded glumly. I was approached by a representative of the Coruscant banking establishment not long after Thrawn's death, he admitted. About 2 weeks after you left with Karrde on your walkabout. He frowned. I didn't want it. I know too much about the things Vader did to accrue that fortune. My first thought was to try to find everyone it was taken from, but it didn't take me long to realize that was an impossible task. And then I realized that with it, the Jedi don't need to be beholden to the New Republic. The New Order could be truly independent. And then you started to worry about what Leia would think, Mara said. Yeah, Luke sighed. Vader destroyed the Jedi, she said with a shrug. Maybe it's only fitting to use what he left behind to bring them back. Maybe, he agreed quietly. But I'm not sure the galaxy would agree. The Falcon lurched as it took off. Momentum pressed Luke into the wall of the corridor, pressed Mara to his chest. He braced against the corridor with one of his hands, keeping them both balanced as he kept his other arm wrapped securely around her waist. Better get up here, Luke, Han's voice said over the intercom. We're going to meet up with the wild card of E to drop off Jade. Then I'm going home to my wife. Luke started to release Mara, was stunned when her arms snaked around his back, not letting him go. Have you ever thought? Mara hesitated, then powered through with her typical dogged determination. I want to live. I don't want to die here, not like this. All the time? He placed his arms back around her, could feel her struggling to find the right words. I never did, Mara admitted. I didn't really think about dying, even when I was in danger. It was always I can't fail the mission. She took a breath, her weight still leaning against him, her arms still wrapped around him. Even when we fought Sebaoth, remember? I remember, Luke replied gently. And then I fought the Force Adept, Cam, I guess, and I made a mistake. I made a mistake. And he had me and all I could think was not yet, I haven't. Luke's heart ached. Ached for the person she'd been, the years of life she'd had stolen from her. Ached for the woman she was, learning that the galaxy wasn't what she'd been led to believe, struggling to find her place in this new, confusing one. Ached because despite all her brusqueness, despite the shadow of the Emperor, she was still one of the most admirable people he had ever met. One who had once asked him to kill her rather than lose that part of herself. One who had spent a year flying free and building a new life with sheer grit and stubborn determination. One who, now that she realized she had so much to live for, was here, in his arms. Luke knew all his shields had imploded at once. Or maybe he'd never been able to screen everything. Maybe she'd always been right there. Mara, he said, feeling awkward, sudden fear trickling in his gut. but she hadn't pulled her hands away. She kissed him? Surprise and awe stunned him. Her kiss was softly insistent. His arms tightened around her, drawing her in closer. The kiss lingered, and when it finally broke, he found her tucked in against him, her brilliant green eyes staring at him. "Mara," he said, his voice clinging to her name, the single word impossibly heavy. He didn't know what would come next, but he was sure that whatever came, he wanted to share it with her. Whether she was a smuggler or a Jedi, whether they spent every day together or only had scattered moments, he wanted to face their future together. The corner of her mouth quirked up in one of her tiny, subtle smiles. "Luke," she murmured, and leaned in to kiss him again. He met her halfway, his stunned surprise melting away under the sudden passion of the embrace. He slid his hand up her back, tangling his fingers in her silky hair. The intensity of it left them clinging to one another when the kiss finally broke. She rested her forehead against his shoulder for a long, lingering moment as he held her close, then withdrew to gaze at him again. She threw him a crooked smile. "I suppose everyone on the ship is going to know about this before we're back on Coruscant," she teased gently. "You're terrible at being devious." Her gaze was tentative, her desire and affection and joy intermingled with her fear. The realization of just how deeply she had missed him, not just for the short time they'd been separated but the month she'd been gone with Karrde, feeling like something vital was missing. But the attraction, the desire for companionship was at war with the life she'd lived. The Emperor's hand had been a solitary creature. "Hey," Luke laughed. He heard the question in the tease. He leaned in and stole a kiss. She returned it eagerly. "I can try being devious for a while," he murmured against her lips, her breath warm against his cheek, "if you would rather." He would be happy enough to sing it to the heavens, and anyone who dared say a word askance be damned. He wasn't worried about that anyway. Everyone who mattered would embrace her as family. How could they not? Her arms tightened around him, and he could sense her gratefulness nonetheless. They held one another for a long time. The Falcon jolted. His voice came back over the intercom. "All right, kids, we're docked with the wild Karrde." "Duty calls," Mara mumbled against him. They parted. She smoothed out her clothes. When she looked at him again, her expression had returned to a composed calm. "Let's talk on Coruscant," she said with a businesslike nod. Her lip quirked up with a subtle smirk. "We'll see who gets there first." He nodded, unable to find any words. She turned and left. He took a moment to find his equilibrium, trying to find enough inner composure to stop grinning so much. Asterisk. Luke stumbled into the cockpit and fell into one of the passenger seats. Han tossed him a glance over his shoulder. "We'll only be docked for a minute," he said as he and Chewbacca plotted the course back to Coruscant. "Do we need to make any stops on the way?" Luke shook his head. "No," he said. He sounded distracted and distant. Han tossed him a longer glance, making sure he was okay. He looked okay, but Han hadn't seen that grin on his face in a long time. "Best speed there, if you can. Karrde and Mara think we're having some kind of race." Luke delivered the words somewhat strangely, as if in a state of delayed shock. "A race, huh?" Han said. Next to him, Chewie chuckled, and the two of them adjusted their course. "Someone should tell Karrde that's a sucker's bet." Luke was still grinning, and Han sent him another look. "Don't worry, kid. I'll make sure you have bragging rights. Besides, Karrde owes me, and I'd hate to give him one back." He frowned. "Even with your X-wing strapped to the hull, we'll still be faster." It took them only a minute before the Falcon was ready for hyperspace, and Han quite deliberately guided the stock freighter over the Wild Karrde's bridge, executing a precise snap roll before swaggering off into hyperspace. Luke chuckled at the theatrics, standing. "I'm going to go check on Cam and Kype," he said, and headed back towards the lounge. Han leaned towards Chewie. "What do you think that was all about?" he asked surreptitiously. Chewie chuffed one of his Wookiee laughs. He stood and moved over towards the chair Luke had just evacuated and plucked a single long strand of red gold hair off the back of it. Han Solo, the former fast-talking, fast-shooting smuggler, didn't say a word as his eyebrows shot skyward. He grinned slowly. "Oh," he laughed, leaning back in his chair as Chewbacca laughed with him. "I wonder who won the pool." No, you can't be the one to tell Leia. Mara resumed her spot in the co-pilot seat as if she'd never left it. Denkin sat next to her, watching her warily as he plotted the Wildcare's course in pursuit of the Falcon. Karrde crossed his legs casually. It had been a dangerous, hectic few days, but an incredibly profitable few days. There would be many months, if not years, dealing with the repercussions of the bargain he struck with Voru, but there were ways to get out ahead of that particular threat. He permitted himself a small smile, then tilted his head as he noticed something unusual. Mara was staring at her console, but not with her usual intent focus. Instead, her gaze carried off, the expression of a woman deep in distracted thought. Her posture shifted slightly, and while he couldn't see her entire expression, there was no doubt she was smiling. "Mara?" he asked, his tone steady and unobtrusive. She didn't notice. Denkin glanced at Mara, then back at Karrde, started to open his mouth to get her attention. The look Karrde gave him made it clear that if he disturbed her, he'd be airlocked before they got anywhere close to Coruscant. Denkin shrank back in his chair, looking baffled. Behind him, he heard Fawn stifle a laugh. He turned towards her and she covered her mouth, looking apologetic. The door behind them slid open and Chin walked in. "You're not going to believe this, Capt," he said, sounding distraught. "The damn imp stole Thrawn." Chapter 34. Talon Karrde sat heavily in his office chair in the Imperial Palace, frowning. "So that's the whole story," he finished, rapping his fingers on his desk. "Unfortunately, I don't know anything else about Voru's intentions, and he has been very careful in our subsequent communications to hide his location." Aaron Kraken nodded, unsurprised. "To be honest," he said with a sigh, "if I had a choice between Asip, Durga, or Voru to be in charge of Black Sun, I'd choose Voru. He's clever and ambitious, but also predictable." He offered Karrde a thin smile. "You may not be able to trace his location, but I'm quite sure that the place to start looking is the Corellia system." "I would agree," Karrde said with a nod. "So for now I ought to humor him, with the unofficial blessing of the New Republic." Kraken's eyes slid to the third person in the room. "Counselor?" he asked. Leia wore a deep frown. She sighed and rubbed her temple. "I don't like it," she said flatly. "This kind of informal bargain between the galaxy's criminal elements and the ruling authority is very imperial." "Perhaps," Karrde said, not disagreeing. "But at the same time, I believe Voru can and will follow through on his threats. For the moment, he has a powerful weapon that he can use against us. With his newfound wealth, and with Eleazar's aid, not to mention his ties to Black Sun," Karrde offered a helpless gesture. "It may be distasteful, but an informal bargain may be better than an informal war." "It is the first step towards something very dark," Leia said, her tone as dark as her words. She sighed. "But politics is the art of the possible," she admitted. "Courting a war with an empowered Black Sun while we also try to establish a formal galactic government seems foolish." "It doesn't have to be a permanent bargain," Kraken pointed out. "Eleazar and Voru are both old, and everything I know of Eleazar says that he'll take his secrets to the grave. I've got a team of historians and HoloNet tech scouring everything we know of his history, looking for any hints for how he does what he does. In the meantime," Karrde added, "I'm removing all holocoms from vessels associated with the Smugglers Alliance, except the ones on routes we want seen." They both stared at him. "That seems drastic," said Kraken. "It is," Karrde admitted. "But it is the only way to ensure Eleazar cannot trace our ships. It will make business more difficult, but the well-being of my people comes first." His lips firmed. "I do not like being threatened," he grated. Voru had threatened his people. Karrde would not tolerate living under the threat. "So, for now," Leia said, still sounding stunned, "it seems we have little choice." "For now," Kraken agreed. "But I've already put some of my best people on the problem." He grinned thinly. "The Wraiths have been looking for a challenge. Now they have one." Karrde leaned back with a frown. "What do I do with the credits he bribed me with?" Kraken and Leia looked at each other, then at Karrde. "Keep them," Kraken said. Excuse me? You could have sold us the cloak for a significant fraction of that sum, Kraken pointed out. I respect your reasons for giving it to us, but still. He smiled thinly. You're not the only one who believes in paying his debts. You'll need the credits, Leia added. Holding the Smugglers Alliance together will be a tall order, and having that reserve should help you do that. She smiled. I doubt you'll be wasting it on frivolous luxuries, so I agree with Aaron. Keep them? Karrde blinked. Very well. Kraken leaned towards him. You mentioned that Tavira or Voru stole your Isalamir. Ah, yes. Chin is quite put out about it. He likes having creatures from his homeworld aboard the wild card to look after. I suppose with Mara staying on Coruscant, I can bring Sturm and Drang back aboard without having to worry about their hunting instincts anymore. Karrde frowned. Why do you ask? Kraken gave Leia a look. Her expression was resigned more than unhappy. It's always worth noting which of our foes have taken precautions against Jedi, he answered after a moment. Speaking of which, there's one more thing. Kraken slid a datapad across Karrde's desk. Here. Karrde took the datapad and read it. The deed to a freighter, and under Mara's name. Along with a number of other things we believe belong to her, Kraken confirmed. We pulled them out of storage on Lusankaya. He stood. I'll have them sent to the freighter. Tell her the ship needs a new name. I'll do that, Karrde agreed, standing and offering both Kraken and Leia a handshake. Also, remember that General Bel Iblis is returning to Coruscant today, and there's going to be a little celebration over at the Adarian building this evening, Leia added with a smile. Ah, don't worry, Counselor. I wouldn't dream of missing it. Asterisk. Mara stood at the foot of L6000H 82688's board and ramp and wasn't sure how to feel. New Republic intelligence had scoured the vessel, found everything that there was to find, and proclaimed it fit for operation. The wreck of the ship's holocom sat at her feet, still bearing the lightsaber slashes she'd used to remove it. The moving droids hadn't delivered that many boxes. Each one still bore stickers proclaiming evidence and property of NRI, and she was hesitant to open them. These were her past, and having them back, did she want them back? Are you going to open those? Mara turned and offered Ela Wessery an uncertain look. I haven't decided yet. She shrugged. These belong to who I was before, she explained. Even the ship, she pointed at it. I'm not sure I want it back. Ela shrugged, walking to stand next to her and examine the unopened boxes. It's just a ship, she said. A nice one, too? But every time I go inside it, I feel like the Emperor's hand, Mara said with a sigh. It's a reminder of who I was, and not who I want to be. You can't always sell it, Ela pointed out. NR would buy it off you for a hefty sum. We're always looking for new intelligence vessels. Mara offered her a smile. It's worth a thought. She turned towards Ela. You came back in system with General Bel Iblis. Ela nodded. Got in just a few hours ago. I just finished my debrief with Kraken. He told me you were down here. She peered around Imperial Palace Tower 14, the former base of operations of the Emperor's hand. Thought I'd come say hello. The word sent warmth through Mara. It was nice to have friends. Why don't you help me open these up, she suggested. The first box was a smattering of Mara's personal possessions. The Global Gildane. She could still remember the awed thankfulness of the planet's governor when he'd offered it to her. She probably should have said no, but the object had a beauty to it that had appealed to her, glittering in the light, and he'd been so earnest in his desire for her to have it. Not every mission when I was Emperor's hand was bad, she thought. Ela pulled the print of Chancellor's Silver Sea out, and Mara smiled. I bought that at the Imperial Museum, she said, brushing off a flimsy-bound book about dance that she put next to the globe. I've never been to Chandrila. Maybe you should take a little vacation after this, Ela suggested. She glanced at Mara sideways as she pulled open the second box. Clothes, she said with a grin, lifting a blue dress out of the top of the box gently. That must have been from my quarters in the Imperial Palace, Mara said, surprised. I wonder why Isard kept it. She took the dress and held it up. I think I last wore this to a performance of the Imperial Opera I attended shortly before Endor. It would definitely make an impression, Ela smirked. She peered at Mara, lifting an eyebrow. You should wear it tonight, she said with a firm nod. Mara laughed. Why? Because Luke will be there. Mara froze in surprise. Why do you say that? She asked carefully, trying not to let her sudden discomfiture show. Mara, Ela said with an amused smile and a knowing look. If I hadn't already been sure, your reaction just now would have given it away. Mara sighed, feeling her cheeks go red with a hint of blush probably for only the second or third time in her life. I'm supposed to be the galaxy's best covert operative, she muttered. Ela teased. She gestured at the boxes. So, are we taking these into the ship, or do you want them back at your apartment? She nudged Mara's arm. Also, there's a great pair of matching heels in there. L6000 H82688 loomed over them and Mara turned to look up at it. It was a fine ship, she admitted. It had room for a Z95 if she bought a new one. Or an X-Wing, perhaps. She took a breath, still feeling the heat in her cheeks. Maybe she could keep it for a while. She could always sell it and buy something custom later. She took the datapad off the box, took a moment to think, then gave it a name. Ela peered over her shoulder. Tempered metal, she read. I like it. Karrde will appreciate the wordplay. Come on, let's get all this inside, Mara groused. She hesitated for a moment, then pointed at the box. And bring the heels. Ela laughed. And stop teasing me, unless you want me to make a point of interrogating the rogues for blackmail material. Oh, please. You're going to do that anyway? Luke sat with Han at the kitchen table in the Organosolo residence, sipping a mug of hot chocolate. In the other room, he could feel Kype, willful and curious and untutored, gleaming in the Force as he played a game with Chewbacca. He's doing better, said Han with a sigh. Force Luke. He was 7 years old when he and his parents were dropped on Kessel. First he watched the Empire bombard his home city from orbit with turbolasers, and let me tell you, an orbital bombardment can do everything a super laser can do, just slower. And then he spent 10 years on that rock. Han shook his head, and Luke could feel the fury dripping off of him in waves. His parents were killed after Endor, and he was just 11. 11, Luke. 11 years old and alone on that rock, in the dark. Han's fist clenched and rested on the table, knocking a few times. Luke took a breath, looking out into the late morning Coruscant sun. He still finds the sun too bright, Han said bitterly. Too many years in total darkness or the dim lights of the prison facility. The docs say he'll get over it, but they're not sure how much of it is physiological and how much is psychological. Winter's taken to tutoring him, but he's so far behind. Han's voice grew plaintive. He's a bright kid who never had a chance. He's an immensely talented kid, Luke said seriously. From what you told me, he was using Force abilities that took me years to master, and he was doing it with absolutely no training. Just instinct. I never did anything like that. Not that I remember anyway. Yeah, Han muttered. When are you going to start training him? I already have started with the basics. Mindfulness, awareness of surroundings, meditation. He's good at some of them. He's got an impressive ability to focus on a problem, probably from all those years using his Force sense to hunt down glitterstem filaments in the dark. Others he struggles with. Luke offered a wry smile. But so did I. Han shook his head. It just makes me so mad. So mad, Luke. Luke nodded. I know. But we're giving him what we can now. We can't give back everything that was stolen, but we can help him get a new start. He reached out and patted Han's hand. You're a good father, Han. The best. Han scoffed. Not sure where I got those skills, given my own upbringing. In the other room, there was a Wookiee yowl of dismay and the sound of a human teenager's victory. Han paused and laughed. No, I take that back. I know exactly where I got it from. Luke chuckled. Yeah? Han stood, taking the plates and cups and moving to the sink to wash them. What about Earstray? Cam is settling in. He still doesn't talk much, but he's starting to relax. He's been spending his afternoons in the Jedi Museum, looking through the records. Leia helped me find an apartment for him not far from mine. What about that group he was a part of after he left the Inquisitor? The Gensere, was it? Luke nodded. They're one of the Force adept orders out there that didn't follow the Jedi mainstream and went into hiding from the Empire. The Gensere apparently are beholden to Tavira somehow. He's not quite certain on the details, but it was part of a bargain struck by the group's leader, the Karrde. He either can't or won't take me to them. They took him in after the Emperor's death, and he feels he owes them a debt. Do you think they're a threat? To the extent that Tavira has them as a resource, yes. But I suspect that Cam was the strongest and most capable member of their order, which was why Tavira took him as her bodyguard. I don't really want to push him on it. He isn't willing to betray their secrets beyond the ones we've already learned, and I respect that. Luke shrugged. I don't think they're evil, like the Emperor was, so for now. Leave that problem for another day. Or at least save it until Tavira turns up again. Cam's feeling stressed enough going through debriefings with Kraken. Kraken was positively giddy to find a former member of the Inquisitorius alive and willing to talk. Han scoffed. Spooks. He inclined a finger towards Luke. I'm not going on any other missions. I'm going to stay right here in this house and raise my kids. Clear. Luke gave a military salute. Clear, General. He glanced around. Speaking of your kids, is their mother around? I've been meaning to speak to her. You mean about whatever it is you've been holding back for half a year? Luke winced. That obvious, am I? I wouldn't try for a career in intelligence, kid. Asterisk. Jason and Jaina wanted to play. Their force sensitivity meant they always knew when Luke was nearby, and the older pair of Skywalker twins together was like a beacon of light to a pair of juvenile flittermoths. It was all they could do to bundle them into the other room with Han and Chewbacca, leaving the ex-smugglers to keep the toddlers entertained while Luke and Leia had a long overdue talk. Luke sank into the comfortable upholstery of their couch, his head resting on the cushions. Leia put a glass of wine on the side table next to him, keeping a second one for herself. Are they always so much work? Luke asked tiredly. Leia sipped her wine, nodding. Yes, but usually Winter is here to help. She's magic. Leia laughed softly. I'm sometimes jealous at how easily she can get and hold their attention, or convince them that sleeping is something they want to do. And all without the Force, too. Whatever you pay her, it isn't enough, Luke sighed. Where is she this afternoon? Leia offered a small, knowing smile. Out with Tycho. She scooched over on the couch, resting her head on his shoulder. Through the Force, he could feel her now practice mental nudge, letting him feel her sisterly love and concern. I've been worried about you. I know, he sighed. He wrapped his arm around her. Leia, around a month after Thrawn was killed, an old Imperial banker approached me. He said he had. Luke hesitated, sighed, and leaned over to kiss Leia's hair softly. He said he had Vader's will. Leia stirred, turning her head to peer at him. She didn't really look that surprised. Inheritance. He left everything to me. Luke sighed again, grimacing. There's a lot there, Leia. Billions. Some listed properties and passcodes. He shrugged his shoulders awkwardly. I spent weeks trying to figure out if I could give it back. Donate it to charity. I don't know. Anything to get it back out of my life. He was silent for a long moment, feeling the turmoil in her Force sense. He could well understand it. He had felt much the same. I was sure you wouldn't want any of it. Definitely not, Leia muttered. Besides, I have enough for my needs, between my salary and the inheritance from my parents. Luke grimaced, knowing she meant Bail and Breha Organa, and most certainly did not mean Anakin Skywalker. He just nodded, and she put her head back down on his shoulder. What are you going to do with it? Luke tensed. I'm going to fund the Jedi Order with it, he answered, so that we're not relying on New Republic funding. There was a moment of quiet. Leia's Force sense probed against him gently, and with trepidation he let her in, letting him feel his turmoil, and uncertainty as he talked her through each of his concerns. His worries about the role of the Jedi as servants of all life in a galaxy where there was more than just the New Republic. His qualms about the Jedi being used as weapons of war, as they had been during the Clone Wars, and not servants of the peace. His fear that she would see his desire to separate his project, the Jedi, from her project, the New Republic, as an affront. "Oh, Luke," Leia sighed as he finished. She sat up, turned towards him, and took his hands in hers. "You didn't really think that I'd let this come between us, did you?" He blushed slightly, looking down. "No, not really," he said. "But you worked so hard fighting all the fires threatening to consume the Republic, trying to rebuild what the Emperor broke, and here I am trying to step away from it." His eyes met hers again. "Maybe for good. And I know the Republic was counting on the new Jedi Order as a tool that would help add to its legitimacy. The Senate and the Jedi reborn together." "Maybe," she said. "But if the only thing holding the New Republic together is the memory of the Old Republic, we're as doomed as it was. It will complicate things, but there are always complications." She frowned at him, her expression one of affectionate reproach. "You should have just told me," she chastised him gently. "You've been miserable for months with this hanging over your head." "Well," Luke said, "I know we can talk about almost anything together, but anytime Anakin Skywalker, our Jedi heritage, or Republic politics rears his head, I know they scrape over old wound." This happened to be all three, so he felt his cheeks heat slightly. Besides, it wasn't the only reason I was miserable. Leia offered him a crooked smile. "No?" she asked knowingly. Luke blushed some more. "No." Her eyebrow quirked. "You said that in the past tense?" she pointed out. "Yes, I did," he agreed quietly, his voice small. Leia grinned at him. "Do you want to talk about it?" He shook his head, his cheeks now very red. "No, not yet." He offered her an embarrassed smile. "We're still figuring it out, and we want to." He waved his hand, his voice trailing away. His sister gave a snort completely unbefitting of a politician used to constant media scrutiny, the sound clashing with the affectionate, tender, and simply happy smile she wore. She, Luke could tell, was entirely unsurprised. "I don't suppose you found appropriately dashing formal wear for tonight's party. Your orange flight suit, perhaps, for some color at least. Or were you planning to go in your usual drab black?" Color drained from Luke's face. "I don't even have my flight suit," he said with a grimace. "I had to abandon it in my quarters when we lost strike." She sighed affectionately. "You idiot. Don't worry, 3PO's been busy while you've been saving the galaxy one sentient at a time." She reached for one of her data pads, and he could see that his sister already had a range of new wardrobe options she'd prepared in anticipation of exactly this moment. She sent him a smug grin. "Let's find you something that'll knock no one in particular out of her battered combat boots." Leia paged 3PO, who arrived bearing a half-empty bottle of wine. Then she went about asking unabashedly probing questions. Luke delicately dodged them as she took him through increasingly ridiculous outfits. Her contented glow matched his own, and the twins treated the wine with far less respect than such a fine vintage deserved. "Come, Bell," Iblis said on the other side of the door. Wedge moved his finger from just above the chime to hit the door release. It slid open, and he walked inside, squaring up and saluting as he stood at attention. Bell Iblis nodded at him and returned it casually before gesturing to a chair. "Sit down, Wedge." Wedge dropped his hand and sat. They had returned to Coruscant aboard the damaged Orthovan, which would be going on to Sluice Van for a full repair cycle. In the meantime, Wedge and the rogues had enough time to pack up their things and move them back to the surface while they awaited new assignments. Although, if Wedge had his way, there would be a lengthy gap before that next assignment. "I understand you've put in a request for extended leave," Bell Iblis said, folding his hands on his lap. "How long do you think you'll be gone?" "Sir, if my services are vitally needed, I can postpone for a time," Wedge said awkwardly. "But I was hoping to have a few weeks, maybe a month." Bell Iblis peered at a datapad on his desk. "From this, it seems like you've got no less than 8 months of delayed leave time you can take if you want it. he said seriously. 1 month will be fine, sir. Good, Bell Iblis said, putting the datapad back down. You know you're being groomed for fleet command, don't you? Wedge winced. All the special interest in reading suggestions from Dodonna and Akbar were pretty good indications, sir. Admiral Akbar identified you as one of the New Republic's best young strategists even before you refounded Rogue Squadron. According to your file, Bell Iblis gestured at the datapad, you've more than proven your ability to organize and run an extended military operation, even with limited resources. The Thifera campaign in particular stands out as an example of the kind of thing you're capable of, not to mention your efforts with the Wraiths. I have excellent subordinates, sir. I am not ignorant of Colonel Selchu's contributions, General, Bell Iblis agreed. He is also on Akbar's list. He folded his arms across his chest. Doman Barus intends to step down as senator for Corellia in exile at the end of next year. Wedge blinked at the non sequitur. Sir, you're not the only one who needs a break, Bell Iblis said with a sigh. I have been asked to take her place and resume my old position as senator. He frowned. There seems to be no doubt that I would win the election should I run. Wedge blinked again. I'd vote for you. Perhaps, Bell Iblis growled, not sounding convinced. He leaned forward, focusing intently on Wedge now. You haven't heard my preferences for the organization of the new government. As it stands, though, my fleet is going to need a new CO. Wedge's jaw went slack. You're not serious. Deadly serious, General. Bell Iblis leaned back in his chair. I know. You're not ready, not yet. You have no experience commanding capital ships, and you should have at least some before taking over a fleet. So, when you return from vacation, you're going to serve under me as flag captain aboard the fleet's new flagship. During that time, Cena and I will do our best to make sure you are ready before I must return to the Senate. Wedge stared at him. This wasn't a surprise, not really. Bell Iblis was right. He had known that Akbar was grooming him for higher rank, but he still hadn't been expecting it. Do I have the right to refuse, sir? No, not unless you want to resign for good. Bell Iblis smiled. Take your vacation, Wedge. Go sneak back into Corellia and remind yourself what you're fighting for. Hell, if you decide while you're away that you're done and don't want to do this anymore, no one will hold that against you, least of all me. I know as well as anyone the toll this life takes. He paused, took a breath, and folded his hands back over his lap. But when you come back, as I am confident you will, the fleet will be waiting for you. Yes, sir, Wedge said. He frowned slightly as a thought occurred to him. Sir, if you don't mind, do you know what ship will be the next fleet flagship? The corner of Bell Iblis' mouth tugged in a subtle smirk, and he slid another datapad to Wedge. Wedge picked it up, turned it on. You're joking? Please tell me you're joking. Wedge stared at the profile of the Executor-class Superstar Destroyer Lusankaya with sudden horror. Congratulations, General, said Bell Iblis, now not even trying to hide his smirk. Wedge groaned and sank into his chair. Asterisk. Feeling somewhat dazed, Wedge made his way back to the pilot's mess. Orthovan felt spacious to the point of absurdity after their stay on Eshin Strike, though his quarters were still somewhat cramped for two. Not that he and Ela had complained on their way back to Coruscant. He went straight for the caf, poured himself a cup, then sat heavily in a chair. Outside the transparent steel window, Coruscant slowly turned, gleaming in the twilight, its orbit busy with ships. He'd be going down to the planet himself in an hour or so, which would give him enough time to drop off his belongings at Ela's before heading to the gathering to celebrate the end of a victorious campaign. He sipped the caf. It was better than what they'd had on strike, but not by much. My first act as CO, Wedge thought dryly, is ordering new caf machines for the pilot's mess. The thought made him chuckle softly. Then he started to review the document that Bell Iblis had given him to look at. He already knew a whole lot about the operation of Star Destroyers, mostly from the perspective of trying to take them apart, and found himself engrossed in the material. The Executor-class Super Star Destroyer had 13 Executor 50X ion engines, which combined could produce a total of. Jansen sat down across from him and lounged. "Hey, boss," he said cheerfully. Wedge lifted an eyebrow. "What? Do you have anything to wear for the party tonight?" "I was going to wear my dress uniform," Wedge said dryly. "I didn't bring it with me to Eschen Strike when we were transferred before Hishium, so I still have it." "That sounds boring. See, I had this magnificent outfit that started with the base of translucent Zebari shimmer silk." Wedge was getting ready to tune Wes out when he saw my Donos standing near the door, watching them awkwardly. Eager for any reason not to hear about Wes' wardrobe, Wedge waved him over. "Yes, Lieutenant Donos, what is it?" Jansen gave him a hurt look. Wedge kicked him under the table. Mine looked between them awkwardly, then sighed. He offered Wedge a pained look and placed an open jewelry box containing his rank and unit insignias down on the table. "I'm done, sir." Wedge sat up straighter. Wes did the same, his expression suddenly going serious. "Are you sure, Mine?" Wedge asked. Mine offered him a pained smile. "I lost 2 X-Wings in the last month and took some hits at Lineary." He took a breath. "Whatever instinct or sense of flow I had for this is not as potent anymore. Any good Sabbath player knows when it's time to fold before you bust." He glanced between Wedge and Wes and lowered his voice. "Besides, there's someone waiting for me, and I think it's time to go find her." He shrugged apologetically. "Time to start again." "I understand," said Wedge with genuine feeling. He reached out and placed his hand over Mine's insignia. He closed the box. "You're not the only one. Mrin told me that he was retiring again on the way here, and of course we were never going to keep Luke or Plor for long." He glanced awkwardly at Wes, but now wasn't the time to announce his own impending departure. Tycho deserved to hear that first. He stood, extended his hand. "It's been an honor serving with you, Lieutenant Donis. If you ever change your mind, there will always be a place for you with the rogues." Mine offered a small but genuine smile, more emotive than he usually was. "Thank you, Wedge, for everything." Wes clapped an arm around Mine's back. "Young man, there's a whole world out there just waiting for you. Now, if I tried to explore it, I'd drown from the sheer weight of my own potential, but I think you'll be able to swim just fine. Besides," he leaned in close, "I'm rooting for you 2 crazy kids." Mine's expression was one of typical baffled confusion. Wes had that effect on people. "Thank you, sir." Now, Wes tightened his arm around Mine's back, whispering conspiratorially. "Tell me, what do you think about coveralls? Very stylish are the most stylish." Chapter 35. C-3PO had been put in charge of the celebration of General Bel Iblis' return. At Master Luke's suggestion, he selected the Adarian building, which had been utterly thrilled at the honor and the influx of business, allowing him to obtain its services for a mild discount. Now he was being drawn to different clusters of diplomats of all different alien species, making introductions and providing translations, explaining which drinks were toxic for which of their guests, and making full use of his robust protocol and translation software. Oh, it was heaven. Members of the New Republic military, all donning their white, black, and red dress uniforms, were clustered by the north window, the light of one of Coruscant's moons providing enough illumination for them to speak and greet each other enthusiastically. Behind them, closest to the glass that arched up to make the pyramidal roof that framed the entire space, Master Tycho and Mistress Winter were dancing alone, lost in one another's embrace. Nearby were the representatives of the Smugglers' Alliance, centered on Talon Karrde. The smugglers had just completed a little ceremony, where Karrde had presented some kind of award to an older, brown-haired smuggler that 3PO recognized as Gillespie. Gillespie was obviously touched at the gesture, and he hugged Fawn, the 2 of them laughing and talking quietly about his new retirement plans on Yukio and the intense, dangerous salvage operations of the fallen Star Destroyer Death's Head, which rested not too far from his resort property. There was much to do to keep the party going smoothly. If he wasn't mistaken, and of course he wasn't, it was just about time for the toast. Asterisk. Atral Taban fidgeted. Her brand new, freshly tailored dress uniform was just as uncomfortable as her older, lightly worn one had been. It figured, she thought. She'd lost all her uniforms when Hobby destroyed Eschenstrike. The pilot had been avoiding her, wisely, ever since the Battle of Lingerie, and the very first thing she had to get replaced was her dress uniform, the single thing that all members of the New Republic Armed Forces agreed was a disaster. But, more than the dress uniform, it was being back on Coruscant, back home, which made her most uncomfortable. Granted, she wasn't from the Palace District. She scoffed at the thought, but still. Although, if she had to come to the Palace District, she had to admit the Adarian building was nice. The sun had set, leaving the large, pyramidal glass roof of the building dark but for the gleaming moons and stars above, the lines of airspeeders and starships humming through the sky outside. Thin rows of subtle lights cast just enough light over the interior space. The twining vines and other plants gave the room a dark green hue and a nice fresh scent. Outside her class, but nice. Her crew hadn't made it home with her. Traxim and Hyakin and the rest of her crew were still recovering from their imprisonment on Endurance. That left her all alone, in her dress uniform, at a party. She sighed softly. She hated parties, especially parties on Coruscant. Captain Taban. She turned, found herself facing General Antilles and Ela Wessery, their arms hooked together. Wedge offered her a wry smile. Not a big fan of parties. Not particularly, she admitted with a sigh. I prefer the less formal affairs. You know, just the pilots and military. She looked around cautiously. All the politicos make me nervous. Recapturing Yukio is a big deal for the Republic, if only from an image perspective, Ela said. Atral grimaced. That doesn't help, she admitted skittishly. I'd almost rather be fighting off Chimera again. Wedge placed his hand on her arm, drawing her over towards the planters by the window. Outside, the Senate dome loomed, with the Imperial Palace towers beyond. Well, then let me set your mind at rest, and talk to you about business, he said with a small, somewhat amused smile as Ela did something with the small sweeping device disguised as jewelry before nodding. I have your new assignment. She stiffened to attention. Sir. Wedge glanced around, eyes taken in each person near them, checking to see if any attention was being closely paid. When he turned back to Atral, Ela took up the watch, attentive. I just had a long conversation with General Kraken, Wedge said softly. Rendili is planning to declare independence from the Empire, and has covertly approached the New Republic with a new ship design, looking for a long-term construction contract. Atral inhaled sharply. That information was so far above her rank that for a moment she had no idea how to respond. Her brow furrowed with confusion. Why are you telling me this, Wedge? She asked, her confusion only growing with each second. The design they brought to us is a new multiple mission vessel which they've tentatively classed as an escort carrier, Wedge murmured, sliding a datapad into her pocket. 300 meters long, carries a squadron of fighters or so. Capable gunnery platform, cargo capacity of a medium-sized transport, tractor beams, high speed. He offered her a grin. In other words, he continued, she's Eschenstrike, only better in every conceivable way. 4 or 5 of them and a Nebulan B should eat an Impstar deuce. She leaned towards him, glancing at Ela then back at Wedge. Why are you telling me this? She asked again. Because the folks over at procurement want an expert opinion about the quality of the design and to get input from members of the fleet who have the appropriate expertise. He winked at her. They want you to join the design team, and when they're done, they're going to need someone to command the prototype. She inhaled. They're going to let me design a warship to my preferred specs, she said in all, then give me one of them. That's the deal, Wedge agreed. Assuming Rendili and the New Republic can agree to a contract, of course. He tapped on the datapad he'd slipped into the singular pocket her abysmal dress uniform possessed. Take a look. Somewhere quiet. She couldn't help herself. Glancing at the two of them, getting a brief nod from Ela, she pulled the datapad out and snuck a quick look. The Marischal-class multi-mission escort carrier, a proposal, it said. She slid the datapad back into her pocket, holding it close, feeling almost paranoid. Ela nudged Wedge's shoulder. Hey, look, she murmured, hushed. Atral looked up. Standing at the door was the woman who had been with Ela during Atral's rescue. Her dazzling red gold hair gleamed in the dim light of the room, and she was wearing a striking backless blue dress. Ela looked supremely pleased with herself. Toldu, she murmured to Wedge. Atral gave her an odd look. What? Good evening, gentle beings, C-3PO's voice carried, amplified by his own internal speakers. Thank you all for coming. If you please raise a glass of a drink, or other substance if your biology is not amenable to imbibing liquids. I have been asked to prepare the room for a toast. There was a pause and an awkward shuffle. Atral reached out and plucked a glass of something surely too expensive from a passing server droid. The put-upon, impressed into service astromech droid beeped rudely at her in response, and she stepped back out of his way hastily. Sorry, she muttered. Wedge and Ela chuckled. 3PO waited until the stir of movement had passed. General Bell Ibla stepped forward. To the New Republic, he said firmly. And to all it stands for. A ripple of agreement went around the room, the clinking of glasses. Atral gently tapped her glass against Wedge's and Ela's, then sipped. Maybe whatever it was she was drinking was actually worth the price. She stiffened as another figure approached the rogues, smiling. Hello, Princess. Wedge greeted Counselor Leia Organa Solo warmly. Wedge, Leia said with a smile, giving him a brief hug. If you use my title one more time, I'll start using yours. I'm glad you're back on Coruscant and that your deployment ended well. It was a near thing, Wedge admitted, nodding at Atral. She stiffened under Leia's sudden regard. Captain Taban here is the real hero of the day, I think. I am not, she said without thinking, then blushed. I mean, it's all right, soothed Leia with a winsome, diplomatic smile. Wedge likes to make sure that his subordinates receive all the accolades they are due. Your record speaks for itself. Leia's expression grew more serious. You're fully recovered, she asked cautiously. Atral winced and nodded. No permanent scars from interrogation, she said. Her expression grew bitter. My crew will take more time recovering. If you do need anything, don't hesitate to ask, Leia said gently. She turned towards Ela. Thank you for the rishcake, and for bringing Han back in one piece. She offered a lopsided smile. You're welcome, Ela said. She nodded over Leia's shoulder and winked. Leia turned, saw Mara standing alone in the crowd. Ah, she said, offering Wedge and Ela a small, secret smile. I don't suppose anyone has seen my brother yet, have they? Not yet, said Wedge. I did see R2 not long ago, though. Where R2 goes, Luke will soon follow, Leia observed wryly. She raised her hand, waved at Mara. The woman looked awkward as she met Leia's eyes, and waved back, then was lost again in the crowd. Where's Han? Wedge asked. Han is at home with our 2 children and Kype, Leia said, looking amused. Someone had to stay and look after them, and, she paused, smiling fondly at Winter and Tycho still dancing, oblivious to the rest of them. We agreed that Winter deserved the night off. I think we could all use some vacation time, said Ela. She hooked her arm around Wedge's back. We're both taking some leave. General Kraken, she grinned at Wedge, owed Wedge a favor, so we're going away. Don't ask where, we're not telling. Atral smiled at them. The stress that had hung around Wedge for the entirety of the Yukio campaign had faded, and she was glad to see it. Everyone in the fleet considered Wedge Antilles and his rogues a lucky charm, whether he knew it or not, and seeing him grow steadily more afraid had taken a toll on more than just him. With the Empire on the ropes, maybe they finally have a chance to retrench. I'm glad to hear it, Leia smiled, her expression betraying the same emotions Atral felt. Asterisk. Mara had done this many times. Carefully layer concealer over all the scars she had accumulated during her years of service, pull on a dress meant to impress, and walk into a crowded social event, determined to draw a specific pair of eyes whose attention she required for one reason or another. A dress was just another tool, like a lightsaber or a blaster. It was important to have the right tool for any job. But this was different. This time the old tube of concealer had been left with the rest of the things from her old life, tucked away in plastoid boxes for later perusal. The blaster creases and vibranife grazes on her arms and back contrasted sharply with the electric blue fabric of her dress, as though daring anyone to address them. In a crowd full of old rebels, scoundrels, and renegade senators, no one did. Besides, there was only one pair of eyes she was interested in tonight, and she knew you all wouldn't care. "Miss Jade," a familiar voice came from her left. She turned to face it, offered General Madine a respectful nod. "I heard you were back. I hope your expedition with Agent Wessery and General Solo went well." "Well enough," she replied. "There are still a few loose ends that need sorting." She didn't like the bargain that Karrde had struck with Voru, and was resolved to end it at the first opportune moment. Luke's new Jedi project, with the adopted strays of Cam and Kype, made her nervous, but she would no more stand between him and the Jedi than she would allow him to stand between her and the Smugglers' Alliance, no matter what claims they had on one another. The thought sent a flush of warmth through her, one she refused to allow to touch her cheeks. "Good," Madine said. He evaluated her with the calm, leader's gaze, then offered her a small smile, one that didn't reach his eyes. "Enjoy the party, Miss Jade." "General," she said, stopping him in his tracks. Something he said the last time they had spoken had been bothering her, especially since her reunion with Luke at Lineary. She lowered her voice, stepping in close to make sure she would not be overheard. "We may spend the rest of our lives paying back our debts," she murmured softly. "But that doesn't mean it has to be all we do." His gaze darkened and became more measured. Then he took a deep breath. He looked like he was about to speak, but didn't find any words, and just nodded. She moved on, declining an offer of drinks. Karrde was on her right, with the crew of the Wild Karrde. She considered ignoring her boss. He had a sleek, smug expression she thought was somewhat undeserved, but decided it would be unaccountably rude. "Karrde," she said. Karrde offered her one of his annoyingly calm, polished smiles. "Hello, Mara," he said with a nod. "You look stunning. A special occasion." Her eyes narrowed. "This dress was one of the items returned to me by General Kraken, and I wanted to see if it still fit." Dankin coughed. Her gaze tracked towards him slowly. He wilted and hid behind Chan, who was wearing one of his small, silly smiles. "You look ravishing, Mara," the older man said. A collection of footsteps, combined with Leia Organa Solo's distinctive force presence, presaged the arrival of additional company. She turned to face them and saw Leia, Antilles, and Ela approaching. Antilles and Ela were arm in arm. "Hello, Mara," Leia greeted with the smooth charisma that compared favorably even to Karrde's. "I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to see you since your return to Coruscant." "Counselor," she replied. At Leia's lifted eyebrow, she sighed. "Leia?" She tried again. "Better," Leia said with a smile. "While we're all on Coruscant, I'm planning on hosting another get-together," she continued. "I know Jaina wants to see you again. She's asked for rah-rah more than once." Mara swallowed, unable to stop the blush from returning to her cheeks. "Oh," she managed, not sure what to say. Leia just smiled and turned to Karrde. "Next week?" she asked. "We need to do it before Wedge and Ela go on their vacation." "We're leaving in 9 days, and plan to be gone for a month," Ela added. "I'm not planning any trips off-world in that time," Karrde said. "There's a lot of work to be done, integrating our new office droids and figuring out how to deal with the other recent complications." Mara winced. Not using shipboard holocoms would make assigning runs to freighters a nightmare. But they'd find a way to handle it. "But I'm sure I can find time to join you for dinner again," Karrde added. Mara. "That would be fine," she said. "That just leaves Luke to ask," added Antilles. "He said he'd be here, but I haven't seen him yet." His expression took on a slight mischievous tilt that made Mara nervous. "But if you see him, Jade, make sure he knows he's invited." Mara refused to blush. She did glare at Ela, who offered her a too innocent grin. I haven't seen Luke yet either, Ela said innocently. But I'm sure he's here somewhere. Mara could feel Leia watching her. As ever, the other woman made her feel transparent. She felt Leia's hint of amusement, and even more surprising, her quite plain approval. The emotion sent a surprised swell through Mara, one she didn't quite know how to handle. With an awkward nod and a simple "excuse me," she fled. She dodged a handful of dignitaries, including the senator from Exodine, sneaking past the small crowds of people and hiding in the foliage that lined the exterior of the cafe. The trees were thicker near the corners of the large pyramidal structure, with fewer tables and more flowered hedges. She paused in the shadow of a fidgety tree, leaning her back against it and inhaling its fresh scent deeply. Through the exterior window, Coruscant gleamed. One of the planet's 4 moons cast light over her, and the stars shimmered through the transparent steel, the twining vines crawling up the interior of the structure in long pairs. She leaned against the tree, breathing slowly, as Luke had taught her would be conducive to meditation. Mara. Only one person said her name like that. She opened her eyes and saw Luke, wearing a dashing old gray suit that seemed to glow in the light of the moon and stars above. His affection swelled in the bond between them, his hope and concern and protectiveness and joy all swirling around her, and this time she did drape it around herself like a shawl, even as she stepped into his embrace. For a long, long time they just stood there, reveling in their contact. The Emperor's hand would have been intimidated by the emotional closeness, the demonstration of physical affection. It would have been an unacceptable weakness, a fatal vulnerability. It felt like it had been years and parsecs since Mara had been that small. Luke's hand brushed over her hair as he smiled at her. "You look beautiful." His hands dropped to her waist, swaying with her, a dance of sorts, but one utterly unlike any of the ones she had practiced until her feet bled. "You always look beautiful," Luke murmured, banishing that fleeting thought as they swayed. His hand swept gently over her cheek, pushing a strand of loose red gold hair back over her ear. "Even when you are pointing a blaster at me." "I never cared before," Mara admitted softly, her hands sliding up his back. "Being attractive was just something I could use." She drew back, looking up at him. "Now it's the same places, the palace, the rooftop plazas, but it's all so different." She drew him closer. "Why is everything different with you?" "You actually like me," he said with a grin. She stared at him, realizing that he was right. All those people she had lived with in the imperial palace, all the tutors and courtiers, all the sycophants, she had hated all of them. There hadn't been a single person in the whole inner court who had possessed even a scrap of integrity. None of them compared to her Tatooine farm boy. She wrapped her arms around him and leaned in to press a kiss to his lips. He smiled against her, returning it gently, content to hold her and sway with the distant music. "You're right," she said with a happy sigh. "I do." Chapter 36. Captain Tygan was pleased to have him back, but Agonizer no longer felt like home to Terran Rogers. The Imperial II-class Star Destroyer had been his command since it had first launched from Kuwait, just months after the Battle of Yavin. It had been more than a decade, and his Admiral's suite had been untouched in his absence, barring the personal effects he'd taken with him on his move to Chimera. The portrait of his wife, the one of his children, the one of Agonizer. He sat behind his desk, nursing a drink and looking at those portraits, sitting on the floor of his suite, waiting to be returned to their proper places. Looking at the faces of his wife and children ought to bring him a sense of love, or hope, or peace, while all it brought was fear. He betrayed the Empire. The New Republic knew he had. It was bad enough that he'd been willing to deal with the New Republic to fight since years before. Worse, in the eyes of the Moffs, that Grand Admiral Thrawn had been his patron. But if the Empire ever found out what he had done, if the New Republic ever decided it wanted him removed from his command, he'd just given his enemy all the ammunition it needed to see him dead. And if he died, tried for treason against the Empire, it wouldn't stop with him. Asori and Tarek would be suspect at best. At worst. He sipped his whiskey, knowing he couldn't afford to drink too much, and wishing for all the galaxy to just crawl inside the bottle. All for what? His career, his children, he still had them for now, but he had risked them for what? To help one New Republic officer and her crew. A woman he barely knew. A woman who had betrayed the Empire, taken up arms against it, sought to burn it and all it had accomplished down. Did he really think ISB wouldn't find out eventually? What had he been thinking? Was his honor worth his family's lives? He closed his eyes for a moment, picturing Tabin's face, recalling the devotion of her alien crew members and the untarnished manner she displayed eating the flavorless Nutrigruel at his impeccable table. That helping her had been the right thing was small consolation. There was no one to go to. Maybe if Thrawn still lived, the Grand Admiral might have understood. He never would have given Disra those orders, and Thrawn never would have followed them if he had received them. It was well known that Thrawn had refused even orders from the Emperor himself, and always been proven right. But Thrawn was dead. He took a slow, labored breath and sipped his whiskey again, considering the sidearm in the right-hand desk drawer, picturing its service-worn grip and trying to figure out what to do. He froze, going completely rigid. There was a man sitting in the corner of his office, hidden by shadow. How he'd gotten in here, Rogers had no idea, but there were only so many ways it could be done, and every one of them boded ill. He didn't reach for the blaster, being that obvious would only get him shot. Instead, he slowly put the whiskey glass down and swiveled his chair towards the hidden figure. "Are you here to kill me?" he asked. Maybe, just maybe, he could bargain clemency for his children. They'd had nothing to do with his decision, nothing at all. Surely the Empire would not be so unfair as to hold them responsible. No. Who was he fooling? Of course it would. His hand inched towards his desk drawer. "I'm not." The voice came from the far corner, a dark Coruscanti accent, but not one of a native. An adopted accent, deliberately chosen, something not uncommon among the ranks of the Imperial Starfleet. "How did you get in here?" Rogers asked as calmly as he could manage. "That's not important," the man said. "Then what do you want?" "I want to recruit you, Admiral Rogers." Rogers blinked, his brow furrowing in surprise and confusion. "Recruit me? For what?" Commander Asori Rogers stared in confusion at her orders. "What do you mean I've been transferred?" she asked, her CO baffled. "I just got here. I've only been aboard Exigent for a month and a half." Captain Nightle shrugged. "I have no more idea than you do, Commander. I got the orders less than an hour ago, and a shuttle arrived a half hour ago with high-level confirmation of their accuracy. I can't even pin down where the order originated from, but the command codes are genuine and from a very high-ranking source." Nightle looked genuinely apologetic. "The best I can tell you is this kind of thing doesn't happen if it's not a promotion." "A promotion? To what?" Rogers said, shaking her head. "I've got the position I want on the ship I want. Executive officer aboard an Imp Star Deuce is the best posting an officer my rank can hope for. I've earned this." She could hear the plaintive sound in her voice and saw Nightle's sympathy. "I know, Commander. I'm not thrilled about this either. You've been an exemplary XO, and I'm going to have to recruit a replacement, because I don't have a ready one. Either I'll have to annoy some other captain by stealing one of his best young officers, or hope I can requisition a clone." Rogers winced. "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir." "It's all right. I don't know what this is about either, Commander, but as I say, this kind of thing doesn't happen if it's not a promotion. The secrecy tells me you've been selected for a classified assignment, and one above my clearance level. So I take this as an incredible compliment and be excited to find out where you're going." She sighed. "Yes, sir." He nodded and stood, offering her his hand. "It's been an honor briefly serving with you, Commander Rogers. Best of luck. I believe your belongings have already been packed away." "Thank you, sir. Best of luck to you and Exigent, sir." Asterisk. Asori was shuffled into the Lambda-class landing shuttle, given a perfunctory departure salute from the officers that could be assembled on the shortest of short notice, and found herself sitting alone in the shuttle's passenger compartment with her belongings, such as they were. She didn't have much. Her childhood home and most of her most prized possessions had been lost when the New Republic conquered Annexes 2 years before, so basically everything she cared about she was already wearing on her chest. Damn it, she fought for her posting on Exigent. It wasn't fair to transfer her without even warning her about it first. Sure, things had gotten difficult the last year, but the Imperial Starfleet was still a professional force, and she expected to be treated like one. There was a jolt as the shuttle lurched into hyperspace. She unbuckled her belt, frowning, and walked to the front of the shuttle, banged on the door. The door to the cockpit slid open. She stepped inside, planting both her fists on her hips. Commander Isori Rogers, reporting as ordered. I'm hoping that you can tell me where we're going and give me some information about my new assignment. Her voice stopped short as the man in the shuttle's co-pilot's seat swiveled to face her. He had blue skin and glowing red eyes. Commander Rogers, he said. His uniform was typical Imperial, bearing the rank insignia of a lieutenant. Congratulations on your reassignment. Please sit. It will be several days before we arrive at the staging area, but we will need every one of those days to complete your briefing. She sat, staring at him. Once she had gotten past the moment of disbelief and the 2 moments of confusion, she started to feel anticipation and hope. Return to Coruscant. For a man with such a fearsome reputation, one able to call in entire fleet groups on his word of honor, Han Solo was in deep trouble. There wasn't a battle fleet in the galaxy that would help him out of this one. Kype stood in the middle of the Millennium Falcon's cockpit, peering over Han and Chewbacca's shoulders with a rapt expression. Wow, he gasped. Han glanced at Chewbacca. They'd just come out of hyperspace, and the only thing there was to see was a big bulk freighter, and not a particularly interesting one. From the looks of things, and the information that popped up on the screen when Han pinged it with a simple query, it was just one of the many, many freighters that brought cargo to Coruscant each day. Not to Kype? Like a man from the desert seeing water for the first time, the glimmering ecumenopolis of Coruscant dazzled every first-timer. Han's heart tightened. He needed to talk to Leia, and he was dreading the conversation. Get a hold of Coruscant Control, Chewie, let them know we're back, and request docking priority with my diplomatic authorization, he said. They were going to catch Leia by surprise. With the holo net being compromised, Han hadn't wanted to risk any transmissions, so she wouldn't even know they were in system yet. Where's Luke? He asked Kype. Kype dragged his attention away from the freighter. In the back, talking to Cam? That made Han fight back another wince. How was it, he wondered, that 1 minute Luke could be dodging lethal attacks from the big Force adept, and the next minute have the enormous man sobbing on the floor of a hangar bay? It was of course no big deal after that to turn his baby blues on Han, and preemptively announced that Cam would be coming back to Coruscant with him, and would Han please give them both a ride. There were times Han felt like he didn't understand Luke at all. But he supposed the kid had earned the benefit of the doubt, and Cam had been nothing but quiet, polite, and mostly still rather than stabby since coming aboard the Falcon. Right, he said, flicking switches to prepare the Falcon for landing. We have our landing berth yet, Chewie. The Wookiee growled back an affirmative. You know, I think I'm starting to understand you, Kype said to Chewbacca. Chewie thwacked Kype on the back with a big paw, making the kid jolt forward from the impact. I think that meant good, Kype, catching himself on the back of Han's chair. Coruscant grew larger through the cockpit's transparent steel view panels with each passing picosecond, and Kype's eyes grew just as wide. Suddenly the one bulk freighter became dozens, and smaller ships, and the gleaming skyhooks tethered to the planet below, and the horizon-to-horizon cityscape, only interrupted here and there for reservoirs or city parks so massive they could be seen from orbit. Wow, he gaped. How many people live here? Han shrugged. Dunno. More zeros than you have fingers, I think, especially if you count the whole Undercity. Kype glanced downward at his hands and sent Han a snotty teenage look which was, his childhood considered, quite reassuring. Millennium Falcon, This is Coruscant Control. You've been assigned to landing pad 87 in the Imperial Palace. Course guidance is being uploaded to your navigation computer now. Confirmed, Coruscant Control, Han replied, his hand on the comm pickup. We know the way. Acknowledged. Welcome back, General Solo. Han lifted his finger off the pickup, then turned to Kype. See me, kid. The show only gets better from here. Kype stepped in between him and Chewie, leaning forward to peer through the Falcon's transparent steel cockpit windows, his eyes widening as he started to see the borders delineating neighborhoods, the thousands of starships, then the individual buildings and the horizon-to-horizon lines of airspeeders. In the far distance, the Manta Mountains rose up, and in front of them were the central spires of the Imperial Palace. Kype pointed at it. Is that where we're going? Yep, Han said with false cheer. Home sweet home. Asterisk. Chewie immediately laid claim to the Falcon for a trip back to see his family on Kashyyyk, though he insisted on giving the ship a thorough diagnostic first, just in case Tavira and Voru's people had left something untoward aboard at Kessel. While Chewie went to work on that, Han took Kype home. Leia wasn't available to meet them when they arrived. Winter came, but immediately left again to help Luke find a place for Cam to stay while they got him situated. Han had taken Kype to Palace Medical for a brief checkup before running him by the apartment. There followed brief introductions to the twins' Nori bodyguards and babysitters, and 3PO, who had been cheerfully delighted to converse with Kype in the myriad of languages the kid had half-learned during his time on Kessel. 3PO was less enthused when it turned out roughly half of said fluency was profanity. The Nori were delighted in their quiet, understated way. Luckily, their apartment did have a guest room. Han had long assumed that it would become either Jacen or Jaina's room when the time came for them to want separate spaces, but for the moment, it was Kype's, with his own door remote and everything. The kid hadn't known what to say and, surprisingly, neither did Han. Instead, he had just sat with Kype in the apartment, introducing him to the twins. After a round of perfunctory introductions, Kype had just sat and stared out through the polarized transparent steel at the endless rows of airspeeders, while Jacen and Jaina zoomed around the room imitating the fast-flowing traffic, a favorite pastime. While Kype watched the twins accidentally reenact multiple mid-air collisions, Han had set about taking back control of his kitchen. Once it was restored to proper order and he set aside the ingredients for dinner, he returned to thinking about the same thing he'd been thinking about the whole way back from Lingerie. So, Leia? While I was in the spice mines, I met another orphan Jedi teenager. Leia, honey, you know how you're always telling me I need to process my childhood trauma about being an abandoned orphan better. Well, I'm sorry you've had such a miserable day dealing with Pellaeon. Also, I brought home a stray. Han winced. They'd been talking about maybe having another child. Leia had mentioned naming a son Bail or a daughter Briha after her parents. As far as Han was concerned, she could name them whatever she wanted as long as it wasn't a name from his family line. But that was world different from bringing home a fully grown young adult fresh from the spice mines and moving him into their spare bedroom while she was at work. He went back to chopping, possibly with more force than he needed. It would be okay. Leia would understand. He'd done the right thing, and what else were they going to do with him? He had no family, nowhere else to go. His homeworld had been blasted to rubble by the Empire. His only sibling was lost in the Imperial service somewhere, if he wasn't dead, which was more likely, and he had Jedi powers. That last one terrified Han, but letting a wounded kid like Kype out into the universe alone terrified Han even more. He put the knife down, far back on the counter, and listened to Kype playing with the twins. Really, it was simple. What other choice did he have? So he marched over to the wall-comm, caught a touch of gray in his hair on the gleaming screen that he swore hadn't been there before he left, and told his wife she needed to come home now but that it wasn't an emergency. For a moment, Han looked longingly at their drinks cabinet and silently cursed crazy old men, knights errant, and deranged old wizards who left so many orphans and so few parents to pick up the pieces. On a whim, he called Kype in to teach him the basics as he started to prepare the evening meal. Alderaanian rissoles, Leia's favorite. In Han's book, forearmed beat forewarned every time. When Karrde finally went to bed, late, after sitting on the couch in the living room, watching all the airspeeders flow by for hours, the Coruscant sunset and moonrise, and the towering space scrapers turned to glittering light in the visible skyhooks gleam in the sky above, it was a relief. Karrde had been calm all afternoon and evening. He had played with Jacen and Jaina, who seemed to notice sense of wonder and thus echo it themselves, suddenly amazed by things that they saw every day, then eaten dinner with the shy tentativeness of a boy unused to anything other than gruel or shrink-wrapped ration bars, and watched the sky with the wondrous awe of a newcomer not just to Coruscant, but to a world beyond a mining prison. Han sat at the kitchen table alone, watching that sky. "You know he's terrified," Leia said as she settled in beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. "None of us." Leia sighed softly. "It's complicated, but he's terrified that you're going to leave him alone again, send him back, decide he's not worth your time." Han felt a fist around his heart. Yeah, he knew that sensation too. When, as a boy, he'd been befriended by the elderly Wookiee Dulana, he'd wondered why she had cared for him. He wasn't a Wookiee, he hadn't even been worth much as a human. His own extended family hadn't wanted him, after all. Why should anyone want him? "I know," Han said with a long sigh. "Leia, look, I know." "Hush," Leia mumbled, nuzzling into his neck. "Of course we're not going to put him out. I've already got Winter looking into whether he has any surviving family, uncles or aunts or the like, but it's not looking good. The Empire flattened Dare, and even if he does have surviving family, there's a good chance the records were destroyed with the planet's cities, and they'll be impossible to track down." She wrapped her arms around him and snuggled in closer. He hugged her tightly in return. "Of course we're not going to put him out," she repeated. Han let out a breath he hadn't even realized he'd been holding. The fist around his heart relaxed. He hadn't known what he would do if Leia had said anything else. He hadn't expected her to, he'd known she wouldn't, in fact, but still, the fear of the potential had been real and gripping. "I love you," he said. "I know," Leia said softly into his neck with a smile he could hear. "Of course, you realize this means you're now going to have for Force sensitives around the apartment." "Don't remind me," grumbled Han. "How is it that I keep finding myself in these situations? It never used to get this crazy when it was just Chewie and me. Personally, I blame you and the kid." "You can't blame us," Leia chuckled softly. "You chose to come back at Yavin, and it was all down the well from there." "Return to Coruscant too, Cam?" Coruscant hadn't changed since he'd last been here. It had only been a few days, after all, and planets did not typically change so quickly. But Cam Saliser's return to Coruscant felt like an arrival on a whole new world, different and new. Like he was seeing through different eyes, old lenses removed and new clarity offered. The world hummed with life, the Force swirling around him more strongly than he could remember, the speeders and spaceships filled with minds, busy or tired, excited or mourning. The cacophony somehow resolved itself into a calm, energetic hum. He didn't know what to do. He really wasn't entirely sure what he was even doing here. It had only been a day since he'd been Leonia Taviras Taba's Karrde, her servant and protector. Her enforcer? He had never relished the role, but he had known what to do in it. But now, not since he'd been a child, since the Inquisitorius had scooped him up and impressed him into his vision of an ideal servant, had he felt so unfettered, or so confused. Beside him, Luke Skywalker and Winter walked through the halls of the Imperial Palace towards the empty single-person quarters that would be his home. For how long that would last, he didn't know. He didn't feel like he knew anything anymore, really. The only thing he did know, the only thing he was certain of, was that it was right for him to be here. His father's lightsaber was secure in his hand, his long-faded memories of the man who had wielded it, who had stood toe-to-toe with Darth Vader in a futile attempt to protect his son, were vivid once again, restored by touch, and sent in the desire to once again remember how they had trained, sparred, meditated. The many, many lessons about the will of the Force, the importance of living in the moment, of feeling life surrounding you, of letting it take control and guide you down the proper path. Ever since that fight, since Vader had slain Rannoch Saliser, Cam had not stepped foot on the path. Not once. Even after the Battle of Endor, and he found himself with the unexpected opportunity to escape Imperial service, Cam had still not felt like he was where he should be. He moved forward, putting one foot in front of the other. He'd fallen in with an order of Force sensitives that months earlier he would have been charged with exterminating, but even his time with the Gensere had felt wrong, especially after Tavira had selected him to be her guard. But what else could he do but put one foot in front of the other and live, as his father had wanted him to? He was putting one foot in front of the other now, walking through the confined halls of the Imperial Palace. In front of him, the silver-haired Winter was swiping their entry to a small room. It was comfortable, a simple living area for a single humanoid, and he nodded his assent as Winter asked him if it was acceptable. Yes, he said, his voice sounding and feeling hoarse. Winter glanced at Luke, gave him a somewhat pronounced look, then stepped back. "You'll let me know if you need anything else?" she asked Luke. "I really must return to help the princess. We're working on the latest draft of the New Republic Constitution. There are some concerns about distributing political power between the sectors, and still more about whether we will impose rules about how those sectors will operate internally." She grimaced and leaned towards Luke, her voice taking on a soft, conspiratorial lilt. "It is even more of a nightmare than usual." Luke looked and sounded both amused and resigned. "Then you should get back to her, Winter. I know how much she relies on you to give her a good second opinion." Winter waved dismissively. "So she claims. But Leia knows her own mind, and once she has made her mind up, there's no changing it." She looked at Cam. "It was nice to meet you, Cam," she said with a slight bow of her head, her Alderaanian accent reminding Cam of numerous Imperial officers he'd met during his time in service to the Inquisitorius, before or after they had defected. "Thank you," he said, his throat still gratingly hoarse. Winter smiled, then turned and left. Luke nodded at him. "My quarters are just upstairs and down the hall," he explained. Winter thought it best that we be close to one another, under the circumstances. "She worked for New Republic Intelligence?" he asked. Surely she must. Anyone who came to settle him into this place likely had ties to NRI. Being who he was, with his history, NRI would want to dissect his brain for secrets and information. "Not anymore," Luke said. "She worked for Alliance Intelligence, but has since transitioned into working solely for my sister, especially after Leia became pregnant." He gestured at the neatly cleaned, unused furniture and then took a seat on the couch. "Sit with me?" Cam sat. "I'm sure General Kraken will want to interview you," Luke said. "But if you don't want to do that now, I can stall him while we get you settled." Cam regarded the young Jedi. Luke was younger than he was, probably by 10 years, but he carried himself with the quiet, assured confidence that Cam remembered from the Jedi at the training center on Solon. Although sentients, preparing to be Jedi, so confident in who they were and what they were. Cam had felt like that once, before the Empire. "What do you want from me?" he finally asked. "For now, just to talk with you." "Why?" The young Jedi sighed. "I have been tasked with assuring the future of the Jedi, with passing on my knowledge." He leaned forward, his keen eyes boring into Cam. The expression made Cam feel as if at the center of a storm, energy and potential whirling around the room, and he recalled the remarkable ease with which Luke had defeated him at Lineary. "But my masters are dead, and with them the memory of the old order. I've many records and heard many testimonials, but what I found that I trust is largely about technique. How to use the Force, how to channel it, what it can be used for. Very little about how the Jedi were organized, their structure, how they interacted with the Republic and other governments in the galaxy." "I'm no politician," Cam objected, "and I was much too young when the Order fell to know any of that." "I know," Luke conceded, "but you can tell me how Jedi treated one another, how teaching happened in normal times." His voice faded away. Luke took a deep breath. "I have few peers, Cam." "I'm not sure I'm worthy of being a peer," Cam said, surprised by the harshness he heard in his voice. "Not after all the mistakes I've made in my life. I allowed myself to fall, to be used by the dark. Once you start down the dark path, forever it will dominate your destiny. He heard a whispery voice of a great Jedi, his memory vivid. Consume you it will. He had more than started down the dark path. He lived it. He'd walked down it for most of his life, for all of his adult life. There had been moments he'd reveled in it, and perhaps, he had begun to walk back towards the light. Perhaps he'd heard his father's voice, encouraging him, especially after Endor, but forever it will dominate your destiny. Forever it will dominate your destiny. Forever. No, Luke said quietly, his voice firm enough to cut through the refrain. No, Yoda was wrong. He said it with such fervent intensity, such certainty, that Cam almost believed him. Luke swallowed and looked away for a moment, but just a moment. When he looked back at Cam, his intensity, his certainty had returned. This isn't an easy conversation for me to have, Cam, but you have every right to know. He offered a somewhat lopsided, slightly nervous smile. My Aunt Beru used to tell me that confession, apology, and forgiveness were the tools used to break walls down into bridges. He shifted, leaning forward. Before he fell to the dark, Vader's name was Anakin Skywalker. He sold himself to the dark and the Emperor a long time ago, because he was afraid. Luke took a breath. He was my father. Oh. The memory of that long-ago day, of Vader's dark form looming on the ramp of the shuttle, snow scattering around them. Of Rannick Salazar, holding the lightsaber that Cam now had in his hand, standing, desperate and terrified, of how that terror had infected Cam. Of how Vader had casually murdered Cam's father, effortlessly smashing through his defenses. Of how the dark form had loomed over Cam's fallen form as he sobbed into the snow. He took a deep, hitching breath, and was surprised that he wasn't surprised. That was why, he realized. Why when Luke had strode into the hangar in his black cloak, when his Force presence had made itself fully known, putting Cam for the first time at the center of the storm of Luke's gaze, it had all seemed so familiar. While when Cam had fallen and Luke stood over his prone form, he had known that Luke would not strike, just as Vader had not. Oh. Luke said nothing, but the younger Jedi refused to look away. Cam could see his trepidation, see the flicker of shame in that gaze, and see the complete refusal to run away from what his father had done. The burst of violent rage in Cam's gut was just as easily dispelled, breathed out and lost, replaced with sorrow. The Jedi who trained me told me about Anakin Skywalker, their friend, the legendary pilot and cunning warrior. They trained me to kill him without ever telling me who he was. I found out when I rushed off, half-trained, to save my friends. Luke looked away for the first time, pulling down the glove on his right hand, revealing the durasteel collar just below the synth flesh covering his hand. Cam winced. I wasn't ready. He gave me this and he told me who we were to each other. Luke replaced the glove, his intense gaze back on Cam. Yoda and Ben told me that I had to face him, that I had to kill him, that there was no good left in him. Luke offered a slightly abashed laugh and smile. I don't know why, but I didn't believe them. I hoped he could be saved, that he could be brought back. Luke's expression grew serious once again, and I was right. It took a moment for Cam to comprehend what Luke had said. What? He turned on Palpatine, at the end, Luke said, and put an end to his horror. Luke did look away now, his expression darkening. I won't say he was a good man. I can't. He did too much evil. I would never ask you to forgive him, any more than I would expect Leia to. He took too much from you both. But, Luke met Cam's gaze once again. He proves that Yoda was wrong. That you can turn back from the dark. That you can turn back from the dark, Cam? That you already have. That you had even before we fought. Even before you fought Mara. And I would like to have your help rebuilding what your father helped build, and mine destroyed. Cam turned away, surprised to find that he was genuinely tempting. Surprised even more that he didn't begrudge Vader's apparent son either his strength or his heritage. What is it you would want from me? If I were Rito, join you. Aunt Beru taught me that those of us with extra had a duty to share with those who had less. We didn't have much on Tatooine, but we were free. and we shared that freedom and whatever water we could spare with people who needed it. The Force, our ability to touch it, let it give us the ability to act in ways that others can't. Luke gestured to the window that overlooked the Coruscant cityscape, the dimming evening light, the first gleams of visible stars despite all of Coruscant's light pollution. When I reach out with the Force, I feel the galaxy spinning all around me, with a million pinpricks of light, and I know that the Force wants me out there. A small, almost intimate smile flickered across his lips, and Cam could feel the sudden softening of Luke's emotions. We can't save the galaxy on our own. It will be our job to make a small difference, when and where we can, to grow our ranks so that there will be more of us who can make small differences, until it all adds up to something greater than any of us. Why me? Because you feel it too, Luke said with quiet certainty. Because we can't just close off this part of ourselves. Because, whatever it might come to cost us, we're Jedi. For the first time in a long time, the voice in the back of Cam's head, the one that whispered forever will it dominate your destiny, went quiet. Cam turned back to face Luke. All right, he heard himself say, with far less hesitation than he would have guessed. All right, he repeated. His lips moved into a small, unaccustomed smile. How do we start? Return to Coruscant, Mara. The Wild Karrde's galley was quiet. The rule card established for his ship's operation was that the ship's chrono was always set to the time at its intended destination, so that the crew could begin adjusting to the time there. It was currently just before midnight in the Senate District on Coruscant. While she had been the Emperor's hand, Mara had found it easy to adjust to a new time zone, able to sleep or stay awake no matter how long it had been since she last slept, instantly adjusting to the change. But she couldn't sleep. There was no mystery as to why, either. She glanced at the chrono again, counting back the hours. Had it really only been 6 hours since she had kissed Luke Skywalker? Since he had kissed her back? Since she'd seen all the promise of a future shared? She wrapped her hands around the warm mug of hot chocolate, to which she had added a minty liquor Karrde had picked up on Rishi, letting the heat sink into her fingers. She had kissed Luke Skywalker. Mara had never been sentimental. Any tendency towards sentimentality had been driven out of her by the Emperor's training. Righteous anger was the default setting of the Emperor's hand. Consequently, her current state of tender joy, the subtle smile she still could not wipe from her face, the quickened beats of her heart were all alien sensations. They were new and wonderful, and she didn't want to sleep for fear she'd wake and find she'd lost the capacity to feel them. That old training would kick back in and puncture the wonderful, encompassing bubble of elation that currently surrounded her. She sipped her hot chocolate, feeling the liquor add to the warmth in her chest. She had kissed Luke Skywalker. Felt his surprise when she did. Felt the moment when he realized she had. Felt the moment when he started to kiss her back, his arms tightening around her to draw her close. Felt his stunned shock give way to disbelief and joy. The strangest thing, the most wonderful thing, was that she had no doubts. Kissing Luke had been the best decision she'd ever made. The momentary impulse, fed by her desire, her conversation with Ela, the memory of the sudden, catastrophic moment in her fight with Cam, and by Luke's total and complete inability to hide his own feelings. For her, which blazed like a beacon in the Force with each subsequent meeting, with every spar, or meal, or touch. The Emperor's hand would have said the impulse to kiss him was born of a moment of weakness, but Mara Jade, having actually indulged that impulse, was firmly of the opinion that it had been a moment of strength. She had no idea what to do next. Romantic attachments had most assuredly not been part of Mara's life as the Emperor's hand, and since the Emperor's death she had done her best to not get attached to anyone in any permanent way. No enemies, no friends. A simple, solitary life, one that maximized her freedom of action and minimized her responsibilities. And then Luke, her assigned enemy, her fastest friend. Her elation showed no signs of diminishing. The sliding door to the galley slid open. Talon Karrde stepped in. He paused in surprise to see the dim lights on in the room. His long stride took him across the room, still not noticing her curled up on the couch. Seeing the hot chocolate mix sitting on the counter, he shrugged to himself and started making a cup. As some of the Ander schnapps, Mara said softly. Karrde jumped, nearly knocking the mix over, and Mara smirked at having caught him off guard. Mara, he said in surprise. I did not see you there. Clearly, she replied dryly. Karrde regarded her. Mara tried to school her smile from her face and could not. Karrde's expression twitched fondly. Then he turned away and poured himself some of the hot chocolate mix and added the suggested liquor. He curled his hands around his mug when it was ready, then walked over towards her, pulling out a chair to sit next to the couch. Thank you, he said. Mara tilted her head. For what? Coming to rescue me, of course. That is what seconds in command do, Mara pointed out. She offered him a small smirk. Unless they're particularly ambitious. Karrde laughed softly. I will keep that in mind. He watched her another moment. We should both be asleep, he pointed out. It's not that late yet, Mara said. I suppose not. Karrde sipped his drink, made an appreciative sound. Oh, that is good, he said agreeably. Should we talk business? Please no, Mara said with an amused groan. She really was in a good mood. That didn't sound anywhere near dismissive enough. Not tonight, she added, her voice softening. She saw Karrde hide a smile behind a sip of hot chocolate. Asterisk. The next day they were about an hour out of Coruscant, done with the briefings on all that had happened since their last meeting, when there was a knock on the door to her quarters. With the frown, Mara hit the door release, found Karrde holding a bottle on the other side. Karrde, she asked, frowning. Is everything all right? Everything is fine, Karrde agreed. Well, as fine as things can be, after all that has happened. I wanted to give you a gift, call it a thank you for coming to rescue me. You don't have to thank me, Mara replied dryly. I thought we went over this last night. I'm your second in command. Coming to your rescue is part of the job description. Yes, but as you pointed out, it doesn't have to be, Karrde replied. He extended the bottle. Here, take it. Mara did, examining the label. Her eyes widened. Karrde, is this genuine? Yes. I've been saving it for a special occasion. He nodded at her. It is meant to be enjoyed with someone special. Mara froze, her green eyes tracking up towards him. His expression was annoyingly smug. Is it? She asked, quiet danger lurking in her voice. Karrde was not intimidated. Yes. He took a step back and offered her a half bow, complete with flourish. I hope you have someone to share it with. My gift, Mara? He smiled. Mara considered shooting him somewhere painful. Instead, she just sighed. Karrde was Karrde. Thank you, Italian. Call it a tangible advance on the raise you are due. And you are most welcome. Luke's apartment in the Imperial Palace was small but comfortable. He still didn't like living in the Imperial Palace, but there was nothing he could sense in this place remotely like the dark side presence that haunted the Jedi Museum, and Leia and Han were only a short walk away, so he stayed. It was a bachelor's apartment, with inexpensive, sturdy furniture easily afforded on a general's pension. The only decoration that he had explicitly purchased was a painting of twin suns setting over a desert. He wasn't sure if it was intended to be Tatooine or not, but it reminded him enough of home, of his aunt, who had on occasion sat and watched the sunset, and of his uncle, waking him up before they rose to make sure he got the vaporators running at peak efficiency during the prime extraction hours, that he felt compelled to purchase it. The golden sand dunes rolled into the distance, merging into a reddish-orange sunset that seemed to cast red-gold light into his apartment. Looking at it, Luke thought that maybe his aunt and uncle had not been the only people he wanted to be reminded of every time he came home. He swallowed hard. Sometimes the last few days still felt like a dream. When he sat down to think about it, he was overwhelmed with a dizzying sensation. He could feel that she was back on Coruscant, had been back since that morning. The Falcon had beaten the wild card back to Coruscant handily, and Luke had been counting down the hours until Mara arrived. His heart had been lodged firmly in his throat every time he thought of their embrace, of Mara's silky hair between his fingers and her lips under his. He distracted himself helping get Kype and Cam situated. For the moment, Kype had moved into Han and Leia's spare bedroom, much to Leia's initial confusion, though she hadn't hesitated to bring the teenager into her house, and Cam was staying in a vacant room that Winter had secured for him in the palace. Helping them had been a formidable distraction, but a corner of his mind never lost his focus, searching for the spark of Mara he could always feel when she was near. When she had appeared, finally, after hours that passed like days, he'd felt her reach back, the edges of her force sense intermingling with his, a reassuring sharing, banishing his irrational fears that the kisses had been provoked by a fleeting impulse that would pass, fade in his absence. No, he thought as he admired the painting, smiling at the intermingled gold and red of sand and sunset. Instead, he could feel Mara's eager trepidation as she snuck through the palace passageways, avoiding surveillance and sludge news alike. Luke felt like a teenager waiting for his crush, hoping she'd not get caught by Uncle Owen. Aunt Beru would have just smiled and pretended not to see anything. Mara wouldn't understand that. She hadn't gotten to be a teenager. The thought would, under other circumstances, have sent a cold anger through him, one that could grow to rage, but not at that moment. Not with her coming nearer with each passing moment, the brightness of her presence in the Force gleaming with even more luminous brilliance. Would every Force user see her the way he did? Luke wasn't sure. He suspected that there was something special about the way he saw her, about their connection in the Force, all they had shared, all they would share. But maybe that was just the hopeless romantic in him talking. Her presence was just beyond the door now, and he opened it before she could knock. She stepped into the room, their hands jointly closing the door behind her. Luke had never seen Mara Jade look shy before, never once, and he half suspected he never would again, so he committed the sight to memory. In her hand she had a small bag, a frilly thing that looked like something a tourist might purchase at one of the local thrift shops at Wimber's Court or Commerce Hall. For his part, the apartment smelled of numerous herbs and spices he'd seen her enjoy when they had gone out to eat together, and his kitchen was quite busy with dirty dishes from the somewhat excessively elaborate meal he was attempting to make in her honor. Her gift and the meal were both forgotten. Her hand went slack and the bag dropped to the floor, her fingers suddenly much too busy holding the back of his shirt or his shoulders as their lips met, gently, at first but with steadily building passion, their breathing growing ragged as his hands returned to her silky hair. They broke apart at the buzzer he'd set in the kitchen. Reluctantly, he stepped away, needing to make sure the erisa he was baking didn't burn untended. He felt her amusement, heard her reach down to retrieve her gift bag. He glanced at the entrance to his kitchenette. Mara was leaning against it, smiling a wry, still almost shy but nonetheless confident smile. Luke realized that neither of them had said a word as he rearranged the cooking erisa and added the last ingredients to the soup, remembering making this meal with Aunt Beru when he was younger. It was simple but wholesome and tasty, and Luke wanted to give Mara a true, home-cooked meal. The silence stretched out as she watched him, as he worked. There was no tension in it. Indeed, the longer it lingered, the more relaxed they both seemed to become, the more confident in this thing that had grown between them. He knew Mara could sense his faith in her, his faith in them, that what they felt was not something as tawdry as lust or as fleeting as a crush. They fit together, reinforcing the other's weaknesses, enhancing their strengths. They were, simply put, stronger as a pair than either of them was apart. They always had been, he thought, be it at Mirker, or on the Chimera, or at Wayland, or at Lingery. He set the soup to a simmer and turned back to Mara, smiling a soft, affectionate smile that was mirrored on her face. "I got you something," Mara said. "Two somethings, actually." She stepped in closer, finally handed him the bag. He put it on the counter, withdrew an expensive box of hot chocolate mix and a bottle of Alderanian Ruga. "Where did you find this?" he asked, holding the bottle to examine it. Alderanian Ruga had become extremely rare after the world's destruction, and from the looks of this bottle it had actually been produced on Alderaan, not on Borlius or any of the other worlds which had begun producing imitations since the Death Star had done its bloody work. "Karrde gave it to me," she replied, her cheeks darkening. "He just said it was meant to be enjoyed with someone special." She rolled her eyes despite the blush. He's lucky I didn't shoot him. Mara, Luke chastised gently, placing the bottle back down. It will go perfectly with dinner. He stepped nearer, leaning in to steal a gentle kiss, which will be ready in a few minutes. You didn't have to, Mara's voice trailed off, taking a deep breath and inhaling the scent of spices. But that does smell good, she finished softly. You didn't have to either, he replied, his hand sliding over her cheek, pushing an imagined loose strand of hair back over her ear. But here we are. She took his hands in hers, squeezing. Yes, she replied softly. Here we are. She gazed up at him, her thumb stroking gently over his hands as they swayed close to one another again. I've been thinking, he said, finally finding the nerve to break the companionable, intimate silence. Oh no, Mara quipped, her usual sardonic wit tempered with a thick, cushioning blanket of affection. Mara, Luke laughed softly, hearing hers match his in a quiet chorus of shared amusement. You're never going to make anything easy for me, are you? She rolled her eyes good-naturedly. Despite the gesture, her hand squeezed his, and he could feel the affection swell between them in the force, feel her untrammeled confidence that this was right, which paired awkwardly with her cautious uncertainty about what this was in the first place. She put voice to the question. I take it you've been thinking about what we do now. Luke nodded, drawing her in nearer. He heard the soft inhalation of breath, the darkening blush to her cheeks. Have you come to any conclusions? She asked. Well, Luke replied, I thought we'd sit and have dinner and enjoy one another's company. You know what I mean? He could feel her thinking about his sister and friends and worrying what they would think, thinking about the Smugglers' Alliance and Karrde in the Senate. Stop that, he hummed softly, releasing her hand so he could tilt her chin up to face him. Her emerald gaze relaxed along with her thoughts as she gazed at him, her hand snaking back around his waist. And she thinks it's dangerous when I think too much. He saw the twitch of her lip as she caught the essence of the wayward thought, but he brought her attention back to him by gliding his thumb over her jaw. Focus on the present, Mara. Share this moment with me. He leaned down and grazed his lips over hers. She slid her hands around his back and deepened the kiss. He could feel her relax, embracing the swell of shared happiness, could feel the moment she, banishing the last of her trepidation, invited him into truly share in her stunned, incredulous, increasingly confident joy. Her happiness washed over him with the brilliance of a Tatooine sunrise, warm with the promise of more to come. Her worries were not gone, but she pushed them aside with the defiant certainty that they would deal with each one when its time came. Together. Together. Oh, shut up, farm boy. But she held him tighter anyway. Yes. Together. Asterisk. By the time their shared hunger brought their attention back to dinner, it should have been either cold or badly overcooked, but when they returned to the kitchen, they found R2-D2 tending the bacon erisa, his grasping arm awkwardly manipulating the stove controls. His dome swiveled, the lenses of his single large eye focusing on them. He whistled at Luke, a chastisement, and Luke laughed, blushing. I know, R2, he replied. I just got a little distracted, that's all. Mara blushed herself. Karrde knew, or had guessed, that she and Luke had grown closer than just friends. The bottle of Ruga was a sure sign of that, but she hadn't confirmed it to him one way or the other. But if she had to admit it to someone, she thought with more than a hint of trepidation, probably better R2-D2 than anyone else, she could feel Luke's quiet amusement, his slight prompting through the force. R2's dome swiveled to focus on her. Luke's hand slipped into hers, squeezing with encouragement. Mara bristled slightly. Why would she need moral support to talk to a droid, of all things? But R2 wasn't just a droid. He was Luke's family, and he was the only other member of Luke's family she'd actively talked about killing. How strange, she mused in a quiet corner of her mind, that R2 had gone from glorified inanimate object to, she had no idea how to characterize either her relationship to Luke or Luke's relationship to R2 in any of the words available in BASIC. A Huttese word that described an adopted ward came to mind, but it was unpronounceable by human vocal cords. Luke took mercy on her. R2, Mara, and I. R2 cut him off with an amused-sounding series of whistles and beeps. What did he say? asked Mara carefully. He said he's pretty sure he already knows what it means when he catches two people kissing, Luke murmured back. His astromech went into another series of whistles, ending with a rather triumphant trill. And he says as long as you don't threaten to dismantle him anymore, Luke added, the corner of his mouth curling up with amusement, that he doesn't have any problem with you and me being together. He rather likes you and thinks you do a good job of keeping me grounded, and that we should really eat dinner while it's still hot and before it's too badly overcooked. Mara eyed him sideways. Did he really say all that? R2 whooped, don't spinning. More or less, Luke said with a grin. There was a rude blad in response. Luke shrugged at Mara's questioning look. I may have embellished some in the middle, but he's mostly annoyed that he didn't win the pool. Mara blinked. The what?